Preface to The Fable of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. Preface. Laws and government are to the political bodies of civil societies what the vital spirits and life itself are to the natural bodies of animated creatures. And as those that study the anatomy of dead carcasses may see, that the chief organs and nicest springs more immediately required to continue the motion of our machine are not hard bones, strong muscles and nerves, nor the smooth white skin that so beautifully covers them, but small trifling films and little pipes, that are either overlooked or else seem inconsiderable to vulgar eyes. So they that examine into the nature of man, abstract from art and education, may observe that what renders him a sociable animal consists not in his desire of company, good nature, pity, affability, and other graces of a fair outside, but that his vilest and most hateful qualities are the most necessary accomplishments to fit him for the largest, and, according to the world, the happiest and most flourishing societies. The following fable, in which what I have said is set forth at large, was printed above 8 years ago in a 6-penny pamphlet called The Grumbling Hive, or Knaves Turned Honest, and being soon after pirated, cried about the streets in a halfpenny sheet. Since the first publishing of it, I have met with several that, either wilfully or ignorantly mistaking the design, would have it that the scope of it was a satire upon virtue and morality, and the whole wrote for the encouragement of vice. This made me resolve, whenever it should be reprinted, some way or other to inform the reader of the real intent this little poem was wrote with. I do not dignify these few loose lines with the name of poem, that I would have the reader expect any poetry in them, but barely because they are rhyme, and I am in reality puzzled what name to give them, for they are neither heroic nor pastoral, satire burlesque, nor heroic comic. To be a tale they want probability, and the whole is rather too long for a fable. All I can say of them is, that they are a story told in doggerel, which, without the least design of being witty, I have endeavored to do in as easy and familiar a manner as I was able. The reader shall be welcome to call them what he pleases. It was said of Montaigne that he was pretty well versed in the defects of mankind, but unacquainted with the excellencies of human nature. If I fare no worse, I shall think myself well used. What country soever in the universe is to be understood by the beehive represented here, it is evident, from what it is said of the laws and constitution of it, the glory, wealth, power, and industry of its inhabitants, that it must be a large, rich, and warlike nation, that is happily governed by a limited monarchy. The satire, therefore, to be met with in the following lines upon the several professions and callings and almost every degree and station of people, was not made to injure and point to particular persons, but only to show the vileness of the ingredients that altogether compose the wholesome mixture of a well-ordered society, in order to extol the wonderful power of political wisdom, by the help of which so beautiful a machine is raised from the most contemptible branches. For the main design of the fable, as it is briefly explained in the moral, is to show the impossibility of enjoying all the most elegant comforts of life that are to be met with in an industrious, wealthy, and powerful nation, and at the same time be blessed with all the virtue and innocence that can be wished for in a golden age. From thence to expose the unreasonableness and folly of those that, desirous of being an opulent and flourishing people, and wonderfully greedy after all the benefits they can receive as such, are yet always murmuring at and exclaiming against those vices and inconveniences that from the beginning of the world to this present day have been inseparable from all kingdoms and all states that ever were famed for strength, riches, and politeness at the same time. To do this, I first slightly touch upon some of the fruits and corruptions the several professions and callings are generally charged with. After that, I show that those very vices of every particular person, by skillful management, were made subservient to the grandeur and worldly happiness of the whole. Lastly, by setting forth what of necessity must be the consequence of general honesty and virtue, and national temperance, innocence, and content, I demonstrate that if mankind could be cured of the failings that they are naturally guilty of, they would cease to be capable of being raised into such vast, potent, and polite societies, as they have been under the several great commonwealths and monarchies that have flourished since the creation. If you ask me, why have I done all this, cui bono, and what good these notions will produce? Truly, besides the reader's diversion, I believe none at all. But if I was asked what naturally ought to be expected from them, I would answer that, in the first place, the people who continually find fault with others by reading them would be taught to look at home, and examining their own consciences, be made ashamed of always railing at what they are more or less guilty of themselves, and that, in the next, those who are so fond of the ease and comforts, and reap all the benefits that are the consequence of a great and flourishing nation, would learn more patiently to submit to those inconveniences which no government upon earth can remedy, when they should see the impossibility of enjoying any great share of the first, without partaking likewise of the latter. This, I say, ought naturally to be expected from the publishing of these notions, if people were to be made better by any thing that could be said to them. But mankind having for so many ages remained still the same, notwithstanding the many instructive and elaborate writings by which their amendment has been endeavored, I am not so vain as to hope for better success from so inconsiderable a trifle. Having allowed the small advantage this little whim is likely to produce, I think myself obliged to show that it cannot be prejudicial to any, for what is published, if it does no good, ought at least to do no harm. In order to this, I have made some explanatory notes, to which the reader will find himself referred in those passages that seem to be most liable to exceptions. The censorious, that never saw the Grumbling Hive, will tell me that whatever I may talk of the fable, it not taking up a 10th part of the book, was only contrived to introduce the remarks, that instead of clearing up the doubtful or obscure places, I have only pitched upon such as I had a mind to expiate upon, and that far from striving to extenuate the errors committed before, I have made bad worse, and shown myself a more barefaced champion for vice in the rambling digressions than I had done in the fable itself. I shall spend no time in answering these accusations. Where men are prejudiced, the best apologies are lost, and I know that those who think it criminal to suppose a necessity of vice in any case whatever will never be reconciled to any part of the performance. But if this be thoroughly examined, all the offense it can give must result from the wrong inferences that may perhaps be drawn from it, and which I desire nobody to make. When I assert that vices are inseparable from great and potent societies, and that it is impossible their wealth and grandeur should subsist without, I do not say that the particular members of them who are guilty of any should not be continually reproved, or not be punished for them when they grow into crimes. There are, I believe, few people in London, of those that are at any time forced to go afoot, but what could wish the streets of it much cleaner than generally are, while they regard nothing but their own clothes and private conveniency. But when they once come to consider that what offends them is the result of the plenty, great traffic, and opulency of that mighty city, if they have any concern in its welfare, they will hardly ever wish to see the streets of it less dirty. For if we mind the materials of all sorts that must supply such an infinite number of trades and handicrafts, as are always going forward, the vast quantity of victuals, drink, and fuel that are daily consumed in it, the waste and superfluities that must be produced from them, the multitudes of horses and other cattle that are always daubing the streets, the carts, coaches, and more heavy carriages that are perpetually wearing and breaking the pavement of them, and, above all, the numberless swarms of people that are continually harassing and trampling through every part of them. If, I say, we mind all these, we shall find that every moment must produce new filth, and, considering how far distant the great streets are from the riverside, what cost and care soever be bestowed to remove the nastiness almost as fast as it is made, it is impossible London should be more cleanly before it is less flourishing. Now I would ask, if a good citizen, in consideration of what has been said, might not assert that dirty streets are a necessary evil, inseparable from the felicity of London, without being the least hindrance to the cleaning of shoes or sweeping of streets, and consequently without any prejudice either to the blackguard or the scavengers. But if, without any regard to the interest or happiness of the city, the question was put, what place I thought most pleasant to walk in. Nobody can doubt, but before the stinking streets of London, I would esteem a fragrant garden, or a shady grove in the country. In the same manner, if laying aside all worldly greatness and vainglory, I should be asked where I thought it was most probable that men might enjoy true happiness, I would prefer a small peaceable society, in which men, neither envied nor esteemed by neighbors, should be contented to live upon the natural product of the spot they inhabit, to a vast multitude abounding in wealth and power, that should always be conquering others by their arms abroad, and debauching themselves by foreign luxury at home. Thus much I had said to the reader in the first edition, and have added nothing by way of preface in the second, but since that, a violent outcry has been made against the book, exactly answering the expectation I always had of the justice, the wisdom, the charity, and fair dealing of those whose good will I despaired of. It has been presented by the grand jury, and condemned by thousands who never saw a word of it. It has been preached against before my Lord Mayor, and an utter refutation of it is daily expected from a reverend divine, who has called me names in the advertisements, and threatened to answer me in 2 months' time for about 5 months together. What I have to say for myself, the reader will see in my vindication at the end of the book, where he will likewise find the grand jury's presentment, and a letter to the Right Honourable Lord C., which is very rhetorical beyond argument or connection. The author shows a fine talent for invectives, and great sagacity in discovering atheism where others can find none. He is zealous against wicked books, points at the Fable of the Bees, and is very angry with the author. He bestows 4 strong epithets on the enormity of his guilt, and by several elegant innuendos to the multitude, as the danger there is in suffering such authors to live, and the vengeance of heaven upon a whole nation, very charitably recommends him to their care. Considering the length of this epistle, and that it is not wholly levelled at me only, I thought at first to have made some extracts from it of what related to myself, but finding, on a nearer inquiry, that what concerned me was so blended and interwoven with what did not, I was obliged to trouble the reader with it entire, not without hopes that, prolix as it is, the extravagancy of it will be entertaining to those who have pursued the treatise it condemns with so much horror. End of preface. Section 1 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Grumbling Hive, or Knaves Turned Honest. A spacious hive well stocked with bees, that lived in luxury and ease, and yet as famed for laws and arms, as yielding large and early swarms, was counted the great nursery of sciences and industry. No bees had better government, more fickleness or less content. They were not slaves to tyranny, nor ruled by wild democracy, but kings that could not wrong, because their power was circumscribed by laws. These insects lived like men, and all our actions they performed in small. They did whatever's done in town, and what belongs to sword or gown, though the artful works by nimble sleight of minute limbs scaped human sight. Yet weave no engines, labourers, ships, castles, arms, artificers, craft, science, shop, or instrument, but they had an equivalent, which, since their language is unknown, must be called as we do our own. As grant that among other things they wanted dice, yet they had kings, and those had guards, from whence we may justly conclude they had some play, unless a regiment be shown of soldiers that make use of none. Vast numbers thronged the fruitful hive, yet those vast numbers made 'em thrive, millions endeavouring to supply each other's lust and vanity, while other millions were employed to see their handiworks destroyed. They furnished half the universe, yet had more work than labourers. Some with vast flocks and little pains jumped into business of great gains, and some were damned to scythes and spades, and all those hard laborious trades where willing wretches daily sweat, and wear out strength and limbs to et, while others followed mysteries, to which few folks binds prentices, that want no stock but that of brass, and may set up without a cross, as sharpers, parasites, pimps, players, pickpockets, coiners, quacks, soothsayers, and all those that in enmity, with downright working cunningly, convert to their own use the labor of their good-natured, heedless neighbor. These were called knaves, but bar the name, the grave industrious were the same. All trades and places knew some cheat, no calling was without deceit. The lawyers, of whose art the basis was raising feuds and splitting cases, opposed all registers that cheats might make more work with dipped estates, as were't unlawful that one's own without a lawsuit should be known. They kept off hearings wilfully, to finger the refreshing fee, and to defend a wicked cause, examined and surveyed the laws, as burglar shops and houses do, to find out where they'd best break through. Physicians valued fame and wealth above the drooping patient's health, or their own skill, the greatest part, studied, instead of rules of art, grave pensive looks and dull behavior, to gain the apothecary's favor. The praise of midwives, priests, and all that served at birth or funeral, to bear with ever talking tribe, and hear my lady's aunt prescribe, with formal smile and kind how-gee, to fawn on all the family. And which of all the greatest curses, t'endure the impertinence of nurses, among the many priests of Jove, hired to draw blessings from above. Some few were learned and eloquent, but thousands hot and ignorant, yet all past muster that could hide their sloth, lust, avarice, and pride, for which they were as famed as tailors, for cabbage or for brandy sailors. Some meagre-looked and meanly clad would mystically pray for bread, meaning by that an ample store, yet literally receive no more. And while these holy drudges starved, the lazy ones for which they served indulged their ease with all the graces of health and plenty in their faces. The soldiers that were forced to fight, if they survived, got honored by it, though some that shunned the bloody fray had limbs shot off that ran away. Some valiant generals fought the foe, others took bribes to let them go. Some ventured always where 'twas warm, now lost a leg and then an arm, till quite disabled, and put by, they lived on half their salary, while others never came in play, and stayed at home for double pay. Their kings were served, but knavishly, cheated by their own ministry, many that for their welfare slaved, robbing the very crown they saved. Pensions were small, and they lived high, yet boasted of their honesty, calling whene'er they strained their right, the slippery trick a perquisite. And when folks understood their cant, they changed that for emolument, unwilling to be short or plain in anything concerning gain. For there was not a bee that would get more, I won't say, than he should, but then he dared to let them know that paid for it as your gamesters do, that though at fair play ne'er will own before the losers that they've won. But who can all their frauds repeat? The very stuff which in the street they sold for dirt to enrich the ground was often by the buyers found sophisticated with a quarter of good-for-nothing stones and mortar, though flail had little cause to mutter, who sold the others salt for butter. Justice herself, famed for fair dealing, by blindness had not lost her feeling. Her left hand, which the scales should hold, had often dropped 'em, bribed with gold, and though she seemed impartial, where punishment was corporal, pretended to a regular course in murder and all crimes of force, though some first pilloried for cheating were hanged in hemp of their own beating. Yet it was thought the sword she bore checked but the desperate and the poor, that urged by mere necessity were tied up to the wretched tree for crimes which not deserved that fate, but to secure the rich and great. Thus every part was full of vice, yet the whole mass a paradise. Flattered in peace and feared in wars, they were the esteemed of foreigners, and lavish of their wealth and lives, the balance of all other hives. Such were the blessings of the state, their crimes conspired to make them great, and virtue, who from politics has learned 1,000 cunning tricks, was, by their happy influence, made friends with vice, and ever since, the worst of all the multitude did something for the common good. This was the statescraft that maintained, the whole of which each part complained. This, as in music harmony, made jarrings in the main agree. Parties directly opposite assist each other as 'twere for spite, and temperance with sobriety serve drunkenness and gluttony. The root of evil, avarice, that damned ill-natured baneful vice, was slave to prodigality, that noble sin, whilst luxury employed 1,000,000 of the poor, and odious pride 1,000,000 more. Envy itself and vanity were ministers of industry. Their darling folly fickleness in diet, furniture, and dress, that strange ridiculous vice was made the very wheel that turned the trade. Their laws and clothes were equally objects of mutability. For what was well done for a time, in half a year became a crime. Yet while they altered thus their laws, still finding and correcting flaws, they mended by inconstancy faults which no prudence could foresee. Thus vice nursed ingenuity, which joined the time and industry, had carried life's conveniencies, its real pleasures, comforts, ease. To such a height the very poor lived better than the rich before, and nothing could be added more. How vain is mortal happiness, had they but known the bounds of bliss, and that perfection here below is more than gods can well bestow. The grumbling brutes had been content with ministers and government, but they at every ill success, like creatures lost without redress, cursed politicians, armies, fleets, while everyone cried, "Damn the cheats!" and would, though conscious of his own, in others barbarously bear none. One that had got a princely store, by cheating master, king, and poor, dared cry aloud, "The land must sink, for all its fraud, and whom d'ye think?" The sermonizing rascal chid a glover that sold lamb for kid. The least thing was not done amiss, or crossed the public business, but all the rogues cried brazenly, "Good gods, had we but honesty!" Mercury smiled at the impudence, and others called it want of sense, always to rail at what they loved. But Jove with indignation moved, at last in anger swore he'd rid the bawling hive of fraud, and did. The very moment it departs, and honesty fills all their hearts, there shows 'em, like th' instructive tree, those crimes which they're ashamed to see, which now in silence they confess, by blushing at their ugliness. Like children that would hide their faults, and by their color own their thoughts, imagining, where they're looked upon, that others see what they have done. But O ye gods, what consternation, how vast and sudden was the alteration! In half an hour the nation round, meat fell a penny in the pound. The mask hypocrisy sitting down, from the great statesman to the clown, and in some borrowed looks well known, appeared like strangers in their own. The bar was silent from that day, for now the willing debtors pay, even what's by creditors forgot, who quitted them that had it not. Those that were in the wrong stood mute, and dropped the patched vexatious suit, on which since nothing else can thrive, then lawyers in an honest hive, all except those that got enough, with inkhorns by their sides trooped off. Justice hangs some, set others free, and after jail delivery, her presence being no more required, with all her train and pomp retired. First march some smiths with locks and grates, fetters and doors with iron plates, next jailers, turnkeys, and assistants, before the goddess at some distance, her chief and faithful minister, Squire Catch, the law's great furnisher, bore not the imaginary sword, but his own tools, an axe and cord. Then on a cloud the hoodwinked fair Justice herself was pushed by air. About her chariot and behind were sergeants, bums of every kind, tipstaffs, and all those officers that squeeze a living out of tears. Though physic lived, while folks were ill, none would prescribe but bees of skill, which through the hive dispersed so wide that none of them had need to ride. waived vain disputes and strove to free the patients of their misery, left drugs in cheating countries grown, and used the product of their own, knowing the gods sent no disease to nations without remedies. Their clergy roused from laziness laid not their charge on journey bees, but served themselves, exempt from vice, the gods with prayer and sacrifice. All those that were unfit or knew their service might be spared, withdrew, nor was their business for so many, if the honest stand in need of any. Few only with the high priest stayed, to whom the rest obedience paid, himself employed in holy cares, resigned to others' state affairs. He chased no starveling from his door, nor pinched the wages of the poor, but at his house the hungry's fed, the hireling finds unmeasured bread, the needy traveller board and bed. Among the king's great ministers, and all the inferior officers, the change was great, for frugally they now lived on their salary, that a poor bee should 10 times come to ask his due, a trifling sum, and by some well-hired clerk be made to give a crown or ne'er be paid, would now be called a downright cheat, though formerly a perquisite. All places managed first by 3, who watched each other's knavery, and often for a fellow feeling promoted one another's stealing, are happily supplied by one, by which some thousands more are gone. No honor now could be content to live and owe for what was spent. Liveries in brokers' shops are hung, they part with coaches for a song, sell stately horses by whole sets, and country houses to pay debts. Vain cost is shunned as much as fraud, they have no forces kept abroad, laugh at the esteem of foreigners, and empty glory got by wars. They fought but for their country's sake, when right or liberty's at stake. Now mind the glorious hive, and see how honesty and trade agree. The show is gone, it thins apace, and looks with quite another face. For 'twas not only that they went, by whom vast sums were yearly spent, but multitudes that lived on them were daily forced to do the same. In vain to other trades they'd flee, and were o'erstocked accordingly. The price of land and houses falls, miraculous palaces, whose walls, like those of Thebes, were raised by play, are to be let, while the once gay, well-seated household gods would be more pleased to expire in flames than see the mean inscription on the door, smile at the lofty ones they bore. The building trade is quite destroyed, artificers are not employed, no limner for his art is famed, stone cutters, carvers are not named. Those that remained, grown temperate, strive not how to spend, but how to live, and when they paid their tavern score, resolved to enter it no more. No vintner's jilt in all the hive could wear now cloth of gold and thrive. No Torquil such vast sums advance for Burgundy and ortolans. The courtier's gone that with his mise supped at his house on Christmas peas, spending as much in 2 hours' stay as keeps a troop of horse a day. The haughty Chloe, to live great, had made her husband rob the state, but now she sells her furniture, which the Indies had been ransacked for, contracts the expensive bill of fare, and wears her strong suit a whole year. The slight and fickle age is past, and clothes as well as fashions last. Weavers that joined rich silk with plate, and all the trades subordinate, are gone. Still peace and plenty reign, and everything is cheap though plain. Kind nature, freed from gardener's force, allows all fruits in her own course, but rarities cannot be had, where pains to get them are not paid. As pride and luxury decrease, so by decree they leave the seas. Not merchants now, but companies, remove whole manufactories. All arts and crafts neglected lie, content, the bane of industry, makes them admire their homely store, and neither seek nor covet more. So few in the vast hive remain, the 100th part they can't maintain, against the insults of numerous foes, whom yet they valiantly oppose, till some well-fenced retreat is found, and here they die or stand their ground. No hireling in their armies known, but bravely fighting for their own, Their courage and integrity at last were crowned with victory. They triumphed not without their cost, for many thousand bees were lost. Hardened with toils and exercise, they counted ease itself a vice, which so improved their temperance that, to avoid extravagance, they flew into a hollow tree, blessed with content and honesty. The moral. Then leave complaints, fools only strive to make a great and honest hive, to enjoy the world's conveniencies, be famed in war, yet live in ease. Without great vices is a vain utopia seated in the brain. Fraud, luxury, and pride must leave, while we the benefits receive. Hunger's a dreadful plague, no doubt, yet who digests or thrives without? Do we not owe the growth of wine to the dry, shabby, crooked vine, which while its shoots neglected stood, choked other plants, and ran to wood, but blessed us with its noble fruit, as soon as it was tied and cut? So vice is beneficial found, when it's by justice lopped and bound. Nay, where the people would be great, as necessary to the state, as hunger is to make 'em it. Bare virtue can't make nations live in splendor. They that would revive a golden age must be as free for acorns as for honesty. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction. One of the greatest reasons why so few people understand themselves is that most writers are always teaching men what they should be, and hardly ever trouble their heads with telling them what they really are. As for my part, without any compliment to the courteous reader or myself, I believe man, besides skin, flesh, bones, etc., that are obvious to the eye, to be a compound of various passions, that all of them, as they are provoked and come uppermost, govern him by turns, whether he will or no. To show that these qualifications, which we all pretend to be ashamed of, are the great support of a flourishing society, has been the subject of the foregoing poem. But there being some passages in it seemingly paradoxical, I have in the preface promised some explanatory remarks on it, which, to render more useful, I have thought fit to inquire how man, no better qualified, might yet by his own imperfections be taught to distinguish between virtue and vice. And here I must desire the reader once for all to take notice that when I say men, I mean neither Jews nor Christians, but mere man, in the state of nature and ignorance of the true deity. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An inquiry into the origin of moral virtue. All untaught animals are only solicitous of pleasing themselves, and naturally follow the bent of their own inclinations, without considering the good or harm that, from their being pleased, will accrue to others. This is the reason that, in the wild state of nature, those creatures are fittest to live peaceably together in great numbers that discover the least of understanding, and have the fewest appetites to gratify, and consequently no species of animals is, without the curb of government, less capable of agreeing long together in multitudes than that of man. Yet such are his qualities, whether good or bad I shall not determine, that no creature besides himself can ever be made sociable. But being an extraordinary, selfish, and headstrong, as well as cunning animal, however he may be subdued by superior strength, it is impossible by force alone to make him tractable, and receive the improvements he is capable of. The chief thing, therefore, which lawgivers and other wise men that have labored for the establishment of society have endeavored, has been to make the people they were to govern believe that it was more beneficial for everybody to conquer than indulge his appetites, and much better to mind the public than what seemed his private interest. As this has always been a very difficult task, so no wit or eloquence has been left untried to compass it, and the moralists and philosophers of all ages employed their utmost skill to prove the truth of so useful an assertion. But whether mankind would have ever believed it or not, it is not likely that anybody could have persuaded them to disapprove of their natural inclinations, or prefer the good of others to their own, if, at the same time, he had not showed them an equivalent to be enjoyed as a reward for the violence which, by so doing, they of necessity must commit upon themselves. Those that have undertaken to civilize mankind were not ignorant of this, but being unable to give so many real rewards as would satisfy all persons for every individual action, they were forced to contrive an imaginary one, that, as a general equivalent for the trouble of self-denial, should serve on all occasions, and without costing anything either to themselves or others, be yet a most acceptable recompense to the receivers. They thoroughly examined all the strength and frailties of our nature, and observing that none were either so savage as not to be charmed with praise, or so despicable as patiently to bear contempt, justly concluded that flattery must be the most powerful argument that could be used to human creatures. Making use of this bewitching engine, they extolled the excellency of our nature above other animals, and setting forth with unbounded praises the wonders of our sagacity and vastness of understanding, bestowed 1,000 encomiums on the rationality of our souls, by the help of which we were capable of performing the most noble achievements. Having, by this artful way of flattery, insinuated themselves into the hearts of men, they began to instruct them in the notions of honor and shame, representing the one as the worst of all evils, and the other as the highest good to which mortals could aspire, which being done, they laid before them how unbecoming it was the dignity of such sublime creatures to be solicitous about gratifying those appetites which they had in common with brutes, and at the same time unmindful of those higher qualities that gave them the preeminence over all visible beings. They indeed confessed that those impulses of nature were very pressing, that it was troublesome to resist, and very difficult wholly to subdue them. But this they only used as an argument to demonstrate how glorious the conquest of them was on the one hand, and how scandalous on the other not to attempt it. To introduce, moreover, an emulation amongst men, they divided the whole species into two classes, vastly differing from one another. The one consisted of abject, low-minded people, that always hunting after immediate enjoyment, were wholly incapable of self-denial, and without regard to the good of others, had no higher aim than their private advantage, such as being enslaved by voluptuousness, yielded without resistance to every gross desire, and made no use of their rational faculties but to heighten their sensual pleasure. These wild, grovelling wretches, they said, were the dross of their kind, and having only the shape of men, differed from brutes in nothing but their outward figure. But the other class was made up of lofty, high-spirited creatures that, free from sordid selfishness, esteem the improvements of the mind to be their fairest possessions, and, setting a true value upon themselves, took no delight but embellishing that part in which their excellency consisted, such as despising whatever they had in common with irrational creatures, opposed by the help of reason their most violent inclinations, and making a continual war with themselves to promote the peace of others, aimed at no less than the public welfare and the conquest of their own passion. Fortior est qui sequam, qui fortissima vincit moenia. These they called the true representatives of their sublime species, exceeding in worth the first class by more degrees than that itself was superior to the beasts of the field. As in all animals that are not too imperfect to discover pride, we find that the finest, and such as are the most beautiful and valuable of their kind, have generally the greatest share of it. So in man, the most perfect of animals, it is so inseparable from his very essence, how cunningly soever some may learn to hide or disguise it, that without it the compound he is made of would want one of the chiefest ingredients, which, if we consider, it is hardly to be doubted but lessons and remonstrances, so skilfully adapted to the good opinion man has of himself, as those I have mentioned, must, if scattered amongst a multitude, not only gain the assent of most of them, as to the speculative part, but likewise induce several, especially the fiercest, most resolute, and best among them, to endure 1,000 inconveniences, and undergo as many hardships, that they may have the pleasure of counting themselves men of the second class, and consequently appropriating to themselves all the excellencies they have heard of it. From what has been said, we ought to expect, in the first place, that the heroes who took such extraordinary pains to master some of their natural appetites, and preferred the good of others to any visible interest of their own, would not recede an inch from the fine notions they had received concerning the dignity of rational creatures, and having ever the authority of the government on their side, with all imaginable vigor assert the esteem that was due to those of the second class, as well as their superiority over the rest of their kind. In the second, that those who wanted a sufficient stock of either pride or resolution, to buoy them up in mortifying of what was dearest to them, followed the sensual dictates of nature, would yet be ashamed of confessing themselves to be those despicable wretches that belonged to the inferior class, and were generally reckoned to be so little removed from brutes, and therefore, in their own defense, they would say, as others did, and hiding their own imperfections as well as they could, cry up self-denial and public spiritedness as much as any, for it is highly probable that some of them, convinced by the real proofs of fortitude and self-conquest they had seen, would admire in others what they found wanting in themselves, others be afraid of the resolution and prowess of those in the second class, and that all of them were kept in awe by the power of their rulers, wherefore it is reasonable to think that none of them, whatever they thought in themselves, would dare openly contradict what by everybody else was thought criminal to doubt of. This was, or at least might have been, the manner after which savage man was broke, from whence it is evident that the first rudiments of morality broached by skilful politicians to render men useful to each other as well as tractable were chiefly contrived that the ambitious might reap the more benefit from and govern vast numbers of them with the greater ease and security. This foundation of politics being once laid, it is impossible that man should long remain uncivilized, for even those who only strove to gratify their appetites, being continually crossed by others of the same stamp, could not but observe that whenever they checked their inclinations or but followed them with more circumspection, they avoided a world of troubles, and often escaped many of the calamities that generally attended the too eager pursuit after pleasure. First, they received, as well as others, the benefit of those actions that were done for the good of the whole society, and consequently could not forbear wishing well to those of the superior class that performed them. Secondly, the more intent they were in seeking their own advantage, without regard to others, the more they were hourly convinced that none stood so much in their way as those that were most like themselves. It being the interest then of the very worst of them, more than any, to preach up public spiritedness, that they might reap the fruits of the labor and self-denial of others, and at the same time indulge their own appetites with less disturbance, they agreed with the rest to call everything which, without regard to the public, man should commit to gratify any of his appetites, vice, if in that action there could be observed the least prospect that it might either be injurious to any of the society, or ever render himself less serviceable to others, and to give the name of virtue to every performance by which man, contrary to the impulse of nature, should endeavor the benefit of others, or the conquest of his own passions, out of a rational ambition of being good. It shall be objected that no society was ever in any way civilized before the major part had agreed upon some worship or other of an overruling power, and consequently that the notions of good and evil, and the distinction between virtue and vice, were never the contrivance of politicians, but the pure effect of religion. Before I answer this objection, I must repeat what I have said already, that in this inquiry into the origin of moral virtue, I speak neither of Jews nor Christians, but man in his state of nature, and ignorance of the true deity. And then I affirm that the idolatrous superstitions of all other nations, and the pitiful notions they had of the Supreme Being, were incapable of exciting man to virtue, and good for nothing but to awe and amuse a rude and unthinking multitude. It is evident from history that in all considerable societies, how stupid or ridiculous soever people's received notions have been, as to the deities they worshipped, human nature has ever exerted itself in all its branches, and that there is no earthly wisdom or moral virtue, but at one time or other men have excelled in it in all monarchies and commonwealths, that for riches and power have been any ways remarkable. The Egyptians, not satisfied with having deified all ugly monsters they could think on, were so silly as to adore the onions of their own sowing. Yet at the same time their country was the most famous nursery of arts and sciences in the world, and themselves more eminently skilled in the deepest mysteries of nature than any nation has been since. No states or kingdoms under heaven have yielded more or greater patterns in all sorts of moral virtues than the Greek and Roman empires, more especially the latter, and yet how loose, absurd, and ridiculous were their sentiments as to sacred matters. For without reflecting on the extravagant number of their deities, if we only consider the infamous stories they fathered upon them, it is not to be denied but that their religion, far from teaching men the conquest of their passions and the way to virtue, seemed rather contrived to justify their appetites and encourage their vices. But if we would know what made them excel in fortitude, courage, and magnanimity, we must cast our eyes on the pomp of their triumphs, the magnificence of their monuments and arches, their trophies, statues, and inscriptions, the variety of their military crowns, their honors decreed to the dead, public encomiums on the living, and other imaginary rewards they bestowed on men of merit, and we shall find that what carried so many of them to the utmost pitch of self-denial was nothing but their policy in making use of the most effectual means that human pride could be flattered with. It is visible, then, that it was not any heathen religion or other idolatrous superstition that first put man upon crossing his appetites and subduing his dearest inclinations, but the skillful management of wary politicians. And the nearer we search into human nature, the more we shall be convinced that the moral virtues are the political offspring which flattery begot upon pride. There is no man, of what capacity or penetration soever, that is wholly proof against the witchcraft of flattery, if artfully performed, and suited to his abilities. Children and fools will swallow personal praise, but those that are more cunning must be managed with much greater circumspection, and the more general the flattery is, the less it is suspected by those it is levelled at. What you say in commendation of a whole town is received with pleasure by all the inhabitants. Speak in commendation of letters in general, and every man of learning will think himself in particular obliged to you. You may safely praise the employment a man is of, or the country he was born in, because you give him an opportunity of screening the joy he feels upon his own account, under the esteem which he pretends to have for others. It is common among cunning men that understand the power which flattery has upon pride, when they are afraid they shall be imposed upon, to enlarge, though much against their conscience, upon the honor, fair dealing, and integrity of the family, country, or sometimes the profession of him they suspect, because they know that men often will change their resolution, and act against their inclination, that they may have the pleasure of continuing to appear in the opinion of some what they are conscious not to be in reality. Thus sagacious moralists draw men like angels, in hopes that the pride of at least some will put them upon copying after the beautiful originals which they are represented to be. When the incomparable Sir Richard Steele, in the usual elegance of his easy style, dwells on the praises of his sublime species, and with all the embellishments of rhetoric sets forth the excellency of human nature, it is impossible not to be charmed with his happy turns of thought and the politeness of his expressions. But though I have been often moved by the force of his eloquence, and ready to swallow the ingenious sophistry with pleasure, yet I could never be so serious, but, reflecting on his artful encomiums, I thought on the tricks made use of by the women that would teach children to be mannerly. When an awkward girl, before she can either speak or go, begins after many entreaties to make the first rude essays of curtsying, the nurse falls in an ecstasy of praise. "There is a delicate curtsy. Oh, fine miss, there is a pretty lady. Mamma, miss can make a better curtsy than her sister Molly." The same is echoed over by the maids, whilst Mamma almost hugs the child to pieces. Only Miss Molly, who being 4 years older, knows how to make a very handsome curtsy, wonders at the perverseness of their judgment, and swelling with indignation, is ready to cry at the injustice that is done to her, till, being whispered in the ear that it is only to please the baby, and that she is a woman, she grows proud at being let into the secret, and rejoicing at the superiority of her understanding, repeats what has been said with large additions, and insults over the weakness of her sister, whom all this while she fancies to be the only bubble among them. These extravagant praises would by anyone, above the capacity of an infant, be called fulsome flatteries, and, if you will, abominable lies. Yet experience teaches us that by the help of such gross encomiums, young misses will be brought to make pretty curtsies, and behave themselves womanly much sooner, and with less trouble, than they would without them. It is the same with boys, whom they will strive to persuade that all fine gentlemen do as they are bid, and that none but beggar boys are rude, or dirty their clothes. Nay, as soon as the wild brat with his untaught fist begins to fumble for his hat, the mother, to make him pull it off, tells him before he is 2 years old that he is a man, and if he repeats that action when she desires him, he is presently a captain, a lord mayor, a king, or something higher if she can think of it, till edged on by the force of praise, the little urchin endeavors to imitate man as well as he can, and strains all his faculties to appear what his shallow noodle imagines he is believed to be. The meanest wretch puts an inestimable value upon himself, and the highest wish of the ambitious man is to have all the world, as to that particular, of his opinion, so that the most insatiable thirst after fame that ever hero was inspired with was never more than an ungovernable greediness to engross the esteem and admiration of others in future ages as well as his own. And, what mortification soever this truth might be to the second thoughts of an Alexander or a Caesar, the great recompense in view, for which the most exalted minds have with so much alacrity sacrificed their quiet health, sensual pleasures, and every inch of themselves, has never been anything else but the breath of man, the aerial coin of praise. Who can forbear laughing when he thinks on all the great men that have been so serious on the subject of that Macedonian madman, his capacious soul, that mighty heart, in one corner of which, according to Lorenzo Gratian, the world was so commodiously lodged, that in the whole there was room for 6 more? Who can forbear laughing, I say, when he compares the fine things that have been said of Alexander with the end he proposed to himself from his vast exploits, to be proved from his own mouth, when the vast pains he took to pass the Hydaspes forced him to cry out, O ye Athenians, could you believe what dangers I expose myself to be praised by you? To define, then, the reward of glory in the amplest manner, the most that can be said of it is that it consists in a superlative felicity which a man, who is conscious of having performed a noble action, enjoys in self-love, whilst he is thinking on the applause he expects of others. But here I shall be told that besides the noisy toils of war and public bustle of the ambitious, there are noble and generous actions that are performed in silence, that virtue being its own reward, those who are really good have a satisfaction in their consciousness of being so, which is all the recompense they expect from the most worthy performances. That among the heathens there have been men who, when they did good to others, were so far from coveting thanks and applause that they took all imaginable care to be forever concealed from those on whom they bestowed their benefits, and consequently that pride has no hand in spurring man on to the highest pitch of self-denial. To answer this, I say that it is impossible to judge a man's performance unless we are thoroughly acquainted with the principle and motive from which he acts. Pity, though it is the most gentle and the least mischievous of all our passions, is yet as much a frailty of our nature as anger, pride, or fear. The weakest minds have generally the greatest share of it, for which reason none are more compassionate than women and children. It must be owned that for all our weaknesses, it is the most amiable and bears the greatest resemblance to virtue. Nay, without a considerable mixture of it, the society could hardly subsist. But as it is an impulse of nature that consults neither the public interest nor our own reason, it may produce evil as well as good. It has helped to destroy the honor of virgins, and corrupted the integrity of judges, and whoever acts from it as a principle, what good soever he may bring to the society, has nothing to boast of, but that he has indulged a passion that has happened to be beneficial to the public. There is no merit in saving an innocent babe ready to drop into the fire. The action is neither good nor bad, and what benefit soever the infant received, we only obliged ourselves, for to have seen it fall, and not strove to hinder it, would have caused a pain, which self-preservation compelled us to prevent. Nor has a rich prodigal that happens to be of a commiserating temper, and loves to gratify his passions, greater virtue to boast of, when he relieves an object of compassion with what to himself is a trifle. But such men, as without complying with any weakness of their own, can part from what they value themselves, and, from no other motive but their love to goodness, perform a worthy action in silence, such men, I confess, have acquired more refined notions of virtue than those I have hitherto spoken of. Yet even in these, with which the world has never yet swarmed, we may discover no small symptoms of pride, and the humblest man alive must confess that the reward of a virtuous action, which is the satisfaction that ensues upon it, consists in a certain pleasure he procures to himself by contemplating his own worth, which pleasure, together with the occasion of it, are as certain signs of pride, as looking pale and trembling at any imminent danger are the symptoms of fear. If the too scrupulous reader should at first view condemn these notions concerning the origin of moral virtue, and think them perhaps offensive to Christianity, I hope he will forbear his censures, when he shall consider that nothing can render the unsearchable depth of the divine wisdom more conspicuous than that man, whom Providence had designated for society, should not only by his own frailties and imperfections be led into the road to temporal happiness, but likewise receive, from a seeming necessity of natural causes, a tincture of that knowledge in which he was afterwards to be made perfect by the true religion to his eternal welfare. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Remarks. Line 45. Whilst others followed mysteries, to which few folks bind prentices. In the education of youth, in order to their getting of a livelihood when they shall be arrived at maturity, most people look out for some warrantable employment or other, of which there are whole bodies or companies in every large society of men. By this means, all arts and sciences, as well as trades and handicrafts, are perpetuated in the commonwealth, as long as they are found useful, the young ones that are daily brought up to them continually supplying the loss of the old ones that die. But some of these employments being vastly more creditable than others, according to the great difference of the charges required to set up in each of them, all prudent parents, in the choice of them, chiefly consult their own abilities, and the circumstances they are in. A man that gives 300 or 400 pounds with his son to a great merchant, and has not 2,000 or 3,000 pounds to spare, against he is out of his time to begin business with, is much to blame not to have brought his child up to something that might be followed with less money. There are abundance of men of a genteel education that have but very small revenues, and yet are forced, by their reputable callings, to make a greater figure than ordinary people of twice their income. If these have any children, it often happens that as their indigence renders them incapable of bringing them up to creditable occupations, so their pride makes them unwilling to put them out to any of the mean laborious trades, and then, in hopes either of an alteration in their fortune, or that some friends or favorable opportunity shall offer, they from time to time put off the disposing of them, until insensibly they come to be of age, and are at last brought up to nothing. Whether this neglect be more barbarous to the children or prejudicial to the society, I shall not determine. At Athens all children were forced to assist their parents, if they came to want, but Solon made a law that no son should be obliged to relieve his father, who had not bred him up to any calling. Some parents put out their sons to good trades very suitable to their then present abilities, but happen to die or fail in the world before their children have finished their apprenticeships, or are made fit for the business they are to follow. A great many young men again, on the other hand, are handsomely provided for and set up for themselves, that yet, some for want of industry, or else a sufficient knowledge in their callings, others by indulging their pleasures, and some few by misfortunes, are reduced to poverty, and altogether unable to maintain themselves by the business they were brought up to. It is impossible but that the neglects, mismanagements, and misfortunes I named must very frequently happen in populous places, and consequently great numbers of people be daily flung unprovided for into the wide world, how rich and potent a commonwealth may be, or what care soever a government may take to hinder it. How must these people be disposed of? The sea, I know, and armies, which the world is seldom without, will take off some. Those that are honest drudges and of a laborious temper will become journeymen to the trades thereof, or enter into some other service. Such of them as studied and were sent to the university may become schoolmasters, tutors, and some few of them get into some office or other. But what must become of the lazy, that care for no manner of working, and the fickle, that hate to be confined to anything? Those that ever took delight in plays and romances, and have a spice of gentility, will, in all probability, throw their eyes upon the stage, and if they have a good elocution, with tolerable mien, turn actors. Some that love their bellies above anything else, if they have a good palate, and a little knack at cookery, will strive to get in with gluttons and epicures, learn to cringe and bear all manner of uses, and so turn parasites, ever flattering the master, and making mischief among the rest of the family. Others, who by their own companions' lewdness judge of people's incontinence, will naturally fall to intriguing, and endeavor to live by pimping for such as either want leisure, or address to speak for themselves. Those of the most abandoned principles of all, if they are sly and dexterous, turn sharpers, pickpockets, or coiners, if their skill and ingenuity give them leave. Others again, that have observed the credulity of simple women and other foolish people, if they have impudence and a little cunning, either set up for doctors, or else pretend to tell fortunes, and every one turning the vices and frailties of others to his own advantage, endeavors to pick up a living the easiest and shortest way his talents and abilities will let him. These are certainly the bane of civil society, but they are fools who, not considering what has been said, storm at the remissness of the laws that suffer them to live, while wise men content themselves with taking all imaginable care not to be circumvented by them, without quarreling at what no human prudence can prevent. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Line 55. These we called knaves, but bar the name, the grave industrious were the same. This, I confess, is but a very indifferent compliment to all the trading part of the people. But if the word knave may be understood in its full latitude, and comprehended everybody that is not sincerely honest, and does to others what he would dislike to have done to himself, I do not question but I shall make good the charge. To pass by the innumerable artifices by which buyers and sellers outwit one another, that are daily allowed of and practiced among the fairest of dealers, show me the tradesman that has always discovered the defects of his goods to those that cheapen them. Nay, where will you find one that has not at one time or other industriously concealed them to the detriment of the buyer? Where is the merchant that has never, against his conscience, extolled his wares beyond their worth, to make them go off the better? Decio, a man of great figure, that had large commissions for sugar from several parts beyond the sea, treats about a considerable parcel of that commodity with Alcander, an eminent West India merchant. Both understood the market very well, but could not agree. Decio was a man of substance, and thought nobody ought to buy cheaper than himself. Alcander was the same, and not wanting money, stood for his price. While they were driving their bargain at a tavern near the exchange, Alcander's man brought his master a letter from the West Indies, that informed him of a much greater quantity of sugars coming for England than was expected. Alcander now wished for nothing more than to sell at Decio's price, before the news was public, but being a cunning fox, that he might not seem too precipitant, nor yet lose his customer, he drops the discourse they were upon, and putting on a jovial humour, commends the agreeableness of the weather, from whence falling upon the delight he took in his gardens, invites Decio to go along with him to his country house that was not above 12 miles from London. It was the month of May, and, as it happened, upon a Saturday in the afternoon, Decio, who was a single man, and would have no business in town before Tuesday, accepts of the other's civility, and away they go in Alcander's coach. Decio was splendidly entertained that night and the day following. The Monday morning, to get himself an appetite, he goes to take the air upon a pad of Alcander's, and coming back meets with a gentleman of his acquaintance, who tells him news was come the night before that the Barbados fleet was destroyed by a storm, and adds that before he came out it had been confirmed at Lloyd's coffee house, where it was thought sugars would rise 25% by change time. Decio returns to his friend, and immediately resumes the discourse they had broke off at the tavern. Alcander, who thinking himself sure of his chap, did not design to have moved it till after dinner, was very glad to see himself so happily prevented, but how desirous soever he was to sell, the other was yet more eager to buy. Yet both of them afraid of one another, for a considerable time counterfeited all the indifference imaginable, until at last Decio, fired with what he had heard, thought delays might prove dangerous, and throwing a guinea upon the table, struck the bargain at Alcander's price. The next day they went to London. The news proved true, and Decio got £500 by his sugars. Alcander, whilst he had strove to overreach the other, was paid in his own coin. Yet all this is called fair dealing, but I am sure neither of them would have desired to be done by, as they did to each other. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Line 101. The soldiers that were forced to fight, if they survived, got honor by it. So unaccountable is the desire to be thought well of in men, that though they are dragged into the war against their will, and some of them for their crimes, and are compelled to fight with threats, and often blows, yet they would be esteemed for what they would have avoided, if it had been in their power. Whereas, if reason in man was of equal weight with his pride, he could never be pleased with praises which he is conscious he does not deserve. By honor, in its proper and genuine signification, we mean nothing else but the good opinion of others, which is counted more or less substantial, the more or less noise or bustle there is made about the demonstration of it. And when we say the sovereign is the fountain of honor, it signifies that he has the power, by titles or ceremonies, or both together, to stamp a mark upon whom he pleases, that shall be as current as his coin, and procure the owner the good opinion of everybody, whether he deserves it or not. The reverse of honor is dishonor, or ignominy, which consists in the bad opinion and contempt of others. And as the first is counted a reward for good actions, so this is esteemed a punishment for bad ones, and the more or less public or heinous the matter is in which this contempt of others is shown, the more or less the person so suffering is degraded by it. This ignominy is likewise called shame, from the effect it produces. For though the good and evil of honor and dishonor are imaginary, yet there is a reality in shame, as it signifies a passion that has its proper symptoms, overrules our reason, and requires as much labor and self-denial to be subdued as any of the rest. And since the most important actions of life often are regulated according to the influence this passion has upon us, a thorough understanding of it must help to illustrate the notions the world has of honor and ignominy. I shall therefore describe it at large. First, to define the passion of shame, I think it may be called a sorrowful reflection on our own unworthiness, proceeding from an apprehension that others either do, or might, if they knew all, deservedly despise us. The only objection of weight that can be raised against this definition is, that innocent virgins are often ashamed, and blush when they are guilty of no crime, and can give no manner of reason for this frailty, and that men are often ashamed for others, for, or with whom, they have neither friendship or affinity, and consequently that there may be 1,000 instances of shame given, to which the words of the definition are not applicable. To answer this, I would have it first considered that the modesty of women is the result of custom and education, by which all unfashionable denudations and filthy expressions are rendered frightful and abominable to them, and notwithstanding this, the most virtuous young woman alive will often, in spite of her teeth, have thoughts and confused ideas of things arise in her imagination, which she would not reveal to some people for 1,000 worlds. Then, I say, that when obscene words are spoken in the presence of an unexperienced virgin, she is afraid that somebody will reckon her to understand what they mean, and consequently that she understands this and that and several things which she desires to be thought ignorant of. The reflecting on this, and that thoughts are forming to her disadvantage, brings upon her that passion which we call shame, and whatever can sting her, though never so remote from lewdness, upon that set of thoughts I hinted, and which she thinks criminal, will have the same effect, especially before men, as long as her modesty lasts. To try the truth of this, let them talk as much bawdy as they please in the room next to the same virtuous young woman, where she is sure that she is undiscovered, and she will hear, if not hearken to it, without blushing at all, because then she looks upon herself as no party concerned, and if the discourse should stain her cheeks with red, whatever her innocence may imagine, it is certain that what occasions her color is a passion not half so mortifying as that of shame. But if, in the same place, she hears something said of herself that must tend to her disgrace, or anything is named of which she is secretly guilty, then it is 10 to 1 but she will be ashamed and blush, though nobody sees her, because she has room to fear that she is, or, if all was known, should be thought of contemptibly. That we are often ashamed and blush for others, which was the second part of the objection, is nothing else but that sometimes we make the case of others too nearly to our own. So people shriek out when they see others in danger, whilst we are reflecting with too much earnest on the effect which such a blamable action, if it was ours, would produce in us, the spirits, and consequently the blood, are insensibly moved, after the same manner as if the action was our own, and so the same symptoms must appear. The shame that raw, ignorant, and ill-bred people, though seemingly without a cause, discover before their betters, is always accompanied with, and proceeds from a consciousness of their weakness and inabilities, and the most modest man, how virtuous, knowing, and accomplished soever he might be, was never yet ashamed without some guilt or diffidence. Such as, out of rusticity and want of education, are unreasonably subject to, and at every turn overcome by this passion, we call bashful, and those who out of disrespect to others, and a false opinion of their own sufficiency, have learned not to be affected with it when they should be, are called impudent or shameless. What strange contradictions man is made of! The reverse of shame is pride. See remark on line 182. Yet nobody can be touched with the first that never felt anything of the latter. For that we have such an extraordinary concern in what others think of us can proceed from nothing but the vast esteem we have of ourselves. That these two passions, in which the seeds of most virtues are contained, are realities in our frame, and not imaginary qualities, is demonstrable from the plain and different effects that, in spite of our reason, are produced in us as soon as we are affected with either. When a man is overwhelmed with shame, he observes a sinking of the spirits. The heart feels cold and condensed, and the blood flies from it to the circumference of the body, the face glows, the neck and part of the breast partake of the fire. He is heavy as lead, the head is hung down, and the eyes through a mist of confusion are fixed on the ground. No injuries can move him. He is weary of his being, and heartily wishes he could make himself invisible. But when, gratifying his vanity, he exults in his pride, he discovers quite contrary symptoms. His spirits swell and fan the arterial blood. A more than ordinary warmth strengthens and dilates the heart. The extremities are cool. He feels light to himself, and imagines he could tread on air. His head is held up, his eyes rolled about with sprightliness. He rejoices at his being, is prone to anger, and would be glad that all the world could take notice of him. It is incredible how necessary an ingredient shame is to make us sociable. It is a frailty in our nature. All the world, whenever it affects them, submit to it with regret, and would prevent it if they could, yet the happiness of conversation depends upon it, and no society could be polished if the generality of mankind were not subject to it. As, therefore, the sense of shame is troublesome, and all creatures are ever laboring for their own defense, it is probable that man striving to avoid this uneasiness would, in a great measure, conquer his shame by that he was grown up. But this would be detrimental to the society, and therefore from his infancy, throughout his education, we endeavor to increase, instead of lessening or destroying the sense of shame. And the only remedy prescribed is a strict observance of certain rules, to avoid those things that might bring this troublesome sense of shame upon him. But as to rid or cure him of it, the politician would sooner take away his life. The rules I speak of consist in a dexterous management of ourselves, a stifling of our appetites, and hiding the real sentiments of our hearts before others. Those who are not instructed in these rules long before they come to years of maturity seldom make any progress in them afterwards. To acquire and bring to perfection the accomplishment I hint at, nothing is more assisting than pride and good sense. The greediness we have after the esteem of others, and the raptures we enjoy in the thoughts of being liked, and perhaps admired, are equivalents that overpay the conquest of the strongest passions, and consequently keep us at a great distance from all such words or actions that can bring shame upon us. The passions we chiefly ought to hide, for the happiness and embellishment of the society, are lust, pride, and selfishness. Therefore the word modesty has 3 different acceptations that vary with the passions it conceals. As to the first, I mean the branch of modesty that has a general pretension to chastity for its object. It consists in a sincere and painful endeavor, with all our faculties, to stifle and conceal before others that inclination which nature has given us to propagate our species. The lessons of it, like those of grammar, are taught us long before we have occasion for, or understand the usefulness of them. For this reason children often are ashamed, and blush out of modesty, before the impulse of nature I hint at makes any impression upon them. A girl who is modestly educated may, before she is 2 years old, begin to observe how careful the women she converses with are of covering themselves before men, and the same caution being inculcated to her by precept as well as example, it is very probable that at 6 she will be ashamed of showing her leg, without knowing any reason why such an act is blamable, or what the tendency of it is. To be modest, we ought, in the first place, to avoid all unfashionable denudations. A woman is not to be found fault with for going with her neck bare, if the custom of the country allows of it, and when the mode orders the stays to be cut very low, a blooming virgin may, without fear of rational censure, show all the world how firm her pouting breasts, that white as snow, on the ample chest at mighty distance grow. But to suffer her ankle to be seen, where it is the fashion for women to hide their very feet, is a breach of modesty, and she is impudent who shows half her face in a country where decency bids her to be veiled. In the second, our language must be chaste, and not only free, but remote from obscenities, that is, whatever belongs to the multiplication of our species is not to be spoke of, and the least word or expression that, though at a great distance, has any relation to that performance, ought never to come from our lips. Thirdly, all postures and motions that can any ways sully the imagination, that is, put us in mind of what I have called obscenities, are to be forbore with great caution. A young woman, moreover, that would be thought well bred, ought to be circumspect before men in all her behavior, and never known to receive from, much less to bestow favors upon them, unless the great age of the man, near consanguinity, or a vast superiority on either side, plead her excuse. A young lady of refined education keeps a strict guard over her looks as well as actions, and in her eyes we may read a consciousness that she has a treasure about her, not out of danger of being lost, and which yet she is resolved not to part with at any terms. 1,000 satires have been made against prudes, and as many encomiums to extol the careless graces, and negligent air of virtuous beauty. But the wiser sort of mankind are well assured that the free and open countenance of the smiling fair is more inviting, and yields greater hopes to the seducer, than the ever-watchful look of a forbidding eye. This strict reservedness is to be complied with by all young women, especially virgins, if they value the esteem of the polite and knowing world. Men may take greater liberty, because in them the appetite is more violent and ungovernable. Had equal harshness of discipline been imposed on both, neither of them could have made the first advances, and propagation must have stood still among all fashionable people, which being far from the politician's aim, it was advisable to ease and indulge the sex that suffered most by the severity, and make the rules abate of their rigor, where the passion was the strongest, and the burden of a strict restraint would have been the most intolerable. For this reason, the man is allowed openly to profess the veneration and great esteem he has for women, and show greater satisfaction, more mirth and gaiety in their company than he is used to do out of it. He may not only be complacent and serviceable to them on all occasions, but it is reckoned his duty to protect and defend them. He may praise the good qualities they are possessed of, and extol their merit with as many exaggerations as his invention will let him, and are consistent with good sense. He may talk of love, he may sigh and complain of the rigors of the fair, and what his tongue must not utter he has the privilege to speak with his eyes, and in that language to say what he pleases. So it be done with decency and short abrupted glances. But too closely to pursue a woman and fasten upon her with one's eyes is counted very unmannerly. The reason is plain, it makes her uneasy, and, if she be not sufficiently fortified by art and dissimulation, often throws her into visible disorders. As the eyes are the windows of the soul, so this staring impudence flings a raw, unexperienced woman into panic fears, that she may be seen through, and that the man will discover, or has already betrayed, what passes within her. It keeps her on a perpetual rack, that commands her to reveal her secret wishes, and seems designed to extort from her the grand truth, which modesty bids her with all her faculties to deny. The multitude will hardly believe the excessive force of education, and in the difference of modesty between men and women ascribe that to nature which is altogether owing to early instruction. Miss is scarce 3 years old, but she is spoke to every day to hide her leg, and rebuked in good earnest if she shows it, while the little master at the same age is bid to take up his coats and piss like a man. It is shame in education that contains the seeds of all politeness, and he that has neither, and offers to speak the truth of his heart, and what he feels within, is the most contemptible creature upon earth, though he committed no other fault. If a man should tell a woman that he could like nobody so well to propagate his species upon as herself, and that he found a violent desire that moment to go about it, and accordingly offered to lay hold of her for that purpose, the consequence would be that he would be called a brute, the woman would run away, and himself be never admitted in any civil company. There is nobody that has any sense of shame, but would conquer the strongest passion rather than be so served. But a man need not conquer his passions, it is sufficient that he conceals them. Virtue bids us subdue, but good breeding only requires we should hide our appetites. A fashionable gentleman may have as violent an inclination to a woman as the brutish fellow, but then he behaves himself quite otherwise. He first addresses the lady's father, and demonstrates his ability splendidly to maintain his daughter. Upon this he is admitted into her company, where, by flattery, submission, presence, and assiduity, he endeavors to procure her liking to his person, which if he can compass, the lady in a little while resigns herself to him before witnesses in a most solemn manner. At night they go to bed together, where the most reserved virgin very tamely suffers him to do what he pleases, and the upshot is, that he obtains what he wanted without ever having asked for it. The next day they receive visits, and nobody laughs at them or speaks a word of what they have been doing. As to the young couple themselves, they take no more notice of one another. I speak of well-bred people than they did the day before. They eat and drink, divert themselves as usually, and having done nothing to be ashamed of, are looked upon as, what in reality they may be, the most modest people upon earth. What I mean by this is to demonstrate that by being well-bred, we suffer no abridgment in our sensual pleasures, but only labor for our mutual happiness, and assist each other in the luxurious enjoyment of all worldly comforts. The fine gentleman I spoke of need not practice any greater self-denial than the savage, and the latter acted more according to the laws of nature and sincerity than the first. The man that gratifies his appetites after the manner the custom of the country allows of has no censure to fear. If he is hotter than goats or bulls, as soon as the ceremony is over, let him sate and fatigue himself with joy and ecstasies of pleasure, raise and indulge his appetite by turns, as extravagantly as his strength and manhood will give him leave. He may with safety laugh at the wise men that should reprove him. All the women, and above 9 in 10 of the men, are of his side. Nay, he has the liberty of valuing himself upon the fury of his unbridled passion, and the more he wallows in lust, and strains every faculty to be abandonedly voluptuous, the sooner he shall have the good will and gain the affection of the women, not the young, vain, and lascivious only, but the prudent, grave, and most sober matrons. Because impudence is a vice, it does not follow that modesty is a virtue. It is built upon shame, a passion in our nature, and may be either good or bad according to the actions performed from that motive. Shame may hinder a prostitute from yielding to a man before company, and the same shame may cause a bashful good-natured creature that has been overcome by frailty to make away with her infant. Passions may do good by chance, but there can be no merit but in the conquest of them. Was there virtue in modesty, it would be of the same force in the dark as it is in the light, which it is not. This the men of pleasure know very well, who never trouble their heads with a woman's virtue, so they can but conquer her modesty. Seducers, therefore, do not make their attacks at noonday, but cut their trenches at night. Illa veracundis lux est prebenda puellis, qua timidus latebras sperat habere pudor. People of substance may sin without being exposed for their stolen pleasure, but servants, and the poorer sort of women, have seldom the opportunity of concealing a big belly, or at least the consequences of it. It is impossible that an unfortunate girl of good parentage may be left destitute, and know no shift for a livelihood than to become a nursery or a chambermaid. She may be diligent, faithful, and obliging, have abundance of modesty, and, if you will, be religious. She may resist temptations and preserve her chastity for years together, and yet at last meet with an unhappy moment in which she gives up her honor to a powerful deceiver, who afterwards neglects her. If she proves with child, her sorrows are unspeakable, and she cannot be reconciled with the wretchedness of her condition. The fear of shame attacks her so lively that every thought distracts her. All the family she lives in have great opinion of her virtue, and her last mistress took her for a saint. How will her enemies that envied her character rejoice? How will her relations detest her? The more modest she is now, and the more violently the dread of coming to shame hurries her away, the more wicked and more cruel her resolutions will be, either against herself or what she bears. It is commonly imagined that she who can destroy her child, her own flesh and blood, must have a vast stock of barbarity, and be a savage monster, different from other women. But this is likewise a mistake, which we commit for the want of understanding nature and the force of passions. The same woman that murders her bastard in the most execrable manner, if she is married afterwards, may take care of, cherish, and feel all the tenderness for the infant that the fondest mother can be capable of. All mothers naturally love their children, but as this is a passion, and all passions center in self-love, so that it may be subdued by any superior passion, to soothe that same self-love, which if nothing had intervened, would have bid her fondle her offspring. Common whores, whom all the world knows to be such, hardly ever destroy their children. Nay, even those who assist in robberies and murders seldom are guilty of this crime, not because they are less cruel or more virtuous, but because they have lost their modesty to a greater degree, and the fear of shame makes hardly any impression upon them. Our love to what was never within the reach of our senses is but poor and inconsiderable, and therefore women have no natural love to what they bear. Their affection begins after the birth. What they feel before is the result of reason, education, and the thoughts of duty. Even when children are first born, the mother's love is but weak, and increases with the sensibility of the child, and grows up to a prodigious height, when by signs it begins to express his sorrows and joys, makes his wants known, and discovers his love to novelty and the multiplicity of his desires. What labors and hazards have not women undergone to maintain and save their children? What force and fortitude beyond their sex have they not shown in their behalf? But the vilest women have exerted themselves on this head as violently as the best. All are prompted to it by a natural drift and inclination, without any consideration of the injury or benefit the society receives from it. There is no merit in pleasing ourselves, and the very offspring is often irreparably ruined by the excessive fondness of parents. For though infants, for 2 or 3 years, may be the better for this indulging care of mothers, yet afterwards, if not moderated, it may totally spoil them, and many it has brought to the gallows. If the reader thinks I have been too tedious on that branch of modesty, by the help of which we endeavor to appear chaste, I shall make him amends in the brevity with which I design to treat of the remaining part, by which we would make others believe that the esteem we have for them exceeds the value we have for ourselves, and that we have no disregard so great to any interest as we have to our own. This laudable quality is commonly known by the name of manners and good breeding, and consists in a fashionable habit, acquired by precept and example, of flattering the pride and selfishness of others, and concealing our own with judgment and dexterity. This must be only understood of our commerce with our equals and superiors, and whilst we are in peace and amity with them. For our complaisance must never interfere with the rules of honor, nor the homage that is due to us from servants and others that depend on us. With this caution, I believe that the definition will quadrate with everything that can be alleged as a piece, or an example of either good breeding or ill manners, and it will be very difficult throughout the various accidents of human life and conversation to find out an instance of modesty or impudence that is not comprehended in and illustrated by it, in all countries and in all ages. A man that asks considerable favors of one who is a stranger to him, without consideration, is called impudent, because he shows openly his selfishness, without having any regard to the selfishness of the other. We may see in it, likewise, the reason why a man ought to speak of his wife and children, and everything that is dear to him, as sparing as is possible, and hardly ever of himself, especially in commendation of them. A well-bred man may be desirous, and even greedy after praise and the esteem of others, but to be praised to his face offends his modesty. The reason is this: all human creatures, before they are yet polished, receive an extraordinary pleasure in hearing themselves praised. This we are all conscious of, and therefore when we see a man openly enjoy and feast on this delight, in which we have no share, it rouses our selfishness, and immediately we begin to envy and hate him. For this reason, the well-bred man conceals his joy, and utterly denies that he feels any, and by this means, consulting and soothing our selfishness, he averts that envy and hatred, which otherwise he would have justly to fear. When from our childhood we observe how those are ridiculed who calmly can hear their own praises, it is possible that we may strenuously endeavor to avoid that pleasure, that in tract of time we grow uneasy at the approach of it. But this is not following the dictates of nature, but warping her by education and custom. For if the generality of mankind took no delight in being praised, there could be no modesty in refusing to hear it. The man of manners picks not the best, but rather takes the worst out of the dish, and gets of everything, unless it be forced upon him, always the most indifferent share. By this civility the best remains for others, which being a compliment to all that are present, everybody is pleased with it. The more they love themselves, the more they are forced to approve of his behavior, and gratitude stepping in, they are obliged almost, whether they will or not, to think favorably of him. After this manner it is the well-bred man insinuates himself in the esteem of all the companies he comes in, and if he gets nothing else by it, the pleasure he receives in reflecting on the applause which he knows is secretly given him, is to a proud man more than an equivalent for his former self-denial, and overpays to self-love with interest the loss it sustained in his complaisance to others. If there are 7 or 8 apples or peaches among 6 people of the ceremony that are pretty near equal, he who is prevailed upon to choose first will take that which, if there be any considerable difference, a child would know to be the worst. This he does to insinuate that he looks upon those he is with to be of superior merit, and that there is not one whom he wishes not better to than he does to himself. It is custom and a general practice that makes this modish deceit familiar to us, without being shocked at the absurdity of it. For if people had been used to speak from the sincerity of their hearts, and acting according to the natural sentiments they felt within, until they were 3 or 4 and 20, it would be impossible for them to assist at this comedy of manners, without either loud laughter or indignation, and yet it is certain that such behavior makes us more tolerable to one another than we could be otherwise. It is very advantageous to the knowledge of ourselves to be able well to distinguish between good qualities and virtues. The bond of society exacts from every member a certain regard for others, which the highest is not exempt from in the presence of the meanest, even in an empire. But when we are by ourselves, and so far removed from company as to be beyond the reach of their senses, the words modesty and impudence lose their meaning. A person may be wicked, but he cannot be immodest while he is alone, and no thought can be impudent that never was communicated to another. A man of exalted pride may so hide it that nobody shall be able to discover that he has any, and yet receive greater satisfaction from that passion than another who indulges himself in the declaration of it before all the world. Good manners having nothing to do with virtue or religion, Instead of extinguishing, they rather inflame the passions. The man of sense and education never exults more in his pride than when he hides it with the greatest dexterity. And in feasting on the applause, which he is sure all good judges will pay to his behavior, he enjoys a pleasure altogether unknown to the short-sighted, surly alderman that shows his haughtiness glaringly in his face, pulls off his hat to nobody, and hardly deigns to speak to an inferior. A man may carefully avoid everything that in the eye of the world is esteemed to be the result of pride, without mortifying himself, or making the least conquest of his passion. It is possible that he only sacrifices the insipid outward part of his pride, which none but silly ignorant people take delight in, to the part we all feel within, and which the men of the highest spirit and most exalted genius feed on with so much ecstasy and silence. The pride of great and polite men is nowhere more conspicuous than in the debates about ceremony and precedency, where they have an opportunity of giving their vices the appearance of virtues, and can make the world believe that it is their care, their tenderness for the dignity of their office, or the honor of their masters, what is the result of their own personal pride and vanity. This is most manifest in all negotiations of ambassadors and plenipotentiaries, and must be known by all that observe what is transacted at public treaties. And it will ever be true that men of the best taste have no relish in their pride, as long as any mortal can find out that they are proud. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Line 125. For there was not a bee that would get more, I won't say, than he should, but then, etc. The vast esteem we have of ourselves, and the small value we have for others, make us all very unfair judges in our own cases. Few men can be persuaded that they get too much by those they sell to, how extraordinary soever their gains are, when, at the same time, there is hardly a profit so inconsiderable, but they will grudge it to those they buy from. For this reason, the smallest of the seller's advantage being the greatest persuasive to the buyer, tradesmen are generally forced to tell lies in their own defense, and invent 1,000 improbable stories, rather than discover what they really get by their commodities. Some old standers, indeed, that pretend to have more honesty, or what is more likely, have more pride, than their neighbors, are used to make but a few words with their customers, and refuse to sell at a lower price than what they ask at first. But these are commonly cunning foxes that are above the world, and know that those who have money get often more by being surly, than others by being obliging. The vulgar imagine they can find more sincerity in the sour looks of a grave old fellow, than there appears in the submissive air and inviting complacency of a young beginner. But this is a grand mistake, and if they are mercers, drapers, or others that have many sorts of the same commodity, you may soon be satisfied. Look upon their goods, and you will find each of them have their private marks, which is a certain sign that both are equally careful in concealing the prime cost of what they sell. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Line 128. As your gamesters do, that though at fair play ne'er will own, before the losers what they've won. This being a general practice, which nobody can be ignorant of, that has ever seen any play, there must be something in the make of man that is the occasion of it. But as the searching into this will seem very trifling to many, I desire the reader to skip this remark, unless he be in perfect good humor, and has nothing at all to do. That gamesters generally endeavor to conceal their gains before the losers seems to me to proceed from a mixture of gratitude, pity, and self-preservation. All men are naturally grateful while they receive a benefit, and what they say or do, while it affects and feels warm about them, is real, and comes from the heart. But when that is over, the returns we make generally proceed from virtue, good manners, reason, and the thoughts of duty, but not from gratitude, which is a motive of the inclination. If we consider how tyrannically the immoderate love we bear to ourselves obliges us to esteem everybody that with or without design acts in our favor, and how often we extend our affection to things inanimate, when we imagine them to contribute to our present advantage. If, I say, we consider this, it will not be difficult to find out which way our being pleased with those whose money we win is owing to a principle of gratitude. The next motive is our pity, which proceeds from our consciousness of the vexation there is in losing. And as we love the esteem of everybody, we are afraid of forfeiting theirs by being the cause of their loss. Lastly, we apprehend their envy, and so self-preservation makes that we strive to extenuate first the obligation, then the reason why we ought to pity, in hopes that we shall have less of their ill will and envy. When the passions show themselves in their full strength, they are known by everybody. When a man in power gives a great place to one that did him a small kindness in his youth, we call it gratitude. When a woman howls and wrings her hands at the loss of her child, the prevalent passion is grief, and the uneasiness we feel at the sight of great misfortunes, as a man's breaking his legs or dashing his brains out, is everywhere called pity. But the gentle strokes, the slight touches of the passions, are generally overlooked or mistaken. To prove my assertion, we have but to observe what generally passes between the winner and the loser. The first is always complacent, and if the other will but keep his temper, more than ordinary obliging. He is ever ready to humor the loser, and willing to rectify his mistakes with precaution and the height of good manners. The loser is uneasy, captious, morose, and perhaps swears and storms. Yet as long as he says or does nothing designedly affronting, the winner takes all in good part, without offending, disturbing, or contradicting him. Losers, says the proverb, must have leave to rail. All which shows that the loser is thought in the right to complain, and for that very reason pitied. That we are afraid of the loser's ill will is plain from our being conscious that we are displeased with those we lose to, and envy we always dread when we think ourselves happier than others, from whence it follows that when the winner endeavors to conceal his gains, his design is to avert the mischiefs he apprehends, and this is self-preservation, the cares of which continue to affect us as long as the motives that first produced them remain. But a month, a week, or perhaps a much shorter time after, when the thoughts of the obligation, and consequently the winner's gratitude, are worn off, when the loser has recovered his temper, laughs at his loss, and the reason of the winner's pity ceases, when the winner's apprehension of drawing upon him the ill will and envy of the loser is gone, that is to say, as soon as all the passions are over, and the cares of self-preservation employ the winner's thoughts no longer, he will not only make no scruple of owning what he has won, but will, if his vanity steps in, likewise, with pleasure, brag off, if not exaggerate, his gains. It is possible that when people play together who are at enmity, and perhaps desirous of picking a quarrel, or where men playing for trifles contend for superiority of skill, and aim chiefly at the glory of conquest, nothing shall happen of what I have been talking of. Different passions oblige us to take different measures. What I have said I would have understood of ordinary play for money, at which men endeavor to get, and venture to lose what they value. And even here I know it will be objected by many, that though they have been guilty of concealing their gains, yet they never observe those passions which I allege as the causes of that frailty, which is no wonder, because few men will give themselves leisure, and fewer yet take the right method of examining themselves as they should do. It is with the passions in men, as it is with colors in cloth. It is easy to know a red, a green, a blue, a yellow, a black, etc., in as many different places, but it must be an artist that can unravel all the various colors and their proportions that make up the compound of a well-mixed cloth. In the same manner may the passions be discovered by everybody whilst they are distinct, and a single one employs the whole man. But it is very difficult to trace every motive of those actions that are the result of a mixture of passions. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Line 163. And virtue who from politics has learned 1,000 cunning tricks, was, by their happy influence, made friends with vice. It may be said that virtue is made friends with vice, when industrious good people who maintain their families and bring up their children handsomely, pay taxes, and are several ways useful members of the society, get a livelihood by something that chiefly depends on, or is very much influenced by, the vices of others, without being themselves guilty of or accessory to them, any otherwise than by way of trade, as a druggist may be to poisoning, or a sword cutler to bloodshed. Thus the merchant that sends corn or cloth into foreign parts to purchase wines and brandies encourages the growth of manufactory of his own country. He is a benefactor to navigation, increases the customs, and is many ways beneficial to the public, yet it is not to be denied but that his greatest dependence is lavishness and drunkenness. For, if none were to drink wine but such only as stand in need of it, nor anybody more than his health required, that multitude of wine merchants, vintners, coopers, etc., that make such a considerable show in this flourishing city, would be in a miserable condition. The same may be said not only of card and dice makers, that are the immediate ministers to a legion of vices, but that of mercers, upholsterers, tailors, and many others, that would be starved in half a year's time, if pride and luxury were at once to be banished the nation. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Line 167. The worst of all the multitude did something for the common good. This, I know, will seem to be a strange paradox to many, and I shall be asked what benefit the public receives from thieves and housebreakers. They are, I own, very pernicious to human society, and every government ought to take all imaginable care to root out and destroy them. Yet if all people were strictly honest, and nobody would meddle with or pry into anything but his own, half the smiths of the nation would want employment, and abundance of workmanship, which now serves for ornament as well as defense, is to be seen everywhere both in town and country, that would never have been thought of, but to secure us against the attempts of pilferers and robbers. If what I have said be thought far-fetched, and my assertion seems a paradox, I desire the reader to look upon the consumption of things, and he will find that the laziest and most unactive, the profligate and most mischievous, are all forced to do something for the common good. And whilst their mouths are not sewed up, and they continue to wear and otherwise destroy what the industrious are daily employed about to make, fetch, and procure, in spite of their teeth obliged to help, maintain the poor and the public charges. The labor of millions would soon be at an end, if there were not other millions, as I say in the fable, employed, to see their handiworks destroyed. But men are not to be judged by the consequences that may succeed their actions, but the facts themselves, and the motives which it shall appear they acted from. If an ill-natured miser, who is almost a plum, and spends but £50 a year, though he has no relation to inherit his wealth, should be robbed of 500 or 1,000 guineas, it is certain that as soon as this money should come to circulate, the nation would be better for the robbery, and receive the same, and as a real benefit from it, as if an archbishop had left the same sum to the public. Yet justice and the peace of society require that he or they who robbed the miser should be hanged, though there were half a dozen of them concerned. Thieves and pickpockets steal for a livelihood, and either what they can get honestly is not sufficient to keep them, or else they have an aversion to constant working. They want to gratify their senses, have victuals, strong drink, lewd women, and to be idle when they please. The victualler, who entertains them, and takes their money, knowing which way they come at it, is very near as great a villain as his guests. But if he fleeces them well, minds his business, and is a prudent man, he may get money, and be punctual with them he deals with. The trusty out-clerk, whose chief aim is his master's profit, sends him in what beer he wants, and takes care not to lose his custom. While the man's money is good, he thinks it no business of his to examine whom he gets it by. In the meantime, the wealthy brewer, who leaves all the management to his servants, knows nothing of the matter, but keeps his coach, treats his friends, and enjoys his pleasure with ease and a good conscience. He gets an estate, builds houses, and educates his children in plenty, without ever thinking on the labor which wretches perform, the shifts fools make, and the tricks knaves play to come at the commodity, by the vast sale of which he amasses his great riches. A highwayman having met with a considerable booty, gives a poor common harlot, he fancies, £10 to new rig her from top to toe. Is there a spruce mercer so conscientious that he will refuse to sell her a thread satin, though he knew who she was? She must have shoes and stockings, gloves, the stay and mantua maker, the sempstress, the linen draper, all must get something by her, and 100 different tradesmen depended on those she laid her money out with, may touch part of it before a month is at an end. The generous gentleman, in the meantime, his money being near spent, ventured again on the road, but the second day having committed a robbery near Highgate, he was taken with one of his accomplices, and the next sessions both were condemned and suffered the law. The money due on their conviction fell to 3 country fellows, on whom it was admirably well bestowed. One was an honest farmer, a sober, painstaking man, but reduced by misfortunes. The summer before, by the mortality among the cattle, he had lost 6 cows out of 10, and now his landlord, to whom he owed £30, had seized on all his stock. The other was a day laborer, who struggled hard with the world, had a sick wife at home, and several small children to provide for. The third was a gentleman's gardener, who maintained his father in prison, where, being bound for a neighbour, he had lain for £12 almost a year and a half. This act of filial duty was the more meritorious, because he had for some time been engaged to a young woman, whose parents lived in good circumstances, but would not give their consent before our gardener had 50 guineas of his own to show. They received above £80 each, which extricated every one of them out of the difficulties they laboured under, and made them, in their opinion, the happiest people in the world. Nothing is more destructive, either in regard to the health or the vigilance and industry of the poor, than the infamous liquor, the name of which, derived from juniper in Dutch, is now, by frequent use, and the laconic spirit of the nation, from a word of middling length, shrunk into monosyllable, intoxicating gin, that charms the inactive, the desperate and crazy of either sex, and makes the starving sot behold his rags and nakedness with stupid indolence, or banter both in senseless laughter, and more insipid jests. It is a fiery lake that sets the brain in flame, burns up the entrails, and scorches every part within, and, at the same time, a lethe of oblivion, in which the wretch immersed drowns his most pinching cares, and with his reason, all anxious reflection on brats that cry for food, hard winter's frosts, and horrid empty home. In hot and adust tempers it makes men quarrelsome, renders them brutes and savages, sets them on to fight for nothing, and has often been the cause of murder. It has broke and destroyed the strongest constitutions, thrown them into consumptions, and been the fatal and immediate occasion of apoplexies, frenzies, and sudden death. But, as these latter mischiefs happen but seldom, they might be overlooked and connived at. But this cannot be said of the many diseases that are familiar to the liquor, and which are daily and hourly produced by it, such as loss of appetite, fevers, black and yellow jaundice, convulsions, stone and gravel, dropsies, and leucophlegmacies. Among the doting admirers of this liquid poison, many of the meanest rank, from a sincere affection to the commodity itself, become dealers in it, and take delight to help others to what they love themselves, as whores commence bawds to make the profits of one trade subservient to the pleasures of the other. But as these starvelings commonly drink more than their gains, they seldom, by selling, mend the wretchedness of condition they laboured under while they were only buyers. In the fag end and outskirts of the town, and all places of the vilest resort, it is sold in some part or other of almost every house, frequently in cellars, and sometimes in the garret. The petty traders in this Stygian comfort are supplied by others in somewhat higher station, that keep professed brandy shops, and are as little to be envied as the former, and among the middling people, I know not a more miserable shift for a livelihood than their calling. Whoever would thrive in it must, in the first place, be of a watchful and suspicious, as well as bold and resolute temper, that he may not be imposed upon by cheats and sharpers, nor outbullied by the oaths and imprecations of hackney coachmen and foot soldiers. In the second, he ought to be a dabster at gross jokes and loud laughter, and have all the winning ways to allure customers and draw out their money, and may be well versed in the low jests and railleries the mob make use of to banter prudence and frugality. He must be affable and obsequious to the most despicable, always ready and officious to help a porter down with his load, shake hands with the basket woman, pull off his hat to an oyster wench, and be familiar with a beggar. With patience and good humour he must be able to endure the filthy actions and viler language of nasty drabs, and the lewdest rakels, and without a frown, or the least aversion, bear with all the stench and squalor, noise and impertinence, that the utmost indigence, laziness, and ebriety can produce in the most shameless and abandoned vulgar. The vast number of shops I speak of throughout the city and suburbs are an astonishing evidence of the many seducers that, in a lawful occupation, are accessory to the introduction and increase of all the sloth, sottishness, want, and misery which the abuse of strong waters is the immediate cause of, to lift above the mediocrity perhaps 50 men that deal in the same commodity by wholesale, while, among the retailers, though qualified as I required, a much greater number are broke and ruined, for not abstaining from the Circean cup they hold out to others. And the more fortunate are their whole lifetime obliged to take the uncommon pains, endure the hardships, and swallow all the ungrateful and shocking things I named, for little or nothing beyond a bare sustenance, and their daily bread. The short-sighted vulgar in the chain of causes seldom can see further than one link, but those who can enlarge their view, and will give themselves the leisure of gazing on the prospect of concatenated events, may, in 100 places, see good spring up and pullulate from evil, as naturally as chickens do from eggs. The money that arises from the duties upon malt is a considerable part of the national revenue, and should no spirits be distilled from it, the public treasure would prodigiously suffer on that head. But if we would set in a true light the many advantages and large catalogues of solid blessings that accrue from and are owing to the evil I treat of, we are to consider the rents that are received, the ground that is tilled, the tools that are made, the cattle that are employed, and above all, the multitude of poor that are maintained by the variety of labor requited in husbandry, in malting, in carriage and distillation, before we can have the product of malt, which we call low wines, and is but the beginning from which the various spirits are afterwards to be made. Besides this, a sharp-sighted, good-humored man might pick up abundance of good from the rubbish, which I have flung away for evil. He would tell me that whatever sloth and sottishness might be occasioned by the abuse of malt spirits, the moderate use of it was of inestimable benefit to the poor, who could purchase no cordials of higher prices, that it was an universal comfort, not only in cold and weariness, but most of the afflictions that are peculiar to the necessitous, and had often to the most destitute supplied the places of meat, drink, clothes, and lodging. That the stupid indolence in the most wretched condition occasioned by those composing draughts, which I complained of, was a blessing to thousands, for that certainly those were the happiest who felt the least pain. As to diseases, he would say, that, as it caused some, so it cured others, and that if the excess in those liquors had been sudden death to some few, the habit of drinking them daily prolonged the lives of many, whom once it agreed with. That for the loss sustained from the insignificant quarrels it created at home, we were overpaid in the advantage we received from it abroad, by upholding the courage of soldiers, and animating the sailors to the combat, and that in the 2 last wars no considerable victory had been obtained without. To the dismal account I have given of the retailers, and what they are forced to submit to, he would answer, that not many acquired more than middling riches in any trade, and that what I had counted so offensive and intolerable in the calling was trifling to those who were used to it. What seemed irksome and calamitous to some was delightful and often ravishing to others, as men differed in circumstances and education. He would put me in mind that the profit of an employment ever made amends for the toil and labor that belonged to it, nor forget, dulcis odor lucri ere qualibet, or to tell me that the smell of gain was fragrant even to night workers. If I should ever urge to him that to have here and there one great and eminent distiller was a poor equivalent for the vile means, the certain want, and lasting misery of so many thousand wretches as were necessary to raise them, he would answer, that of this I could be no judge, because I do not know what vast benefit they might afterwards be of to the commonwealth. Perhaps, he would say, the man thus raised will exert himself in the commission of the peace or other station with vigilance and zeal against the dissolute and disaffected, and retaining his stirring temper, be as industrious in spreading loyalty and the reformation of manners throughout every cranny of the wide, populous town, as once he was in filling it with spirits, till he becomes at last the scourge of whores, of vagabonds and beggars, the terror of rioters and discontented rabbles, and constant plague to Sabbath-breaking butchers. Here my good-humored antagonist would exult and triumph over me, especially if he could instance to me such a bright example. What an uncommon blessing, would he cry out, is this man to his country! How shining and illustrious his virtue! To justify his exclamation, he would demonstrate to me that it was impossible to give a fuller evidence of self-denial in a grateful mind than to see him at the expense of his quiet and hazard of his life and limbs, be always harassing, and even for trifles, persecuting that very class of men to whom he owes his fortune. from no other motive than his aversion to idleness, and great concern for religion and the public welfare. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Line 173. Parties directly opposite assist each other as 'twere for spite. Nothing was more instrumental in forwarding the Reformation than the sloth and stupidity of the Roman clergy. Yet the same Reformation has roused them from the laziness and ignorance they then labored under, and the followers of Luther, Calvin, and others may be said to have reformed not only those whom they drew into their sentiment, but likewise those who remained their greatest opposers. The clergy of England, by being severe upon the schismatics, and upbraiding them with want of learning, have raised themselves such formidable enemies as are not easily answered, and again the dissenters, by prying into the lives and diligently watching all the actions of their powerful antagonists, render those of the established church more cautious of giving offense than in all probability they would if they had no malicious overlookers to fear. It is very much owing to the great number of Huguenots that have always been in France, since the late utter extirpation of them, that kingdom has a less dissolute and more learned clergy to boast of than any other Roman Catholic country. The clergy of that church are nowhere more sovereign than in Italy, and therefore nowhere more debauched, nor anywhere more ignorant than they are in Spain, because their doctrine is nowhere less opposed. Who would imagine that virtuous women unknowingly should be instrumental in promoting the advantage of prostitutes? Or, what still seems the greater paradox, that incontinence should be made serviceable to the preservation of chastity? And yet nothing is more true. A vicious young fellow, after having been an hour or two at church, a ball, or any other assembly where there is a great parcel of handsome women dressed to the best advantage, will have his imagination more fired than if he had the same time been polling at Guildhall, or walking in the country among a flock of sheep. The consequence of this is, that he will strive to satisfy the appetite that is raised up in him, and when he finds honest women obstinate and uncommentable, it is very natural to think that he will hasten to others that are more compliable. Who would so much as surmise that this is the fault of the virtuous women? They have no thoughts of men in dressing themselves, poor souls, and endeavor only to appear clean and decent, every one according to her quality. I am far from encouraging vice, and think it would be an unspeakable felicity to a state if the sin of uncleanness could be utterly banished from it, but I am afraid it is impossible. The passions of some people are too violent to be curbed by any law or precept, and it is wisdom in all governments to bear with lesser inconveniences to prevent greater. If courtesans and strumpets were to be prosecuted with as much rigor as some silly people would have it, what locks or bars would be sufficient to preserve the honor of our wives and daughters? For it is not only that the women in general would meet with far greater temptations, and the attempts to ensnare the innocence of virgins would seem more excusable, even to the sober part of mankind, than they do now, but some men would grow outrageous, and ravishing would become a common crime. Where 6,000 or 7,000 sailors arrive at once, as it often happens, at Amsterdam, that have seen none but their own sex for many months together, how is it to be supposed that honest women should walk the streets unmolested, if there were no harlots to be had at reasonable prices? For which reason, the wise rulers of that well-ordered city always tolerate an uncertain number of houses, in which women are hired as publicly as horses at a livery stable. And there being in this toleration a great deal of prudence and economy to be seen, a short account of it will be no tiresome digression. In the first place, the houses I speak of are allowed to be nowhere but in the most slovenly and unpolished part of the town, where seamen and strangers of no repute chiefly lodge and resort. The street in which most of them stand is counted scandalous, and the infamy is extended to all the neighborhood round it. In the second, they are only places to meet and bargain in, to make appointments in order to promote interviews of greater secrecy, and no manner of lewdness is ever suffered to be transacted in them, which order is so strictly observed, that bar the ill manners and noise of the company that frequent them, you will meet with no more indecency and generally less lasciviousness there than with us are to be seen at a playhouse. Thirdly, the female traders that come to these evening exchanges are always the scum of the people, and generally such as in the daytime carry fruit and other eatables about in wheelbarrows. The habits, indeed, they appear in at night are very different from their ordinary ones, yet they are commonly so ridiculously gay that they look more like the Roman dresses of strolling actresses than gentlewomen's clothes. If to this you add the awkwardness, the hard hands, and coarse breeding of the damsels that wear them, there is no great reason to fear that many of the better sort of people will be tempted by them. The music in these temples of Venus is performed by organs, not out of respect to the deity that is worshipped in them, but the frugality of the owners, whose business it is to procure as much sound for as little money as they can, and the policy of the government, who endeavor, as little as is possible, to encourage the breed of pipers and scrapers. All seafaring men, especially the Dutch, are like the element they belong to, much given to loudness and roaring, and the noise of half a dozen of them, when they call themselves merry, is sufficient to drown twice the number of flutes or violins, whereas, with one pair of organs, they can make the whole house ring, and are at no other charge than the keeping of one scurvy musician, who can cost them but little. Yet notwithstanding the good rules and strict discipline that are observed in these markets of love, the shout and his officers are always vexing, mulcting, and, upon the least complaint, removing the miserable keepers of them, which policy is of two great uses. First, it gives an opportunity to a large parcel of officers, the magistrates make use of on many occasions, and which they could not be without, to squeeze a living out of the immoderate gains accruing from the worst of employments, and, at the same time, punish those necessary profligates, the bawds and panders, which, though they abominate, they desire yet not wholly to destroy. Secondly, as on several accounts it might be dangerous to let the multitude into the secret that those houses and the trade that is drove in them are connived at, so by this means appearing unblameable, the wary magistrates preserve themselves in the good opinion of the weaker sort of people, who imagine that the government is always endeavoring, though unable, to suppress what it actually tolerates, whereas, if they had a mind to root them out, their power in the administration of justice is so sovereign and extensive, and they know so well how to have it executed, that 1 week, nay, 1 night, might send them all a-packing. In Italy, the toleration of strumpets is yet more barefaced, as is evident from their public stews. At Venice and Naples, impurity is a kind of merchandise and traffic. The courtesans at Rome, and the cantoneras in Spain, compose a body in the state, and are under a legal tax and impost. It is well known that the reason why so many good politicians as these tolerate lewd houses is not their irreligion, but to prevent a worse evil, an impurity of a more execrable kind, and to provide for the safety of women of honor. About 250 years ago, says Monsieur Saint Didier, Venice being in want of courtesans, the Republic was obliged to procure a great number from foreign parts. Doglioni, who has written the memorable affairs from Venice, highly extols the wisdom of the Republic in this point, which secured the chastity of women of honor, daily exposed to public violences, the churches and consecrated places not being a sufficient asylum for their chastity. Our universities in England are much belied, if in some colleges there was not a monthly allowance ad expurgandos renes, and time was when monks and priests in Germany were allowed concubines on paying a certain yearly duty to their prelate. It is generally believed, says Monsieur Bayle, to whom I owe the last paragraph, quote, that avarice was the cause of this shameful indulgence, but it is more probable their design was to prevent their tempting modest women, and to quiet the uneasiness of husbands, whose resentments the clergy do well to avoid. Unquote. From what has been said, it is manifest that there is a necessity of sacrificing one part of womankind to preserve the other, and prevent a filthiness of a more heinous nature, from whence I think I may justly conclude, what was the seeming paradox I went about to prove, that chastity may be supported by incontinence, and the best of virtues want the assistance of the worst of vices. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Line 177. The root of evil, avarice, that damned ill-natured baneful vice, was slave to prodigality. I have joined so many odious epithets to the word avarice, in compliance to the vogue of mankind, who generally bestow more ill language upon this than any other vice, and indeed not undeservedly, for there is hardly a mischief to be named which it has not produced at one time or other. But the true reason why everybody exclaims so much against it is, that almost everybody suffers by it. For the more the money is hoarded up by some, the scarcer it must grow among the rest, and therefore when men rail very much at misers, there is generally self-interest at bottom. As there is no living without money, so those that are unprovided and have nobody to give them any are obliged to do some service or other to the society before they can come at it. But everybody esteeming his labor as he does himself, which is generally not under the value, most people that want money only to spend it again presently, imagine they do more for it than it is worth. Men cannot forbear looking upon the necessaries of life as their due, whether they work or not, because they find that nature, without consulting whether they have victuals or not, bids them eat whenever they are hungry, for which reason everybody endeavors to get what he wants with as much ease as he can. And therefore when men find that the trouble they are put to in getting money is either more or less, according as those they would have it from are more or less tenacious, it is very natural for them to be angry at covetousness in general, for it obliges them either to go without what they have occasion for, or else to take greater pains for it than they are willing. Avarice, notwithstanding it is the occasion of so many evils, is yet very necessary to the society, to glean and gather what has been dropped and scattered by the contrary vice. Was it not for avarice, spendthrifts would soon want materials, and if none would lay up and get faster than they spend, very few could spend faster than they get. That it is a slave to prodigality, as I have called it, is evident from so many misers as we daily see toil and labor pinch and starve themselves to enrich a lavish heir. Though these two vices appear very opposite, yet they often assist each other. Florio is an extravagant young blade, of a very profuse temper, and he is the only son of a very rich father. He wants to live high, keep horses and dogs, and throw his money about, as he sees some of his companions do. But the old hunks will part with no money, and hardly allows him necessaries. Florio would have borrowed money upon his own credit long ago, but as all would be lost, if he died before his father, no prudent man would lend him any. At last he has met with a greedy Cornaro, who lets him have money at 30%, and now Florio thinks himself happy, and spends 1,000 a year. Where would Cornaro ever have got such a prodigious interest, if it was not for such a fool as Florio, who will give so great a price for money to fling it away? And how would Florio get it to spend, if he had not lit of such a greedy usurer as Cornaro, whose excessive covetousness makes him overlook the great risk he runs in venturing such great sums upon the life of a wild debauchee? Avarice is no longer the reverse of profuseness, than while it signifies that sordid love of money and narrowness of soul that hinders misers from parting with what they have, and makes them covet it only to hoard up. But there is a sort of avarice which consists in a greedy desire of riches, in order to spend them, and this often meets with prodigality in the same person, as is evident in most courtiers and great officers, both civil and military. In their buildings and furniture, equipages and entertainments, their gallantry is displayed with the greatest profusion, while the base actions they submit to for lucre, and the many frauds and impositions they are guilty of, discover the utmost avarice. This mixture of contrary vices comes up exactly to the character of Catiline, of whom it is said that he was appetens alieni et sui profusus, greedy after the goods of others, and lavish of his own. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Line 180. That noble sin. The prodigality I call a noble sin is not that which has avarice for its companion, and makes men unreasonably profuse to some of what they unjustly extort from others, but that agreeable good-natured vice that makes the chimney smoke and all the tradesmen smile. I mean the unmixed prodigality of heedless and voluptuous men, that being educated in plenty, abhor the vile thoughts of lucre, and lavish away only what others took pains to scrape together. Such as indulge their inclinations at their own expense, that have the continual satisfaction of bartering old gold for new pleasures, and from the excessive largeness of a diffusive soul are made guilty of despising too much what most people overvalue. When I speak thus honorably of vice, and treat it with so much tenderness and good manners as I do, I have the same thing at heart that made me give so many ill names to the reverse of it, viz., the interest of the public. For as the avaricious does no good to himself, and is injurious to all the world besides, except his heir, so the prodigal is a blessing to the whole society, and injures nobody but himself. It is true that as most of the first are knaves, so the latter are all fools. Yet they are delicious morsels for the public to feast on, and may with as much justice, as the French call the monks the partridges of the women, be styled the woodcocks of the society. Was it not for prodigality, nothing could make us amends for the rapine and extortion of avarice and power. When a covetous statesman is gone, who spent his whole life in fattening himself with the spoils of the nation, and had by pinching and plundering heaped up an immense treasure, it ought to fill every good member of the society with joy, to behold the uncommon profuseness of his son. This is refunding to the public what was robbed from it. Resuming of grants is a barbarous way of stripping, and it is ignoble to ruin a man faster than he does it himself, when he sets about it in such good earnest. Does he not feed an infinite number of dogs of all sorts and sizes, though he never hunts, keep more horses than any nobleman in the kingdom, though he never rides them, and give as large an allowance to an ill-favoured whore as would keep a duchess, though he never lies with her? Is he not still more extravagant in those things he makes use of? Therefore let him alone, or praise him, or call him public-spirited lord, nobly bountiful and magnificently generous, and in a few years he will suffer himself to be stripped his own way. As long as the nation has its own back again, we ought not to quarrel with the manner in which the plunder is repaid. Abundance of moderate men, I know, that are enemies to extremes, will tell me that frugality might happily supply the place of the two vices I speak of, that if men had not so many profuse ways of spending wealth, they would not be tempted to so many evil practices to scrape it together, and consequently that the same number of men, by equally avoiding both extremes, might render themselves more happy, and be less vicious without than they could with them. Whoever argues thus shows himself a better man than he is a politician. Frugality is like honesty, a mean, starving virtue that is only fit for small societies of good, peaceable men who are contented to be poor, so they may be easy. But in a large, stirring nation, you may have soon enough of it. It is an idle, dreaming virtue that employs no hands, and therefore very useless in a trading country where there are vast numbers that one way or other must be all set to work. Prodigality has 1,000 inventions to keep people from sitting still that frugality would never think of, and as this must consume a prodigious wealth, so avarice again knows innumerable tricks to raise it together, which frugality would scorn to make use of. Authors are always allowed to compare small things to great ones, especially if they ask leave first, si licet exemplis, etc., but to compare great things to mean trivial ones is unsufferable, unless it be in burlesque. Otherwise I would compare the body politic, I confess the simile is very low, to a bowl of punch. Avarice should be the souring, and prodigality the sweetening of it. The water I would call the ignorance, folly, and credulity of the floating insipid multitude, while wisdom, honor, fortitude, and the rest of the sublime qualities of men, which separated by art from the dregs of nature, the fire of glory has exalted and refined into a spiritual essence, should be an equivalent to brandy. I do not doubt but a Westphalian, Laplander, or any other dull stranger that is unacquainted with the wholesome composition, if he was to sell the several ingredients apart, would think it impossible they should make any tolerable liquor. The lemons would be too sour, the sugar too luscious, the brandy he will say is too strong ever to be drank in any quantity, and the water he will call a tasteless liquor, only fit for cows and horses. Yet experience teaches us that the ingredients I named, judiciously mixed, will make an excellent liquor, liked of and admired by men of exquisite palates. As to our vices in particular, I could compare avarice, that causes so much mischief, and is complained of by everybody who is not a miser, to a griping acid that sets our teeth on edge, and is unpleasant to every palate that is not debauched. I could compare the gaudy trimming and splendid equipage of a profuse beau to the glistening brightness of the finest loaf sugar, for as the one, by correcting the sharpness, prevent the injury which a gnawing sour might do to the bowels, so the other is a pleasing balsam that heals and makes amends for the smart which the multitude always suffers from the gripes of the avaricious, while the substances of both melt away alike, and they consume themselves by being beneficial to the several compositions they belong to. I could carry on the simile as to proportions, and the exact nicety to be observed in them, which would make it appear how little any of the ingredients could be spared in either of the mixtures. But I will not tire my reader by pursuing too far a ludicrous comparison, when I have other matters to entertain him with of greater importance. And to sum up what I have said in this and the foregoing remark, shall only add, that I look upon avarice and prodigality in the society as I do upon two contrary poisons in physic, of which it is certain that the noxious qualities being by mutual mischief corrected in both, they may assist each other, and often make a good medicine between them. Line 180. Whilst luxury employed 1,000,000 of the poor, etc. If everything is to be luxury, as in strictness it ought, that is not immediately necessary to make man subsist as he is a living creature. There is nothing else to be found in the world, no, not even among the naked savages, of which it is not probable that there are any but what by this time have made some improvements upon their former manner of living, and either in the preparation of their eatables, the ordering of their huts, or otherwise, added something to what once sufficed them. This definition everybody will say is too rigorous. I am of the same opinion, but if we are to abate 1 inch of this severity, I am afraid we shall not know where to stop. When people tell us they only desire to keep themselves sweet and clean, there is no understanding what they would be at. If they made use of these words in their genuine proper literal sense, they might be soon satisfied without much cost or trouble, if they did not want water. But these two little adjectives are so comprehensive, especially in the dialect of some ladies, that nobody can guess how far they may be stretched. The comforts of life are likewise so various and extensive that nobody can tell what people may mean by them, except he knows what sort of life they lead. The same obscurity I observe in the words decency and conveniency, and I never understand them unless I am acquainted with the quality of the persons that make use of them. People may go to church together, and be all of one mind as much as they please. I am apt to believe that when they pray for their daily bread, the bishop includes several things in that petition which the sexton does not think on. By what I have said hitherto, I would only show that if once we depart from calling everything luxury that is not absolutely necessary to keep a man alive, that then there is no luxury at all. For if the wants of men are innumerable, then what ought to supply them has no bounds. What is called superfluous, to some degree of people, will be thought requisite to those of higher quality, and neither the world nor the skill of man can produce anything so curious or extravagant, but some most gracious sovereign or other, if it either eases or diverts him, will reckon it among the necessaries of life, not meaning everybody's life, but that of his sacred person. It is a received notion that luxury is as destructive to the wealth of the whole body politic as it is to that of every individual person who is guilty of it, and that a national frugality enriches a country in the same manner as that which is less general increases the estates of private families. I confess that though I have found men of much better understanding than myself of this opinion, I cannot help dissenting from them in this point. They argue thus: we send, say they, for example, to Turkey of woolen manufactory, and other things of our own growth, 1,000,000's worth every year. For this we bring back silk, mohair, drugs, etc., to the value of 1,200,000 pounds, that are all spent in our own country. By this, say they, we get nothing. But if most of us would be content with our own growth, and so consume but half the quantity of those foreign commodities, then those in Turkey, who would still want the same quantity of our manufactures, would be forced to pay ready money for the rest. And so, by the balance of that trade only, the nation should get 600,000 pounds per annum. To examine the force of this argument, we will suppose, what they would have, that but half the silk, etc., shall be consumed in England of what there is now. We will suppose likewise that those in Turkey, though we refuse to buy above half as much of their commodities as we used to do, either can or will not be without the same quantity of our manufactures they had before, and that they will pay the balance in money, that is to say, that they shall give us as much gold or silver, as the value of what they buy from us exceeds the value of what we buy from them. Though what we suppose might perhaps be done for 1 year, it is impossible that it should last. Buying is bartering, and no nation can buy goods of others that has none of her own to purchase them with. Spain and Portugal, that are yearly supplied with new gold and silver from their mines, may forever buy for ready money, as long as their yearly increase of gold and silver continues. But then money is their growth, and the commodity of the country. We know that we could not continue long to purchase the goods of other nations if they would not take our manufactures in payment for them. And why should we judge otherwise of other nations? If those in Turkey, then, had no more money fall from the skies than we, let us see what would be the consequence of what we supposed. The 600,000 pounds in silk, mohair, etc., that are left upon their hands the first year, must make those commodities fall considerably. Of this the Dutch and French will reap the benefit as much as ourselves. And if we continue to refuse taking their commodities in payment for our manufactures, they can trade no longer with us, but must content themselves with buying what they want of such nations as are willing to take what we refuse, though their goods are much worse than ours, and thus our commerce with Turkey must in few years be infallibly lost. But they will say, perhaps, that to prevent the ill consequence I have showed, we shall take the Turkish merchandise as formerly, and only be so frugal as to consume but half the quantity of them ourselves, and send the rest abroad to be sold to others. Let us see what this will do, and whether it will enrich the nation by the balance of that trade with 600,000 pounds. In the first place, I will grant them that our people at home making use of so much more of our own manufactures, those who were employed in silk, mohair, etc., will get a living by the various preparations of woolen goods. But, in the second, I cannot allow that the goods can be sold as formerly, for suppose that the half is wore at home to be sold at the same rate as before. Certainly the other half that is sent abroad will want very much of it. For we must send the goods to markets already supplied, and besides that, there must be freight, insurance, provision, and all other charges deducted, and the merchants in general must lose much more by this half that is reshipped than they got by the half that is consumed here. For, though the woolen manufactures are our own product, yet they stand the merchant that ships them off to foreign countries, inasmuch as they do the shopkeeper here that retails them. So that if the returns for what he sends abroad repay him not what his goods cost him here, with all other charges, till he has the money and a good interest for it in cash, the merchant must run out, and the upshot would be that the merchants in general, finding they lost by the Turkish commodities they sent abroad, would ship no more of our manufactures than what would pay for as much silk, mohair, etc., as would be consumed here. Other nations would soon find ways to supply them with as much as we should send short, and somewhere or other to dispose of the goods we should refuse, so that all we should get by this frugality would be that those in Turkey would take but half the quantity of our manufactures of what they do now, while we encourage and wear their merchandises, without which they are not able to purchase ours. As I have had the mortification for several years to meet with abundance of sensible people against this opinion, and who always thought me wrong in this calculation, so I had the pleasure at last to see the wisdom of the nation fall into the same sentiments, as is so manifest from an act of Parliament made in the year 1721, where the legislator disobliges a powerful and valuable company, and overlooks very weighty inconveniences at home, to promote the interest of the Turkey trade, and not only encourages the consumption of silk and mohair, but forces the subjects, on penalties, to make use of them whether they will or not. What is laid to the charge of luxury besides is, that it increases avarice and rapine, and where they are reigning vices, offices of the greatest trust are bought and sold, the ministers that should serve the public, both great and small, corrupted, and the countries every moment in danger of being betrayed to the highest bidders, and, lastly, that it effeminates and enervates the people, by which the nations become an easy prey to the first invaders. These are indeed terrible things, but what is put to the account of luxury belongs to maladministration, and is the fault of bad politics. Every government ought to be thoroughly acquainted with, and steadfastly to pursue the interest of the country. Good politicians, by dexterous management, laying heavy impositions on some goods, or totally prohibiting them, and lowering the duties on others, may always turn and divert the course of trade which way they please, and as they will ever prefer, if it be equally considerable, the commerce with such countries as can pay with money as well as goods, to those that can make no returns for what they buy, but in the commodities of their own growth and manufactures, so they will always carefully prevent the traffic with such nations as refuse the goods of others, and will take nothing but money for their own. But, above all, they will keep a watchful eye over the balance of trade in general, and never suffer that all the foreign commodities together that are imported in one year shall exceed in value what of their own growth or manufacture is in the same imported to others. Note that I speak now of the interest of those nations that have no gold or silver of their own growth, Otherwise, this maxim need not to be so much insisted on. If what I urged last be but diligently looked after, and the imports are never allowed to be superior to the exports, no nation can ever be impoverished by foreign luxury, and they may improve it as much as they please, if they can but in proportion raise the fund of their own that is to purchase it. Trade is the principal, but not the only requisite to aggrandize a nation. There are other things to be taken care of besides. The meum and tuum must be secured, crimes punished, and all other laws concerning the administration of justice wisely contrived and strictly executed. Foreign affairs must be likewise prudently managed, and the ministry of every nation ought to have a good intelligence abroad, and be well acquainted with the public transactions of all those countries, that either by their neighborhood, strength, or interest may be hurtful or beneficial to them, to take the necessary measures accordingly of crossing some and assisting others, as policy, and the balance of power direct. The multitude must be awed, no man's conscience forced, and the clergy allowed no greater share in state affairs than our Saviour has bequeathed in his testament. These are the arts that lead to worldly greatness. What sovereign power soever makes a good use of them, that has any considerable nation to govern, whether it be a monarchy, a commonwealth, or a mixture of both, can never fail of making it flourish in spite of all the other powers upon earth, and no luxury or other vice is ever able to shake their constitution. But here I expect a full-mouthed cry against me. What? Has God never punished and destroyed great nations for their sins? Yes, but not without means, by infatuating their governors, and suffering them to depart from either all or some of those general maxims I have mentioned. And of all the famous estates and empires the world has had to boast of hitherto, none ever came to ruin, whose destruction was not principally owing to the bad politics, neglects, or mismanagements of the rulers. There is no doubt but more health and vigor is expected among the people and their offspring from temperance and sobriety than there is from gluttony and drunkenness. Yet I confess that as to luxuries effeminating and enervating a nation, I have not such frightful notions now as I have had formerly. When we hear or read of things which we are altogether strangers to, they commonly bring to our imagination such ideas of what we have seen, as, according to our apprehension, must come the nearest to them. And I remember that when I have read of the luxury of Persia, Egypt, and other countries where it has been a reigning vice, and that were effeminated and enervated by it, it has sometimes put me in mind of the cramming and swilling of ordinary tradesmen at a city feast, and the beastliness their overgorging themselves is often attended with. At other times it has made me think on the distraction of dissolute sailors, as I had seen them in company of 6 lewd women, roaring along with fiddles before them, and was I to have been carried into any of their great cities, I would have expected to have found 1/3 of the people sick abed with surfeits, another laid up with the gout, or crippled by a more ignominious distemper, and the rest, that could go without leading, walk along the streets in petticoats. It is happy for us to have fear for a keeper, as long as our reason is strong enough to govern our appetites, and I believe that the great dread I had more particularly against the word to enervate, and some consequent thoughts on the etymology of it, did me abundance of good when I was a schoolboy. But since I have seen something in the world, the consequences of luxury to a nation seem not so dreadful to me as they did. As long as men have the same appetites, the same vices will remain. In all large societies, some will love whoring, and others drinking. The lustful that can get no handsome clean women will content themselves with dirty drabs, and those that cannot purchase true Hermitage or Pontac will be glad of more ordinary French claret. Those that cannot reach wine take up with most liquors, and a foot soldier or a beggar may make himself as drunk with stale beer or malt spirits as a lord with Burgundy, Champagne, or Tokay. The cheapest and most slovenly way of indulging our passions does as much mischief to a man's constitution as the most elegant and expensive. The greatest excesses of luxury are shown in buildings, furniture, equipages, and clothes. Clean linen weakens a man no more than flannel. Tapestry, fine painting, or good wainscot are no more unwholesome than bare walls, and a rich couch or a gilt chariot are no more enervating than the cold floor or a country cart. The refined pleasures of men of sense are seldom injurious to their constitution, and there are many great epicures that will refuse to eat or drink more than their heads or stomachs can bear. Sensual people may take as great care of themselves as any, and the errors of the most viciously luxurious do not so much consist in the frequent repetitions of their lewdness and their eating and drinking too much, which are the things which would most enervate them, as they do in the operose contrivances, the profuseness and nicety they are served with, and the vast expense they are at in their tables and amours. But let us once suppose that the ease and pleasures the grandees and the rich people of every nation live in render them unfit to endure hardships and undergo the toils of war. I will allow that most of the common council of the city would make but very indifferent foot soldiers, and I believe heartily that if your horse was to be composed of aldermen, and such as most of them are, a small artillery of squibs would be sufficient to rout them. But what have the aldermen, the common council, or indeed all people of any substance to do with the war, but to pay taxes? The hardships and fatigues of war that are personally suffered fall upon them that bear the brunt of everything, the meanest indigent part of the nation, the working, slaving people. For how excessive soever the plenty and luxury of a nation may be, somebody must do the work, houses and ships must be built, merchandises must be removed, and the ground tilled. Such a variety of labors in every great nation require a vast multitude, in which there are always loose, idle, extravagant fellows enough to spare for an army, and those that are robust enough to hedge and ditch, plough and thrash, or else not too much enervated to be smiths, carpenters, sawyers, cloth-workers, porters, or carmen, will always be strong and hardy enough in a campaign or two to make good soldiers, who, where good orders are kept, have seldom so much plenty and superfluity come to their share, as to do them any hurt. The mischief, then, to be feared from luxury among the people of war, cannot extend itself beyond the officers. The greatest of them are either men of a very high birth and princely education, or else extraordinary parts, and no less experience, and whoever is made choice of by a wise government to command an army en chef should have a consummate knowledge in martial affairs, intrepidity to keep him calm in the midst of danger, and many other qualifications that must be the work of time and application. On men of a quick penetration, a distinguished genius, and a world of honor. Strong sinews and supple joints are trifling advantages, not regarded in persons of their reach and grandeur, that can destroy cities abed, and ruin whole countries while they are at dinner. As they are most commonly men of great age, it would be ridiculous to expect a hale constitution and agility of limbs from them. So their heads be but active and well furnished, it is no great matter what the rest of their bodies are. If they cannot bear the fatigue of being on horseback, they may ride in coaches, or be carried in litters. Men's conduct and sagacity are nevertheless for their being cripples, and the best general the King of France has now can hardly crawl along. Those that are immediately under the chief commanders must be very nigh of the same abilities, and are generally men that have raised themselves to those posts by their merit. The other officers are all of them in their several stations obliged to lay out so large a share of their pay in fine clothes, accoutrements, and other things, by the luxury of the times called necessary, that they can spare but little money for debauches. For, as they are advanced, and their salaries raised, so they are likewise forced to increase their expenses and their equipages, which, as well as everything else, must still be proportionable to their quality. By which means, the greatest part of them are in a manner hindered from those excesses that might be destructive to health, while their luxury thus turned another way serves, moreover, to heighten their pride and vanity, the greatest motives to make them behave themselves like what they would be thought to be. See remark on line 321. There is nothing refines mankind more than love and honor. Those two passions are equivalent to many virtues, and therefore the greatest schools of breeding and good manners are courts and armies, the first to accomplish the women, the other to polish the men. What the generality of officers among civilized nations affect is a perfect knowledge of the world and the rules of honor, an air of frankness, and the humanity peculiar to military men of experience, and such a mixture of modesty and undauntedness as may bespeak them both courteous and valiant. Where good sense is fashionable, and a genteel behavior is in esteem, gluttony and drunkenness can be no reigning vices. What officers of distinction chiefly aim at is not a beastly but a splendid way of living, and the wishes of the most luxurious, in their several degrees of quality, are to appear handsomely, and excel each other in finery of equipage, politeness of entertainments, and the reputation of a judicious fancy in everything about them. But if there should be more dissolute reprobates among officers than there are among men of other professions, which is not true, yet the most debauched of them may be very serviceable, if they have but a great share of honor. It is this that covers and makes up for a multitude of defects in them, and it is this that none, how abandoned soever they are to pleasure, dare pretend to be without. But as there is no argument so convincing as matter of fact, let us look back on what so lately happened in our 2 last wars with France. How many puny young striplings have we had in our armies, tenderly educated, nice in their dress, and curious in their diet, that underwent all manner of duties with gallantry and cheerfulness. Those that have such dismal apprehensions of luxuries enervating and effeminating people might, in Flanders and Spain, have seen embroidered beaux with fine laced shirts and powdered wigs stand as much fire, and lead up to the mouth of a cannon, with as little concern as it was possible for the most stinking Slovens to have done in their own hair, though it had not been combed in a month, and met with abundance of wild rakes, who had actually impaired their healths, and broke their constitutions with excesses of wine and women, that yet behave themselves with conduct and bravery against their enemies. Robustness is the least thing required in an officer, and if sometimes strength is of use, a firm resolution of mind, which the hopes of preferment, emulation, and the love of glory inspire them with, will at a push supply the place of bodily force. Those that understand their business, and have a sufficient sense of honor, as soon as they are used to danger, will always be capable officers, and their luxury, as long as they spend nobody's money but their own, will never be prejudicial to a nation. By all which, I think, I have proved what I designed in this remark on luxury. First, that in one sense everything may be called so, and in another there is no such thing. Secondly, that with a wise administration all people may swim in as much foreign luxury as their product can purchase, without being impoverished by it. And lastly, that where military affairs are taken care of as they ought, and the soldiers well paid and kept in good discipline, a wealthy nation may live in all the ease and plenty imaginable, and in many parts of it show as much pomp and delicacy as human wit can invent, and at the same time be formidable to their neighbors, and come up to the character of the bees in the fable, of which I said, that, flattered in peace and feared in wars, they were the esteem of foreigners, and lavish of their wealth and lives, the balance of all other hives. See what is farther said concerning luxury in the remarks on line 182 and 307. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Line 182. An odious pride, a million more. Pride is that natural faculty by which every mortal that has any understanding overvalues and imagines better things of himself than any impartial judge, thoroughly acquainted with all his qualities and circumstances, could allow him. We are possessed of no other quality so beneficial to society, and so necessary to render it wealthy and flourishing as this, yet it is that which is most generally detested. What is very peculiar to this faculty of ours is, that those who are the fullest of it are the least willing to connive at it in others, whereas the heinousness of other vices is the most extenuated by those who are guilty of them themselves. The chaste man hates fornication, and drunkenness is most abhorred by the temperate, but none are so much offended at their neighbor's pride as the proudest of all, and if anyone can pardon it, it is the most humble. From which, I think, we may justly infer that it being odious to all the world is a certain sign that all the world is troubled with it. This all men of sense are ready to confess, and nobody denies but that he has pride in general. But if you come to particulars, you will meet with few that will own any action you can name of theirs to have proceeded from that principle. There are likewise many who will allow that among the sinful nations of the times, pride and luxury are the great promoters of trade, but they refuse to own the necessity there is that in a more virtuous age, such a one as should be free from pride, trade would in a great measure decay. The Almighty, they say, has endowed us with the dominion over all things which the earth and sea produce or contain. There is nothing to be found in either but what was made for the use of man, and his skill and industry above other animals were given him, that he might render both them and everything else within the reach of his senses more serviceable to him. Upon this consideration, they think it impious to imagine that humility, temperance, and other virtues should debar people from the enjoyment of those comforts of life, which are not denied to the most wicked nations, and so conclude that without pride or luxury, the same things might be ate, wore, and consumed, the same number of handicrafts and artificers employed, and a nation be every way as flourishing as where those vices are the most predominant. As to wearing apparel in particular, they will tell you that pride, which sticks much nearer to us than our clothes, is only lodged in the heart, and that rags often conceal a greater portion of it than the most pompous attire, and that as it cannot be denied but that there have always been virtuous princes who, with humble hearts, have wore their splendid diadems, and swayed their envied scepters void of ambition for the good of others, so it is very probable that silver and gold brocades and the richest embroideries may, without a thought of pride, be worn by many whose quality and fortune are suitable to them. May not, say they, a good man of extraordinary revenues make every year a greater variety of suits than it is possible he should wear out, and yet have no other ends than to set the poor at work, to encourage trade, and by employing many, to promote the welfare of his country? And considering food and raiment to be necessaries, and the two chief articles to which all our worldly cares are extended, why may not all mankind set aside a considerable part of their income for the one as well as the other, without the least tincture of pride? Nay, is not every member of the society in a manner obliged, according to his ability, to contribute toward the maintenance of that branch of trade on which the whole has so great a dependence? Besides that, to appear decently is a civility, and often a duty, which, without any regard to ourselves, we owe to those we converse with. These are the objections generally made use of by haughty moralists, who cannot endure to hear the dignity of their species arraigned. But if we look narrowly into them, they may soon be answered. If we had vices, I cannot see why any man should ever make more suits than he had occasion for, though he was never so desirous of promoting the good of the nation. For, though in the wearing of a well-wrought silk rather than a slight stuff, and the preferring curious fine cloth to coarse, he had no other view but the setting of more people to work, and consequently the public welfare, yet he could consider clothes no otherwise than lovers of their country do taxes now. They may pay them with alacrity, but nobody gives more than his due, especially where all are justly rated according to their abilities, as it could no otherwise be expected in a very virtuous age. Besides, that in such golden times nobody would dress above his condition, nobody pinch his family, cheat or overreach his neighbor to purchase finery, and consequently there would not be half the consumption, nor a third part of the people employed as there now are. But, to make this more plain, and demonstrate that for the support of trade there can be nothing equivalent to pride, I shall examine several views men have in outward apparel, and set forth what daily experience may teach everybody as to dress. Clothes were originally made for two ends, to hide our nakedness, and to fence our bodies against the weather and other outward injuries. To these our boundless pride has added a third, which is ornament. For what else but an excess of stupid vanity could have prevailed upon our reason to fancy that ornamental, which must continually put us in mind of our wants and misery beyond all other animals that are ready clothed by nature herself? It is indeed to be admired how so sensible a creature as man, that pretends to so many fine qualities of his own, should condescend to value himself upon what is robbed from so innocent and defenseless an animal as a sheep, or what he is beholden for to the most insignificant thing upon earth, a dying worm. Yet while he is proud of such trifling depredations, he has the folly to laugh at the Hottentots on the furthest promontory of Afric, who adorn themselves with the guts of their dead enemies, without considering that they are the ensigns of their valor those barbarians are fine with, the true spolia opima, and that if their pride be more savage than ours, it is certainly less ridiculous, because they were the spoils of the more noble animal. But whatever reflections may be made on this head, the world has long since decided the matter. Handsome apparel is a main point. Fine feathers make fine birds, and people, where they are not known, are generally honored according to their clothes and other accoutrements they have about them. From the richness of them we judge of their wealth, and by their ordering of them we guess at their understanding. It is this which encourages everybody who is conscious of his little merit, if he is anyways able to wear clothes above his rank, especially in large and populous cities, where obscure men may hourly meet with 50 strangers to one acquaintance, and consequently have the pleasure of being esteemed by a vast majority, not as what they are, but what they appear to be, which is a greater temptation than most people want, to be vain. Whoever takes delight in viewing the various scenes of low life may, on Easter, Whitsun, and other great holidays, meet with scores of people, especially women, of almost the lowest rank, that wear good and fashionable clothes. If coming to talk with them, you treat them more courteously and with greater respect than what they are conscious they deserve, they will commonly be ashamed of owning what they are, and often you may, if you are a little inquisitive, discover in them a most anxious care to conceal the business they follow, and the place they live in. The reason is plain. While they receive those civilities that are not usually paid them, and which they think only due to their betters, they have the satisfaction to imagine that they appear what they would be, which, to weak minds, is a pleasure almost as substantial as they could reap from the very accomplishments of their wishes. This golden dream they are unwilling to be disturbed in, and being sure that the meanness of their condition, if it is known, must sink them very low in your opinion, they hug themselves in their disguise, and take all imaginable precaution not to forfeit, by a useless discovery, the esteem which they flatter themselves that their good clothes have drawn from you. Though everybody allows that as to apparel and manner of living, we ought to behave ourselves suitable to our conditions, and follow the examples of the most sensible and prudent among our equals in rank and fortune, yet how few that are not either miserably covetous, or else proud of singularity, have this discretion to boast of. We all look above ourselves, and, as fast as we can, strive to imitate those that somewhere or other are superior to us. The poorest labourer's wife in the parish, who scorns to wear a strong wholesome frieze, as she might, will half starve herself and her husband to purchase a second-hand gown and petticoat, that cannot do her half the service, because, forsooth, it is more genteel. The weaver, the shoemaker, the tailor, the barber, and every mean-working fellow that can set up with little, has the impudence, with the first money he gets, to dress himself like a tradesman of substance. The ordinary retailer, in the clothing of his wife, takes pattern from his neighbor, that deals in the same commodity by wholesale, and the reason he gives for it is, that 12 years ago the other had not a bigger shop than himself. The druggist, mercer, draper, and other creditable shopkeepers can find no difference between themselves and merchants, and therefore dress and live like them. The merchant's lady, who cannot bear the assurance of those mechanics, flies for refuge to the other end of the town, and scorns to follow any fashion but what she takes from thence. This haughtiness alarms the court. The women of quality are frightened to see merchants' wives and daughters dressed like themselves. This impudence of the city, they cry, is intolerable. Mantua makers are sent for, and the contrivance of fashions becomes all their study, that they may have always new modes ready to take up, as soon as those saucy cits shall begin to imitate those in being. The same emulation is continued through the several degrees of quality, to an incredible expense, till at last the prince's great favourites, and those of the first rank of all, having nothing left to outstrip some of their inferiors, are forced to lay out vast estates in pompous equipages, magnificent furniture, sumptuous gardens, and princely palaces. To this emulation and continual striving to outdo one another is owing that after so many various shiftings and changes of modes, in trumping up new ones and renewing of old ones, there is still a plus ultra left for the ingenious. It is this, or at least the consequence of it, that sets the poor to work, adds spur to industry, and encourages the skillful artificer to search after further improvements. It may be objected that many people of good fashion, who have been used to be well dressed out of custom, wear rich clothes with all the indifferency imaginable, and that the benefit to trade accruing from them cannot be ascribed to emulation or pride. To this I answer that it is impossible that those who trouble their heads so little with their dress could ever have wore those rich clothes, if both the stuffs and fashions had not been first invented to gratify the vanity of others, who took greater delight in fine apparel than they. Besides that everybody is not without pride that appears to be so, all the symptoms of that vice are not easily discovered. They are manifold, and vary according to the age, humor, circumstances, and often constitution of the people. The choleric city captain seems impatient to come to action, and expressing his warlike genius by the firmness of his steps, makes his pike, for want of enemies, tremble at the valor of his arm. His martial finery, as he marches along, inspires him with an unusual elevation of mind, by which, endeavoring to forget his shop as well as himself, he looks up at the balconies with the fierceness of a Saracen conqueror, while the phlegmatic alderman, now become venerable both for his age and his authority, contents himself with being thought a considerable man, and knowing no easier way to express his vanity, looks big in his coach, where being known by his paltry livery, he receives, in a sullen state, the homage that is paid him by the meaner sort of people. The beardless ensign counterfeits a gravity above his years, and with ridiculous assurance strives to imitate the stern countenance of his colonel, flattering himself, all the while, that by his daring mien you will judge of his prowess. The youthful fair, in a vast concern of being overlooked, by the continual changing of her posture, betrays a violent desire of being observed, and catching, as it were, at everybody's eyes, courts with obliging looks the admiration of her beholders. The conceited coxcomb, on the contrary, displaying an air of sufficiency, is wholly taken up with the contemplation of his own perfections, and in public places discovers such a disregard to others that the ignorant must imagine he thinks himself to be alone. These, and such like, are all manifest, though different tokens of pride, that are obvious to all the world. But a man's vanity is not always so soon found out. When we perceive an air of humanity, and men seem not to be employed in admiring themselves, nor altogether unmindful of others, we are apt to pronounce them void of pride, when, perhaps, they are only fatigued with gratifying their vanity, and become languid from a satiety of enjoyments. That outward show of peace within, and drowsy composure of careless negligence with which a great man is often seen in his plain chariot to loll at ease, are not always so free from art as they may seem to be. Nothing is more ravishing to the proud than to be thought happy. The well-bred gentleman places his greatest pride in the skill he has of covering it with dexterity, and some are so expert in concealing this frailty that when they are the most guilty of it, the vulgar think them the most exempt from it. Thus the dissembling courtier, when he appears in state, assumes an air of modesty and good humor, and while he is ready to burst with vanity, seems to be wholly ignorant of his greatness, well knowing that those lovely qualities must heighten him in the esteem of others, and be an addition to all that grandeur, which the coronets about his coach and harness, with the rest of his equipage, cannot fail to proclaim without his assistance. And as in these, pride is overlooked, because industriously concealed, so in others again, it is denied that they have any, when they show, or at least seem to show, it in the most public manner. The wealthy parson being, as well as the rest of his profession, debarred from the gaiety of laymen, makes it his business to look out for an admirable black, and the finest cloth that money can purchase, and distinguishes himself by the fullness of his noble and spotless garment. His wigs are as fashionable as that form he is forced to comply with will admit of, but as he is only stinted in their shape, so he takes care that for goodness of hair and color few noblemen shall be able to match him. His body is ever clean, as well as his clothes, his sleek face is kept constantly shaved, and his handsome nails are diligently pared. His smooth white hand and a brilliant of the first water, mutually becoming, honor each other with double graces. What linen he discovers is transparently curious, and he scorns ever to be seen abroad with a worse beaver than what a rich banker would be proud of on his wedding day. To all these niceties in dress he adds a majestic gait, and expresses a commanding loftiness in his carriage, yet common civility notwithstanding, the evidence of so many concurring symptoms, will not allow us to suspect any of his actions to be the result of pride. Considering the dignity of his office, it is only decency in him that would be vanity in others, and in good manners to his calling we ought to believe that the worthy gentleman, without any regard to his reverend person, puts himself to all this trouble and expense, merely out of a respect which is due to the divine order he belongs to, and a religious zeal to preserve his holy function from the contempt of scoffers. With all my heart, nothing of all this shall be called pride. Let me only be allowed to say that to our human capacities it looks very like it. But if at last I should grant that there are men who enjoy all the fineries of equipage and furniture as well as clothes, yet have no pride in them, it is certain that if all should be such, that emulation I spoke of before must cease, and consequently trade, which has so great a dependence upon it, suffer in every branch. For to say that if all men were truly virtuous, they might, without any regard to themselves, consume as much out of zeal to serve their neighbors and promote the public good, as they do now out of self-love and emulation, is a miserable shift, and an unreasonable supposition. As there have been good people in all ages, so, without doubt, we are not destitute of them in this. But let us inquire of the periwig makers and tailors, in what gentlemen, even of the greatest wealth and highest quality, they could ever discover such public-spirited views. Ask the lacemen, the mercers, and the linen drapers, whether the richest, and if you will, the most virtuous ladies, if they buy with ready money, or intend to pay in any reasonable time, will not drive from shop to shop, to try the market, make as many words, and stand as hard with them to save a groat or sixpence in a yard, as the most necessitous jilts in town. If it be urged that if there are not, it is possible there might be such people, I answer that it is as possible that cats, instead of killing rats and mice, should feed them, and go about the house to suckle and nurse their young ones, or that a kite should call the hens to their meat, as the cock does, and sit brooding over their chickens instead of devouring them. But if they should all do so, they would cease to be cats and kites. It is inconsistent with their natures, and the species of creatures which now we mean, when we name cats and kites, would be extinct as soon as that could come to pass. End of section 14. Part 15 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Line 183. Envy itself and vanity were ministers of industry. Envy is that baseness in our nature which makes us grieve and pine at what we conceive to be a happiness in others. I do not believe there is a human creature in his senses arrived to maturity that at one time or other has not been carried away by this passion in good earnest, and yet I never met with anyone that dared to own he was guilty of it, but in jest. That we are so generally ashamed of this vice is owing to that strong habit of hypocrisy, by the help of which we have learned from our cradle to hide even from ourselves the vast extent of self-love, and all its different branches. It is impossible man should wish better for another than he does for himself, unless where he supposes an impossibility that himself should attain to those wishes, and from hence we may easily learn after what manner this passion is raised in us. In order to it, we are to consider first, that as well as we think of ourselves, so ill we think of our neighbor with equal injustice, and when we apprehend that others do or will enjoy what we think they do not deserve, it afflicts and makes us angry with the cause of that disturbance. Secondly, that we are employed in wishing well for ourselves, everyone according to his judgment and inclinations, and when we observe something we like, and yet are destitute of, in the possession of others, it occasions first sorrow in us for not having the thing we like. This sorrow is incurable, while we continue our esteem for the thing we want, but as self-defense is restless, and never suffers us to leave any means untried how to remove evil from us, as far and as well as we are able. Experience teaches us that nothing in nature more alleviates this sorrow than our anger against those who are possessed of what we esteem and want. This latter passion, therefore, we cherish and cultivate to save or relieve ourselves, at least in part, from the uneasiness we felt from the first. Envy, then, is a compound of grief and anger. The degrees of this passion depend chiefly on the nearness or remoteness of the objects, as to circumstances. If one who is forced to walk on foot envies a great man for keeping a coach and six, it will never be with that violence, or give him that disturbance which it may to a man who keeps a coach himself, but can only afford to drive with 4 horses. The symptoms of envy are as various and as hard to describe as those of the plague. At some time it appears in one shape, at others in another quite different. Among the fair, the disease is very common, and the signs of it very conspicuous in their opinions and censures of one another. In beautiful young women, you may often discover this faculty to a high degree. They frequently will hate one another mortally at first sight from no other principle than envy, and you may read this scorn and unreasonable aversion in their very countenances, if they have not a great deal of art, and well learned to dissemble. In the rude and unpolished multitude, this passion is very barefaced, especially when they envy others for the goods of fortune. They rail at their betters, rip up their faults, and take pains to misconstrue their most commendable actions. They murmur at Providence, and loudly complain, that the good things of this world are chiefly enjoyed by those who do not deserve them. The grosser sort of them it often affects so violently that if they were not withheld by the fear of the laws, they would go directly and beat those their envy is leveled at, from no other provocation than what that passion suggests to them. The men of letters, laboring under this distemper, discover quite different symptoms. When they envy a person for his parts in erudition, their chief care is industriously to conceal their frailty, which generally is attempted by denying and depreciating the good qualities they envy. They carefully peruse his works, and are displeased with every fine passage they meet with. They look for nothing but his errors, and wish for no greater feast than a gross mistake. In their censures they are captious as well as severe, make mountains of molehills, and will not pardon the least shadow of a fault, but exaggerate the most trifling omission into a capital blunder. Envy is visible in brute beasts. Horses show it in their endeavors of outstripping one another, and the best-spirited will run themselves to death before they will suffer another before them. In dogs, this passion is likewise plainly to be seen. Those who are used to be caressed will never tamely bear that felicity in others. I have seen a lapdog that would choke himself with victuals rather than leave anything for a competitor of his own kind. And we may often observe the same behavior in those creatures which we daily see in infants that are froward, and by being over-fondled made humorsome. If out of caprice they at any time refuse to eat what they have asked for, and we can but make them believe that somebody else, nay, even the cat or the dog, is going to take it from them, they will make an end of their oughts with pleasure, and feed even against their appetite. If envy was not riveted in human nature, it would not be so common in children, and youth would not be so generally spurred on by emulation. Those who would derive everything that is beneficial to the society from a good principle ascribe the effects of emulation in schoolboys to a virtue of the mind. As it requires labor and pains, so it is evident that they commit a self-denial who act from that disposition. But if we look narrowly into it, we shall find that this sacrifice of ease and pleasure is only made to envy and the love of glory. If there was not something very like this passion mixed with that pretended virtue, it would be impossible to raise and increase it by the same means that create envy. The boy, who receives a reward for the superiority of his performance, is conscious of the vexation it would have been to him if he should have fallen short of it. This reflection makes him exert himself, not to be outdone by those whom he looks upon as his inferiors, and the greater his pride is, the more self-denial he will practice to maintain his conquest. The other who, in spite of the pains he took to do well, has missed of the prize, is sorry, and consequently angry with him whom he must look upon as the cause of his grief. But to show this anger would be ridiculous, and of no service to him, so that he must either be contented to be less esteemed by the other boy, or, by renewing his endeavors, become a greater proficient. And it is 10 to 1, but the disinterested, good-humored, and peaceable lad will choose the first, and so become indolent and inactive, while the covetous, peevish, and quarrelsome rascal shall take incredible pains, and make himself a conqueror in his turn. Envy, as it is very common among painters, so it is of great use for their improvement. I do not mean that little daubers envy great masters, but most of them are tainted with this vice against those immediately above them. If the pupil of a famous artist is of a bright genius and uncommon application, he first adores his master, but as his own skill increases, he begins insensibly to envy what he admired before. To learn the nature of this passion, and that it consists in what I have named, we are but to observe that, if a painter, by exerting himself, comes not only to equal, but to exceed the man he envied, his sorrow is gone, and all his anger disarmed, and if he hated him before, he is now glad to be friends with him, if the other will condescend to it. Married women, who are guilty of this vice, which few are not, are always endeavoring to raise the same passion in their spouses, and where they have prevailed, envy and emulation have kept more men in bounds, and reformed more ill husbands from sloth, from drinking, and other evil courses, than all the sermons that have been preached since the time of the apostles. As everybody would be happy, enjoy pleasure, and avoid pain, if he could, so self-love bids us to look on every creature that seems satisfied as a rival in happiness, and the satisfaction we have in seeing that felicity disturbed, without any advantage to ourselves, but what springs from the pleasure we have in beholding it, is called loving mischief for mischief's sake, and the motive of which that frailty is the result, malice, another offspring derived from the same original. For if there was no envy, there could be no malice. When the passions lie dormant, we have no apprehension of them, and often people think they have not such a frailty in their nature, because that moment they are not affected with it. A gentleman well dressed, who happens to be dirtied all over by a coach or a cart, is laughed at, and by his inferiors much more than his equals, because they envy him more. They know he is vexed, and, imagining him to be happier than themselves, they are glad to see him meet with displeasures in his turn. But a young lady, if she be in a serious mood, instead of laughing at, pities him, because a clean man is a sight she takes delight in, and there is no room for envy. At disasters, we either laugh or pity those that befall them, according to the stock we are possessed of, either malice or compassion. If a man falls or hurts himself so slightly that it moves not the latter, we laugh, and here our pity and malice shake us alternately. Indeed, sir, I am very sorry for it. I beg your pardon for laughing. I am the silliest creature in the world, then laugh again, and again, I am indeed very sorry, and so on. Some are so malicious they would laugh if a man broke his leg, and others are so compassionate that they can hardly pity a man for the least spot on his clothes, but nobody is so savage that no compassion can touch him, nor any man so good-natured as never to be affected with any malicious pleasure. How strangely our passions govern us! We envy a man for being rich, and then perfectly hate him, but if we come to be his equals, we are calm, and the least condescension in him makes us friends. But if we become visibly superior to him, we can pity his misfortunes. The reason why men of true good sense envy less than others is because they admire themselves with less hesitation than fools and silly people. For, though they do not show this to others, yet the solidity of their thinking gives them an assurance of their real worth, which men of weak understanding can never feel within, though they often counterfeit it. The ostracism of the Greeks was a sacrifice of valuable men made to epidemic envy, and often applied as an infallible remedy to cure and prevent the mischiefs of popular spleen and rancor. A victim of state often appeases the murmurs of a whole nation, and after ages frequently wonder at the barbarities of this nature, which, under the same circumstances, they would have committed themselves. They are compliments to the people's malice, which is never better gratified than when they can see a great man humbled. We believe that we love justice, and to see merit rewarded. But if men continue long in the first posts of honor, half of us grow weary of them, look for their faults, and if we can find none, we suppose they hide them, and it is much if the greatest part of us do not wish them discarded. This foul play the best of men ought ever to apprehend from all who are not their immediate friends or acquaintance, because nothing is more tiresome to us than the repetition of praises we have no manner of share in. The more a passion is a compound of many others, the more difficult it is to define it, and the more it is tormenting to those that labor under it, the greater cruelty it is capable of inspiring them with against others. Therefore nothing is more whimsical or mischievous than jealousy, which is made up of love, hope, fear, and a great deal of envy. The last has been sufficiently treated of already, and what I have to say of fear, the reader will find under remark on line 321. So that the better to explain and illustrate this odd mixture, the ingredients I shall further speak of in this place are hope and love. Hoping is wishing with some degree of confidence that the thing wished for will come to pass. The firmness and imbecility of our hope depend entirely on the greater or lesser degree of our confidence, and all hope includes doubt, for when our confidence is arrived to that height as to exclude all doubts, it becomes a certainty, and we take for granted what we only hoped for before. A silver inkhorn may pass in speech, because everybody knows what we mean by it, but a certain hope cannot. For a man who makes use of an epithet that destroys the essence of the substantive he joins it to can have no meaning at all, and the more clearly we understand the force of the epithet and the nature of the substantive, the more palpable is the nonsense of the heterogeneous compound. The reason, therefore, why it is not so shocking to some to hear a man speak of certain hope, as if he should talk of hot ice or liquid oak, is not because there is less nonsense contained in the first than there is in either of the latter, but because the word hope, I mean the essence of it, is not so clearly understood by the generality of the people, as the words and essence of ice and oak are. Love, in the first place, signifies affection, such as parents and nurses bear to children, and friends to one another. It consists in a liking and well-wishing to the person beloved. We give an easy construction to his words and actions, and feel a proneness to excuse and forgive his faults, if we see any. His interest we make on all accounts our own, even to our prejudice, and receive an inward satisfaction for sympathizing with him in his sorrows as well as joys. What I last said is not impossible, whatever it may seem to be, for, when we are sincere in sharing with one another in his misfortunes, self-love makes us believe that the sufferings we feel must alleviate and lessen those of our friend. And while this fond reflection is soothing our pain, a secret pleasure arises from our grieving for the person we love. Secondly, by love we understand a strong inclination, in its nature distinct from all other affections of friendship, gratitude, and consanguinity, that persons of different sexes, after liking, bear to one another. It is in this signification that love enters into the compound of jealousy, and is the effect as well as happy disguise of that passion that prompts us to labor for the preservation of our species. This latter appetite is innate in both men and women, who are not defective in their formation, as much as hunger or thirst, though they are seldom affected with it before the years of puberty. Could we undress nature and pry into her deepest recesses, we should discover the seeds of this passion before it exerts itself, as plainly as we see the teeth in an embryo before the gums are formed. There are few healthy people of either sex whom it has made no impression on before 20, yet, as the peace and happiness of the civil society require that this should be kept a secret, never to be talked of in public, so, among well-bred people, it is counted highly criminal to mention, before company, anything in plain words, that is, relating to the mystery of succession, by which means the very name of the appetite, though the most necessary for the continuance of mankind, is become odious, and the proper epithets commonly joined to lust are filthy and abominable. This impulse of nature in people of strict morals and rigid modesty often disturbs the body for a considerable time before it is understood or known to be what it is, and it is remarkable that the most polished and best instructed are generally the most ignorant as to this affair. And here I can but observe the difference between man in the wild state of nature and the same creature in civil society. In the first, men and women, if left rude and untaught in the sciences of modes and manners, would quickly find out the cause of that disturbance, and be at a loss no more than other animals for a present remedy. Besides, that it is not probable they would want either percept or example from the more experienced. But, in the second, where the rules of religion, law, and decency are to be followed and obeyed before any dictates of nature, the youth of both sexes are to be armed and fortified against this impulse, and from their infancy artfully frightened from the most remote approaches of it. The appetite itself, and all the symptoms of it, though they are plainly felt and understood, are to be stifled with care and severity, and, in women, flatly disowned, and if there be occasion, with obstinacy denied, even when themselves are affected by them. If it throws them into distempers, they must be cured by physic, or else patiently bear them in silence, and it is the interest of the society to preserve decency and politeness, that women should linger, waste, and die, rather than relieve themselves in an unlawful manner. And among the fashionable part of mankind, the people of birth and fortune, it is expected that matrimony should never be entered upon without a curious regard to family, estate, and reputation, and, in the making of matches, the call of nature be the very last consideration. Those, then, who would make love and lust synonymous, confound the effect with the cause of it, yet such is the force of education, and a habit of thinking, as we are taught, that sometimes persons of either sex are actually in love without feeling any carnal desires, or penetrating into the intentions of nature, the end proposed by her, without which they could never have been affected with that sort of passion. That there are such is certain, but many more whose pretenses to those refined notions are only upheld by art and dissimulation. Those, who are really such platonic lovers, are commonly the pale-faced weakly people, of cold and phlegmatic constitutions in either sex. The hale and robust, of bilious temperament and a sanguine complexion, never entertain any love so spiritual as to exclude all thoughts and wishes that relate to the body. But if the most seraphic lovers would know the original of their inclination, let them but suppose that another should have the corporal enjoyment of the person beloved, and by the tortures they will suffer from that reflection, they will soon discover the nature of their passions, whereas, on the contrary, parents and friends receive a satisfaction in reflecting on the joys and comforts of a happy marriage, to be tasted by those they wish well to. The curious that are skilled in anatomizing the invisible part of man will observe that the more sublime and exempt this love is from all thoughts of sensuality, the more spurious it is, and the more it degenerates from its honest, original, and primitive simplicity. The power and sagacity, as well as labor and care of the politician in civilizing society, has been nowhere more conspicuous than in the happy contrivance of playing our passions against one another, by flattering our pride, and still increasing the good opinion we have of ourselves on the one hand, and inspiring us on the other with a superlative dread and mortal aversion against shame. The artful moralists have taught us cheerfully to encounter ourselves, and if not subdue, at least so to conceal and disguise our darling passion, lust, that we scarce know it when we meet with it in our breasts. Oh, the mighty prize we have in view for all our self-denial! Can any man be so serious as to abstain from laughter, when he considers that for so much deceit and insincerity practiced upon ourselves as well as others, we have no other recompense than the vain satisfaction of making our species appear more exalted and remote from that of other animals than it really is, and we in our consciences know it to be? Yet this is a fact, and in it we plainly perceive the reason why it was necessary to render odious every word or action by which we might discover the innate desire we feel to perpetuate our kind, and why tamely to submit to the violence of a furious appetite which is painful to resist, and innocently to obey the most pressing demand of nature without guile or hypocrisy, like other creatures, should be branded with the ignominious name of brutality. What we call love, then, is not genuine, but an adulterated appetite, or rather a compound, a heap of several contradictory passions blended in one. As it is a product of nature warped by custom and education, so the true origin and first motive of it, as I have hinted already, is stifled in well-bred people, and concealed from themselves, all which is the reason that, as those affected with it vary in age, strength, resolution, temper, circumstances, and manners, the effects of it are so different, whimsical, surprising, and unaccountable. It is this passion that makes jealousy so troublesome, and the envy of it often so fatal. Those who imagine that there may be jealousy without love do not understand that passion. Men may not have the least affection for their wives, and yet be angry with them for their conduct, and suspicious of them either with or without a cause. But what in such cases affects them is their pride, their concern for their reputation. They feel a hatred against them without remorse. When they are outrageous, they can beat them and go to sleep contentedly. Such husbands may watch their dames themselves, and have them observed by others, but their vigilance is not so intense. They are not so inquisitive or industrious in their searches. Neither do they feel that anxiety of heart at the fear of discovery, as when love is mixed with the passions. What confirms me in this opinion is, that we never observe this behavior between a man and his mistress. For when his love is gone and he suspects her to be false, he leaves her, and troubles his head no more about her. Whereas, it is the greatest difficulty imaginable, even to a man of sense, to part with his mistress as long as he loves her, whatever fault she may be guilty of. If in his anger he strikes her, he is uneasy after it. His love makes him reflect on the hurt he has done her, and he wants to be reconciled to her again. He may talk of hating her, and many times from his heart wish her hanged, but if he cannot get entirely rid of his frailty, he can never disentangle himself from her. Though she is represented in the most monstrous guilt to his imagination, and he has resolved and swore 1,000 times never to come near her again, there is no trusting him, even when he is fully convinced of her infidelity. If his love continues, his despair is never so lasting, but between the blackest fits of it he relents, and finds lucid intervals of hope. He forms excuses for her, thinks of pardoning, and in order to it racks his invention for possibilities that may make her appear less criminal. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. Line 200. Real pleasures, comforts, ease. That the highest good consisted in pleasure was the doctrine of Epicurus, who yet led a life exemplary for continence, sobriety, and other virtues, which made people of the succeeding ages quarrel about the signification of pleasure. Those who argued from the temperance of the philosopher said that the delight Epicurus meant was being virtuous. So Erasmus in his Colloquies tells us that there are no greater epicures than pious Christians. Others that reflected on the dissolute manners of the greatest part of his followers would have it that by the pleasures he could have understood nothing but sensual ones, and the gratification of our passions. I shall not decide their quarrel, but am of opinion that whether men be good or bad, what they take delight in is their pleasure. And not to look out for any further etymology from the learned languages, I believe an Englishman may justly call everything a pleasure that pleases him, and according to this definition, we ought to dispute no more about men's pleasures than their tastes. Trahit sua quemque voluptas. The worldly-minded, voluptuous, and ambitious man, notwithstanding he is void of merit, covets precedence everywhere, and desires to be dignified above his betters. He aims at spacious palaces and delicious gardens. His chief delight is excelling others in stately horses, magnificent coaches, a numerous attendants, and dear-bought furniture. To gratify his lust, he wishes for genteel, young, beautiful women of different charms and complexions, that shall adore his greatness, and be really in love with his person. His cellars he would have stored with the flour of every country that produces excellent wines. His tables he desires may be served with many courses, and each of them contain a choice variety of dainties not easily purchased, and ample evidences of elaborate and judicious cookery, while harmonious music and well-couched flattery entertain his hearing by turns. He employs even the meanest trifles, none but the ablest and most ingenious workmen, that his judgment and fancy may as evidently appear in the least things that belong to him as his wealth and quality are manifested in those of greater value. He desires to have several sets of witty, facetious, and polite people to converse with, and among them he would have some famous for learning and universal knowledge. For his serious affairs he wishes to find men of parts and experience, that should be diligent and faithful. Those that are to wait on him he would have handy, mannerly, and discreet, of comely aspect, and a graceful mien. What he requires in them besides is a respectful care of everything that is his, nimbleness without hurry, dispatch without noise, and an unlimited obedience to his orders. Nothing he thinks more troublesome than speaking to servants, wherefore he will only be attended by such as by observing his looks have learned to interpret his will from the slightest motions. He loves to see an elegant nicety in everything that approaches him, and in what is to be employed about his person he desires a superlative cleanliness to be religiously observed. The chief officers of his household he would have to be men of birth, honor, and distinction, as well as order, contrivance, and economy. For though he loves to be honored by everybody, and receives the respects of the common people with joy, yet the homage that is paid him by persons of quality is ravishing to him in a more transcendent manner. While thus wallowing in a sea of lust and vanity, he is wholly employed in provoking and indulging his appetites. He desires the world should think him altogether free from pride and sensuality, and put a favorable construction upon his most glaring vices. Nay, if his authority can purchase it, he covets to be thought wise, brave, generous, good-natured, and endued with the virtues he thinks worth having. He would have us believe that the pomp and luxury he is served with are as many tiresome plagues to him, and all the grandeur he appears in is an ungrateful burden, which, to his sorrow, is inseparable from the high sphere he moves in, that his noble mind, so much exalted above vulgar capacities, aims at higher ends, and cannot relish such worthless enjoyments, that the highest of his ambition is to promote the public welfare, and his greatest pleasure to see his country flourish, and everybody in it made happy. These are called real pleasures by the vicious and earthly-minded, and whoever is able, either by his skill or fortune, after this refined manner at once to enjoy the world, and the good opinion of it, is counted extremely happy by all the most fashionable part of the people. But, on the other side, most of the ancient philosophers and grave moralists, especially the Stoics, would not allow anything to be a real good that was liable to be taken from them by others. They wisely considered the instability of fortune and the favor of princes, the vanity of honor and popular applause, the precariousness of riches and all earthly possessions, and therefore placed true happiness in the calm serenity of a contented mind, free from guilt and ambition, a mind that, having subdued every sensual appetite, despises the smiles as well as frowns of fortune, and taking no delight but in contemplation, desires nothing but what everybody is able to give himself, a mind that, armed with fortitude and resolution, has learned to sustain the greatest losses without concern, to endure pain without affliction, and to bear injuries without resentment. Many have owned themselves arrived to this height of self-denial, and then, if we may believe them, They were raised above common mortals, and their strength extended vastly beyond the pitch of their first nature. They could behold the anger of threatening tyrants and the most imminent dangers without terror, and preserve their tranquillity in the midst of torments. Death itself they could meet with intrepidity, and left the world with no greater reluctance than they had showed fondness at their entrance into it. These among the ancients have always bore the greatest sway, yet others that were no fools neither have exploded those precepts as impracticable, called their notions romantic, and endeavored to prove that what these Stoics asserted of themselves exceeded all human force and possibility, and that therefore the virtues they boasted of could be nothing but haughty pretense, full of arrogance and hypocrisy. Yet notwithstanding these censures, the serious part of the world, and the generality of wise men that have lived ever since to this day, agree with the Stoics in the most material points, as that there can be no true felicity in what depends on things perishable, that peace within is the greatest blessing, and no conquest like that of our passions, that knowledge, temperance, fortitude, humility, and other embellishments of the mind are the most valuable acquisitions, that no man can be happy but that he is good, and that the virtuous are only capable of enjoying real pleasures. I expect to be asked, why in the fable I have called those pleasures real, that are directly opposite to those which I own the wise men of all ages have extolled as the most valuable. My answer is, because I do not call things pleasures which men say are best, but such as they seem to be most pleased with. How can I believe that a man's chief delight is in the embellishment of the mind, when I see him ever employed about, and daily pursue the pleasures that are contrary to them? John never cuts any pudding, but just enough that you cannot say he took none. This little bit, after much chomping and chewing, you see goes down with him like chopped hay, and after that he falls upon the beef with a voracious appetite, and crams himself up to his throat. Is it not provoking to hear John cry every day that pudding is all his delight, and that he does not value the beef of a farthing? I could swagger about fortitude and the contempt of riches as much as Seneca himself, and would undertake to write twice as much in behalf of poverty as he ever did. For the 10th part of his estate, I could teach the way to his summum bonum as exactly as I know my way home. I could tell people to extricate themselves from all worldly engagements, and to purify the mind, they must divest themselves of their passions, as men take out the furniture when they would clean a room thoroughly. And I am clearly of the opinion that the malice and the most severe strokes of fortune can do no more injury to a mind thus stripped of all fears, wishes, and inclinations than a blind horse can do in an empty barn. In the theory of all this I am very perfect, but the practice is very difficult. And if you went about picking my pocket, offered to take the victuals from before me when I am hungry, or made but the least motion of spitting in my face, I dare not promise how philosophically I should behave myself. But that I am forced to submit to every caprice of my unruly nature, you will say, is no argument, that others are as little masters of theirs, and therefore I am willing to pay adoration to virtue wherever I can meet with it, with a proviso that I shall not be obliged to admit any as such, where I can see no self-denial, or to judge of men's sentiments from their words, where I have their lives before me. I have searched through every degree and station of men, and confess that I have found nowhere more austerity of manners, or greater contempt of earthly pleasures, than in some religious houses, where people freely resigning and retiring from the world to combat themselves, have no other business but subdue their appetites. What can be a greater evidence of perfect chastity and a superlative love to immaculate purity in men and women, than that in the prime of their age, when lust is most raging, they should actually seclude themselves from each other's company, and by a voluntary renunciation debar themselves for life, not only from uncleanness, but even the most lawful embraces? Those that abstain from flesh, and often all manner of food, one would think in the right way, to conquer all carnal desires. And I could almost swear that he does not consult his ease, who daily mauls his bare back and shoulders with unconscionable stripes, and constantly roused at night from his sleep, leaves his bed for his devotion. Who can despise riches more, or show himself less avaricious than he, who will not so much as touch gold or silver, no, not with his feet? Or can any mortal show himself less luxurious or more humble than the man that, making poverty his choice, contents himself with scraps and fragments, and refuses to eat any bread but what is bestowed upon him by the charity of others? Such fair instances of self-denial would make me bow down to virtue, if I was not deterred and warned from it by so many persons of eminence and learning, who unanimously tell me that I am mistaken, and all I have seen is farce and hypocrisy, that what seraphic love they may pretend to, there is nothing but discord among them, and that how penitential the nuns and friars may appear in their several convents, they none of them sacrifice their darling lusts, that among the women they are not all virgins that pass for such, and that if I was to be let into their secrets, and examine some of their subterraneous privacies, I should soon be convinced by scenes of horror that some of them must have been mothers, that among the men I should find calumny, envy, and ill nature, in the highest degree, or else gluttony, drunkenness, and impurities of a more execrable kind than adultery itself. And as for the mendicant orders, that they differ in nothing but their habits from other sturdy beggars, who deceive people with a pitiful tone and an outward show of misery, and as soon as they are out of sight, lay by their cant, indulge their appetites, and enjoy one another. If the strict rules, and so many outward signs of devotion observed among those religious orders, deserve such harsh censures, we may well despair of meeting with virtue anywhere else. For if we look into the actions of the antagonists and greatest accusers of those votaries, we shall not find so much as the appearance of self-denial. The reverend divines of all sects, even the most reformed churches in all countries, take care with the Cyclops Evangeliforus first, ut ventri bene sit, and afterwards, nequid desit iis quae sub ventre sunt. To these they will desire you to add convenient houses, handsome furniture, good fires in winter, pleasant gardens in summer, neat clothes, and money enough to bring up their children, precedency in all companies, respect from everybody, and then as much religion as you please. The things I have named are the necessary comforts of life, which the most modest are not ashamed to claim, and which they are very uneasy without. They are, it is true, made of the same mold, and have the same corrupt nature with other men, born with the same infirmities, subject to the same passions, and liable to the same temptations, and therefore if they are diligent in their calling, and can but abstain from murder, adultery, swearing, drunkenness, and other heinous vices, their lives are all called unblemished, and their reputations unspotted. Their function renders them holy, and the gratification of so many carnal appetites, and the enjoyment of so much luxurious ease notwithstanding, they may set upon themselves what value their pride in parts will allow them. All this I have nothing against, but I see no self-denial, without which there can be no virtue. Is it such a mortification not to desire a greater share of worldly blessings than what every reasonable man ought to be satisfied with? Or is there any mighty merit in not being flagitious, and forbearing indecencies that are repugnant to good manners, and which no prudent man would be guilty of, though he had no religion at all? I know I shall be told that the reason why the clergy are so violent in their resentments, when at any time they are but in the least affronted, and show themselves so void of all patience when their rights are invaded, is their great care to preserve their calling, their profession from contempt, not for their own sakes, but to be more serviceable to others. It is the same reason that makes them solicitous about the comforts and conveniences of life. For should they suffer themselves to be insulted over, be content with a coarser diet, and wear more ordinary clothes than other people, the multitude, who judge from outward appearances, would be apt to think that the clergy was no more the immediate care of Providence than other folks, and so not only undervalue their persons, but despise likewise all the reproofs and instructions that came from them. This is an admirable plea, and as it is much made use of, I will try the worth of it. I am not of the learned Dr. Echard's opinion that poverty is one of those things that bring the clergy into contempt, any further than as it may be an occasion of discovering their blind side. For when men are always struggling with their low condition, and are unable to bear the burden of it without reluctancy, it is then they show how uneasy their poverty sits upon them, how glad they would be to have their circumstances ameliorated, and what a real value they have for the good things of this world. He that harangues on the contempt of riches and the vanity of earthly enjoyments, in a rusty threadbare gown, because he has no other, and would wear his old greasy hat no longer if anybody would give him a better, that drinks small beer at home with a heavy countenance, but leaps at a glass of wine if he can catch it abroad, that with little appetite feeds upon his own coarse mess, but falls too greedily where he can please his palate, and expresses an uncommon joy at an invitation to a splendid dinner. It is he that is despised, not because he is poor, but because he knows how to be so, with that content and resignation which he preaches to others, and so discovers his inclinations to be contrary to his doctrine. But when a man from the greatness of his soul, or an obstinate vanity, which will do as well, resolving to subdue his appetites in good earnest, refuses all the offers of ease and luxury that can be made to him, and embracing a voluntary poverty with cheerfulness, rejects whatever may gratify the senses, and actually sacrifices all his passions to his pride, in acting this part, the vulgar, far from contemning, will be ready to deify and adore him. How famous have the cynic philosophers made themselves, only by refusing to dissimulate and make use of superfluities. Did not the most ambitious monarch the world ever bore condescend to visit Diogenes in his tub, and return to a studied incivility the highest compliment a man of his pride was able to make? Mankind are very willing to take one another's word, when they see some circumstance that corroborate what is told them. But when our actions directly contradict what we say, it is counted impudence to desire belief. If a jolly hale fellow, with glowing cheeks and warm hands, newly returned from some smart exercise, or else the cold bath, tells us in frosty weather that he cares not for the fire, we are easily induced to believe him, especially if he actually turns from it, and we know by his circumstances that he wants neither fuel nor clothes. But if we should hear the same from the mouth of a poor starved wretch, with swelled hands and a livid countenance, in a thin ragged garment, we should not believe a word of what he said, especially if we saw him, shaking and shivering, creep toward the sunny bank, and we would conclude, let him say what he could, that warm clothes and a good fire would be very acceptable to him. The application is easy, and therefore if there be any clergy upon earth that would be thought not to care for the world, and to value the soul above the body, let them only forbear showing a greater concern for their sensual pleasures than they generally do for their spiritual ones, and they may rest satisfied that no poverty, while they bear it with fortitude, will ever bring them into contempt, how mean soever their circumstances may be. Let us suppose a pastor that has a little flock entrusted to him, of which he is very careful. He preaches, visits, exhorts, reproves among his people with zeal and prudence, and does them all the kind offices that lie in his power to make them happy. There is no doubt but that those under his care must be very much obliged to him. Now, we shall suppose once more that this good man, by the help of a little self-denial, is contented to live upon half his income, accepting only of 20 pounds a year instead of 40, which he could claim, and, moreover, that he loves his parishioners so well that he will never leave them for any preferment whatever. No, not a bishopric, though it be offered. I cannot see but all this might be an easy task to a man who professes mortification, and has no value for worldly pleasures. Yet such a disinterested divine, I dare promise, notwithstanding the degeneracy of mankind, will be loved, esteemed, and have everybody's good word. Nay, I would swear that though he should yet further exert himself, give above half of his small revenue to the poor, live upon nothing but oatmeal and water, lie upon straw, and wear the coarsest cloth that could be made, his mean way of living would never be reflected on, or be a disparagement either to himself or the order he belonged to, but that on the contrary his poverty would never be mentioned but to his glory, as long as his memory should last. But, says a charitable young gentlewoman, though you have the heart to starve your parson, have you no bowels of compassion for his wife and children? Pray what must remain of 40 pounds a year, after it has been twice so unmercifully split? Or would you have the poor woman and the innocent babes likewise live upon oatmeal and water, and lie upon straw, you unconscionable wretch, with all your suppositions and self-denials? Nay, is it possible, though they should all live at your own murdering rate, that less than 10 pounds a year could maintain a family? Do not be in a passion, good Miss Abigail. I have a greater regard for your sex than to prescribe such a lean diet to married men. But I confess I forgot the wives and children. The main reason was, because I thought poor priests could have no occasion for them. Who could imagine that the parson who is to teach others by example as well as precept was not able to withstand those desires which the wicked world itself calls unreasonable? What is the reason when an apprentice marries before he is out of his time, that unless he meets with a good fortune, all his relations are angry with him, and everybody blames him? Nothing else, but because at the time he has no money at his disposal, and being bound to his master's service, has no leisure, and perhaps little capacity to provide for a family. What must we say to a parson that has 20, or if you will, 40 pounds a year, that being bound more strictly to all the services a parish and his duty require, has little time, and generally much less ability to get any more? Is it not very reasonable he should marry? But why should a sober young man who is guilty of no vice be debarred from lawful enjoyments? Right. Marriage is lawful, and so is a coach. But what is that to people who have not enough money to keep one? If he must have a wife, let him look out for money, or wait for a greater benefice, or something else to maintain her handsomely, and bear all incident charges. But nobody that has anything herself will have him. And he cannot stay. He has a very good stomach, and all the symptoms of health. It is not everybody that can live without a woman. It is better to marry than burn. What a world of self-denial is here! The sober young man is very willing to be virtuous, but you must not cross his inclinations. He promises never to be a deer stealer, upon condition he shall have venison of his own. And nobody must doubt, but that if it come to the push, he is qualified to suffer martyrdom, though he owns that he has not strength enough patiently to bear a scratched finger. When we see so many of the clergy, to indulge their lust, a brutish appetite, run themselves after this manner upon an inevitable poverty, which, unless they could bear it with greater fortitude than they discover in all their actions, must of necessity make them contemptible to all the world, what credit must we give them, when they pretend that they conform themselves to the world, not because they take delight in the several decencies, conveniences, and ornaments of it, but only to preserve their function from contempt, in order to be more useful to others? Have we not reason to believe that what they say is full of hypocrisy and falsehood, and that concupiscence is not the only appetite they want to gratify? That the haughty airs and quick sense of injuries, the curious elegance in dress and niceness of palate, to be observed in most of them that are able to show them, are the results of pride and luxury in them, as they are in other people, and that the clergy are not possessed of more intrinsic virtue than any other profession? I am afraid, by this time I have given many of my readers a real displeasure, by dwelling so long upon the reality of pleasure. But I cannot help it. There is one thing that comes into my head to corroborate what I have urged already, which I cannot forbear mentioning. It is this: those who govern others throughout the world are at least as wise as the people that are governed by them, generally speaking. If, for this reason, we would take pattern from our superiors, we have but to cast our eyes on all the courts and governments in the universe, and we shall soon perceive from the actions of the great ones which opinion they side with, and what pleasures those in the highest stations of all seem to be most fond of. For, if it be allowable at all to judge of people's inclinations from their manner of living, none can be less injured by it than those who are the most at liberty to do as they please. If the great ones of the clergy, as well as the laity of any country whatever, had no value for earthly pleasures, and did not endeavor to gratify their appetites, why are envy and revenge so raging among them, and all the other passions improved and refined upon in courts of princes more than anywhere else? And why are their repasts, their recreations, and whole manner of living always such as are approved of, coveted, and imitated by the most sensual people of that same country? If, despising all visible decorations, they were only in love with the embellishments of the mind, why should they borrow so many of the implements, and make use of the most darling toys of the luxurious? Why should a Lord Treasurer, or a bishop, or even the Grand Signior, or the Pope of Rome, to be good and virtuous, and endeavor the conquest of his passions, have occasion for greater revenues, richer furniture, or a more numerous attention, as to personal service, than a private man? What virtue is it the exercise of which requires so much pomp and superfluity as to be seen by all men in power? A man has as much opportunity to practice temperance that has but one dish at a meal as he that is constantly served with 3 courses and a dozen dishes in each. One may exercise as much patience and be as full of self-denial on a few flocks, without curtains or tester, as in a velvet bed that is 16 foot high. The virtuous possessions of the mind are neither charge nor burden. A man may bear misfortunes with fortitude in a garret, forgive injuries afoot, and be chaste though he has not a shirt to his back, and therefore I shall never believe but that an indifferent sculler, if he was entrusted with it, might carry all the learning and religion that one man can contain, as well as a barge with 6 oars, especially if it was but to cross from Lambeth to Westminster, or that humility is so ponderous a virtue that it requires 6 horses to draw it. To say that men not being so easily governed by their equals as by their superiors, it is necessary that to keep the multitude in awe, those who rule over us should excel others in outward appearance, and consequently that all in high station should have the badges of honor and ensigns of power to be distinguished from the vulgar, is a frivolous objection. This, in the first place, can only be of use to poor princes and weak and precarious governments, that being actually unable to maintain the public peace, are obliged with a pageant show to make up what they want in real power. So the government of Batavia in the East Indies is forced to keep up a grandeur, and live in a magnificence above his quality, to strike a terror in the natives of Java, who, if they had skill in conduct, are strong enough to destroy 10 times the number of their masters. But great princes and states that keep large fleets at sea, and numerous armies in the field, have no occasion for such stratagems, for what makes them formidable abroad will never fail to be their security at home. Secondly, what must protect the lives and wealth of people from the attempts of wicked men in all societies is the severity of laws, and diligent administration of impartial justice. Theft, housebreaking, and murder are not to be prevented by the scarlet gowns of the aldermen, the gold chains of the sheriffs, the fine trappings of their horses, or any gaudy show whatever. Those pageant ornaments are beneficial another way. They are eloquent lectures to apprentices, and the use of them is to animate, not to deter. But men of abandoned principles must be awed by rugged officers, strong prisons, watchful jailers, the hangman, and the gallows. If London was to be 1 week destitute of constables and watchmen to guard the houses o' nights, half the bankers would be ruined in that time, and if my Lord Mayor had nothing to defend himself but his great 2-handed sword, the huge cap of maintenance, and his gilded mace, he would soon be stripped, in the very streets of the city, of all his finery in his stately coach. But let us grant that the eyes of the nobility are to be dazzled with a gaudy outside. If virtue was the chief delight of great men, why should their extravagance be extended to things not understood by the mob, and wholly removed from public view? I mean their private diversions, the pomp and luxury of the dining room and the bedchamber, and the curiosities of the closet. Few of the vulgar know that there is wine of 1 guinea the bottle, that birds, no bigger than larks, are often sold for half a guinea apiece, or that a single picture may be worth several £1,000s. Besides, is it to be imagined that unless it was to please their own appetites, men should put themselves to such vast expenses for a political show, and be so solicitous to gain the esteem of those whom they so much despise in everything else? If we allow that the splendor and all the elegancy of a court insipid, and only tiresome to the prince himself, and are altogether made use of to preserve royal majesty from contempt, can we say the same of half a dozen illegitimate children, most of them the offspring of adultery, by the same majesty, got, educated, and made princes at the expense of the nation? Therefore it is evident that this awing of the multitude by a distinguished manner of living is only a cloak and pretense, under which great men would shelter their vanity, and indulge every appetite about them without reproach. A burgomaster of Amsterdam, in his plain black suit, followed perhaps by 1 footman, is fully as much respected and better obeyed than a Lord Mayor of London, with all his splendid equipage and great train of attendants. Where there is a real power, it is ridiculous to think that any temperance or austerity of life should ever render the person in whom the power is lodged contemptible in his office, from an emperor to the beadle of a parish. Cato, in his government of Spain, in which he acquitted himself with so much glory, had only 3 servants to attend him. Do we hear that any of his orders were ever slighted for this, notwithstanding that he loved his bottle? And when that great man marched on foot through the scorching sands of Libya, and parched up with thirst, refused to touch the water that was brought him before all his soldiers had drank, Do we ever read that this heroic forbearance weakened his authority, or lessened him in the esteem of his army? But what need we go so far off? There has not, for these many ages, been a prince less inclined to pomp and luxury than the present king of Sweden, who, enamored with the title of hero, has not only sacrificed the lives of his subjects and welfare of his dominions, but, what is more uncommon in sovereigns, his own ease, and all the comforts of life, to an implacable spirit of revenge. Yet he is obeyed to the ruin of his people, in obstinately maintaining a war that has almost utterly destroyed his kingdom. Thus I have proved that the real pleasures of all men in nature are worldly and sensual, if we judge from their practice. I say all men in nature, because devout Christians, who alone are to be accepted here, being regenerated and preternaturally assisted by the divine grace, cannot be said to be in nature. How strange it is that they should also unanimously deny it! Ask not only the divines and moralists of every nation, but likewise all that are rich and powerful, about real pleasure, and they will tell you, with the Stoics, that there can be no true felicity in things mundane and corruptible, but then look upon their lives, and you will find they take delight in no other. What must we do in this dilemma? Shall we be so uncharitable as, judging from men's actions, to say that all the world prevaricates, and that this is not their opinion, let them talk what they will? Or shall we be so silly as, relying on what they say, to think them sincere in their sentiments, and so not believe our own eyes? Or shall we rather endeavor to believe ourselves and them too, and say with Montaigne, that they imagine, and are fully persuaded, that they believe what they do not believe? These are his words. Some impose on the world, and would be thought to believe what they really do not, but much the greater number impose upon themselves, not considering, nor thoroughly apprehending what it is to believe. But this is making all mankind either fools or impostors, which, to avoid, there is nothing left us, but to say what Mr. Bayle has endeavored to prove at large in his Reflections on Comets, that man is so unaccountable a creature as to act most commonly against his principle. And this is so far from being injurious, that it is a compliment to human nature, for we must see either this or worse. This contradiction in the frame of man is the reason that the theory of virtue is so well understood, and the practice of it so rarely to be met with. If you ask me where to look for those beautiful shining qualities of prime ministers and the great favorites of princes that are so finely painted in dedications, addresses, epitaphs, funeral sermons, and inscriptions, I answer there, and nowhere else. Where would you look for the excellency of a statue, but in that part which you see of it? It is the outside only that has the skill and labor of the sculptor to boast of. What is out of sight is untouched. Would you break the head or cut open the breast to look for the brains or the heart, you would only show your ignorance, and destroy the workmanship. This has often made me compare the virtues of great men to your large china jars. They make a fine show, and are ornamental even to a chimney. One would, by the bulk they appear in, and the value that is set upon them, think they might be very useful. But look into 1,000 of them, and you will find nothing in them but dust and cobwebs. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Line 201. The very poor live better than the rich before. If we trace the most flourishing nations in their origin, we shall find that in the remote beginnings of every society, the richest and most considerable men among them were a great while destitute of a great many comforts of life that are now enjoyed by the meanest and most humble wretches. So that many things which were once looked upon as the invention of luxury are now allowed even to those that are so miserably poor as to become the objects of public charity, nay, counted so necessary that we think no human creature ought to want them. In the first ages, man, without doubt, fed on the fruits of the earth, without any previous preparation, and reposed himself naked like other animals on the lap of their common parent. Whatever has contributed since to make life more comfortable, as it must have been the result of thought, experience, and some labor, so it more or less deserves the name of luxury, the more or less trouble it required and deviated from the primitive simplicity. Our admiration is extended no farther than to what is new to us. and we all overlook the excellency of things we are used to, be they never so curious. A man would be laughed at that should discover luxury in the plain dress of a poor creature that walks along in a thick parish gown, and a coarse shirt underneath it. And yet what a number of people, how many different trades, and what a variety of skill and tools must be employed to have the most ordinary Yorkshire cloth. What depth of thought and ingenuity, what toil and labor, and what length of time must it have cost before man could learn from a seed to raise and prepare so useful a product as linen? Must that society not be vainly curious, among whom this admirable commodity, after it is made, shall not be thought fit to be used even by the poorest of all, before it is brought to a perfect whiteness, which is not to be produced but by the assistance of all the elements, joined to a world of industry and patience? I have not done yet. Can we reflect not only on the cost laid out upon this luxurious invention, but likewise on the little time the whiteness of it continues, in which part of its beauty consists, that every 6 or 7 days at farthest it wants cleaning, and while it lasts is a continual charge to the wearer? Can we, I say, reflect on all this, and not think it an extravagant piece of nicety that even those who receive alms of the parish should not only have whole garments made of this operose manufacture, but likewise that as soon as they are soiled, to restore them to their pristine purity, they should make use of one of the most judicious as well as difficult compositions that chemistry can boast of, with which, dissolved in water by the help of fire, the most detersive and yet innocent lixivium is prepared that human industry has hitherto been able to invent. It is certain, time was that the things I speak of would have bore those lofty expressions, and in which everybody would have reasoned after the same manner. But the age we live in would call a man fool who should talk of extravagance and nicety if he saw a poor woman, after having wore her crown cloth smock a whole week, wash it with a bit of stinking soap of a groat a pound. The arts of brewing and making bread have by slow degrees been brought to the perfection they now are in, but to have invented them at once, and a priori, would have required more knowledge and a deeper insight into the nature of fermentation than the greatest philosopher has hitherto been endowed with. Yet the fruits of both are now enjoyed by the meanest of our species, and a starving wretch knows not how to make a more humble or a more modest petition than by asking for a bit of bread or a draught of small beer. Man has learned by experience that nothing was softer than the small plumes and down of birds, and found that heaped together they would by their elasticity gently rest any incumbent weight, and heave up again of themselves as soon as the pressure is over. To make use of them to sleep upon was, no doubt, first invented to complement the vanity as well as ease of the wealthy and potent. But they are long since become so common that almost everybody lies upon feather-beds, and to substitute flocks in the room of them is counted a miserable shift of the most necessitous. What a vast height must luxury have been arrived to before it could be reckoned a hardship to repose upon the soft wool of animals? From caves, huts, hovels, tents, and barracks, with which mankind took up at first, we are come to warm and well-wrought houses, and the meanest habitations to be seen in cities are regular buildings, contrived by persons skilled in proportions and architecture. If the ancient Britons and Gauls should have come out of their graves, with what amazement would they gaze on the mighty structures everywhere raised for the poor? Should they behold the magnificence of a Chelsea college, a Greenwich hospital, or what surpasses all of them, a Des Invalides at Paris, and see the care, the plenty, the superfluities and pomp, which people that have no possessions at all are treated with in those stately palaces? Those who were once the greatest and richest of the land would have reason to envy the most reduced of our species now. Another piece of luxury the poor enjoy that is not looked upon as such, and which there is no doubt but the wealthiest in a golden age would abstain from, is their making use of the flesh of animals to eat. In what concerns the fashions and manners of the ages men live in, they never examine into the real worth or merit of the cause, and generally judge of things not as their reason, but custom direct them. Time was when the funeral rites and the disposing of the dead were performed by fire, and the cadavers of the greatest emperors were burnt to ashes. Then burying the corpse in the ground was a funeral for slaves, or made a punishment for the worst of malefactors. Now nothing is decent or honorable but interring, and burning the body is reserved for crimes of the blackest dye. At some times we look upon trifles with horror, at other times we can behold enormities without concern. If we see a man walk with his hat on in a church, though out of service time, it shocks us. But if on a Sunday night we meet half a dozen fellows drunk in the street, the sight makes little or no impression upon us. If a woman at merrymaking dresses in man's clothes, it is reckoned a frolic amongst friends, and he that finds too much fault with it is counted censorious. Upon the stage it is done without reproach, and the most virtuous ladies will dispense with it in an actress, though everybody has a full view of her legs and thighs. But if the same woman, as soon as she has petticoats on again, should show her leg to a man as high as her knee, it would be a very immodest action, and everybody will call her impudent for it. I have often thought, if it was not for this tyranny which custom usurps over us, that men of any tolerable good nature could never be reconciled to the killing of so many animals for their daily food, as long as the bountiful earth so plentifully provides them with varieties of vegetable dainties. I know that reason excites our compassion but faintly, and therefore I would not wonder how men should so little commiserate such imperfect creatures as crayfish, oysters, cockles, and indeed all fish in general, as they are mute, and their inward formation, as well as outward figure, vastly different from ours, they express themselves unintelligibly to us, and therefore it is not strange that their grief should not affect our understanding which it cannot reach, for nothing stirs us to pity so effectually as when the symptoms of misery strike immediately upon our senses, and I have seen people moved at the noise a live lobster makes upon the spit, that could have killed half a dozen fowls with pleasure. But in such perfect animals as sheep and oxen, in whom the heart, the brain, and nerves differ so little from ours, and in whom the separation of the spirits from the blood, the organs of sense, and consequently feeling itself, are the same as they are in human creatures, I cannot imagine how a man not hardened in blood and massacre is able to see a violent death, and the pangs of it, without concern. In answer to this, most people will think it sufficient to say, that all things being allowed to be made for the service of man, there can be no cruelty in putting creatures to the use they were designed for. But I have heard men make this reply, while their nature within them has reproached them with the falsehood of the assertion. There is of all the multitude not one man in 10 but what will own, if he was not brought up in a slaughterhouse, that of all trades he could never have been a butcher. And I question whether ever anybody so much as killed a chicken without reluctancy the first time. Some people are not to be persuaded to taste of any creatures they have daily seen and been acquainted with, while they were alive. Others extend their scruple no farther than their own poultry, and refuse to eat what they fed and took care of themselves. Yet all of them will feed heartily and without remorse on beef, mutton, and fowls when they are bought in the market. In this behavior, methinks, there appears something like a consciousness of guilt. It looks as if they endeavored to save themselves from the imputation of a crime, which they know sticks somewhere, by removing the cause of it as far as they can from themselves, and I can discover in it some strong remains of primitive pity and innocence, which all the arbitrary power of custom and the violence of luxury have not yet been able to conquer. What I build upon, I shall be told, is a folly that wise men are not guilty of. I own it, but while it proceeds from a real passion inherent in our nature, it is sufficient to demonstrate that we are born with a repugnancy to the killing, and consequently the eating of animals, for it is impossible that a natural appetite should ever prompt us to act, or desire others to do, what we have an aversion to, be it as foolish as it will. Everybody knows that surgeons, in the cure of dangerous wounds and fractures, the extirpations of limbs, and other dreadful operations, are often compelled to put their patients to extraordinary torments, and that the more desperate and calamitous cases occur to them, the more the outcries and bodily sufferings of others must become familiar to them. For this reason, our English law, out of a most affectionate regard to the lives of the subject, allows them not to be of any jury upon life and death, as supposing that their practice itself is sufficient to harden and extinguish in them that tenderness, without which no man is capable of setting a true value upon the lives of his fellow creatures. Now, if we ought to have no concern for what we do to brute beasts, and there was not imagined to be any cruelty in killing them, why should of all callings butchers, and only they, jointly with surgeons, be excluded from being jurymen by the same law? I shall urge nothing of what Pythagoras and many other wise men have said concerning this barbarity of eating flesh. I have gone too much out of my way already, and shall therefore beg the reader, if he would have any more of this, to run over the following fable, or else, if he be tired, to let it alone, with an assurance that in doing of either he shall equally oblige me. A Roman merchant in one of the Carthaginian wars was cast away upon the coast of Africa. Himself and his slave with great difficulty got safe ashore, but going in quest of relief, were met by a lion of a mighty size. It happened to be one of the breed that ranged in Aesop's days, and one that could not only speak several languages, but seemed, moreover, very well acquainted with human affairs. The slave got upon a tree, but his master not thinking himself safe there, and having heard much of the generosity of lions, fell down prostrate before him, with all the signs of fear and submission. The lion, who had lately filled his belly, bids him rise, and for a while lay by his fears, assuring him withal that he should not be touched, if he could give him any tolerable reasons why he should not be devoured. The merchant obeyed, and having now received some glimmering hopes of safety, gave a dismal account of the shipwreck he had suffered, and endeavoring from thence to raise the lion's pity, pleaded his cause with abundance of good rhetoric, but observing by the countenance of the beast that flattery and fine words made very little impression, he betook himself to arguments of greater solidity, and reasoning from the excellency of man's nature and abilities, remonstrated how improbable it was that the gods should not have designed him for a better use than to be ate by savage beasts. Upon this the lion became more attentive, and vouchsafed now and then a reply, till at last the following dialogue ensued between them. "O vain and covetous animal," said the lion, "whose pride and avarice can make him leave his native soil, where his natural wants might be plentifully supplied, and try rough seas and dangerous mountains to find out superfluities, why should you esteem your species above ours? And if the gods have given you a superiority over all creatures, then why beg you of an inferior?" "Our superiority," answered the merchant, "consists not only in bodily force, but strength of understanding. The gods have endued us with a rational soul, which, though invisible, is much the better part of us. I desire to touch nothing of you but what is good to eat. But why do you value yourself so much upon that part which is invisible?" "Because it is immortal, and shall meet with rewards after death for the actions of this life, and the just shall enjoy eternal bliss and tranquillity with the heroes and demigods in the Elysian fields." "What life have you led?" "I have honored the gods, and studied to be beneficial to man." "Then why do you fear death, if you think the gods as just as you have been?" "I have a wife and 5 small children that must come to want if they lose me." "I have 2 whelps that are not big enough to shift for themselves, that are in want now, and must actually be starved if I can provide nothing for them. Your children will be provided for one way or other, at least as well when I have ate you, as if you had been drowned. As to the excellency of either species, the value of things among you has ever increased with the scarcity of them, and to 1,000,000 of men there is hardly one lion. Besides that, in the great veneration man pretends to have for his kind, there is little sincerity farther than it concerns the share which everyone's pride has in it for himself. It is a folly to boast of the tenderness shown, and attendance given to your young ones, or the excessive and lasting trouble bestowed in the education of them. Man being born the most necessitous and most helpless animal, this is only an instinct of nature, which, in all creatures, has ever proportioned the care of the parent to the wants and imbecilities of the offspring. But if a man had a real value for his kind, how is it possible that often 10,000 of them, and sometimes 10 times as many, should be destroyed in a few hours for the caprice of 2? All degrees of men despise those that are inferior to them, and if you could enter into the hearts of kings and princes, you would hardly find any but what have less value for the greatest part of the multitudes they rule over than those have for the cattle that belong to them. Why should so many pretend to derive their race, though but spuriously, from the immortal gods? Why should all of them suffer others to kneel down before them, and more or less take delight in having divine honors paid them, but to insinuate that themselves are of a more exalted nature, and a species superior to that of their subjects? Savage I am, But no creature can be called cruel, but what either by malice or insensibility extinguishes his natural pity. The lion was born without compassion. We follow the instinct of our nature. The gods have appointed us to live upon the waste and spoil of other animals, and as long as we can meet with dead ones, we never hunt after the living. It is only man, mischievous man, that can make death a sport. Nature taught your stomach to crave nothing but vegetables, but your violent fondness to change, and great eagerness after novelties, have prompted you to the destruction of animals without justice or necessity, perverted your nature, and warped your appetites which way soever your pride or luxury have called them. The lion has a ferment within him that consumes the toughest skin and hardest bones, as well as the flesh of all animals without exception. Your squeamish stomach, in which the digestive heat is weak and inconsiderable, will not so much as admit the most tender parts of them, unless above half the concoction has been performed by artificial fire beforehand. And yet what animal have you spared to satisfy the caprices of a languid appetite? Languid, I say, for what is man's hunger if compared to the lion's? Yours, when it is at the worst, makes you faint. Mine makes me mad. Oft have I tried with roots and herbs to allay the violence of it, but in vain. Nothing but large quantities of flesh can anywise appease it. Yet the fierceness of our hunger notwithstanding, lions have often requited benefits received, but ungrateful and perfidious man feeds on the sheep that clothes him, and spares not her innocent young ones, whom he has taken into his care and custody. If you tell me the gods made man master over all other creatures, what tyranny was it then to destroy them out of wantonness? No, fickle, timorous animal, the gods have made you for society, and designed that millions of you, when well joined together, should compose the strong Leviathan. A single lion bears some sway in the creation, but what is single man? A small and inconsiderable part, a trifling atom of one great beast. What nature designs, she executes, and it is not safe to judge of what she purposed, but from the effects she shows. If she had intended that man, as man from a superiority of species, should lord it over all other animals, the tiger, nay, the whale and eagle would have obeyed his voice. But if your wit and understanding exceeds ours, ought not the lion, in deference to that superiority, to follow the maxims of men, with whom nothing is more sacred than that the reason of the strongest is ever the most prevalent? Whole multitudes of you have conspired and compassed the destruction of one, after they had owned the gods had made them their superior, and one has often ruined and cut off whole multitudes, whom, by the same gods, he had sworn to defend and maintain. Man never acknowledged superiority without power, and why should I? The excellence I boast of is visible. All animals tremble at the sight of the lion, not out of panic fear. The gods have given me swiftness to overtake, and strength to conquer whatever comes near me. Where is there a creature that has teeth and claws like mine? Behold the thickness of these massy jaw bones. Consider the width of them, and feel the firmness of this brawny neck. The nimblest deer, the wildest boar, the stoutest horse, and strongest bull, are my prey wherever I meet them. Thus spoke the lion, and the merchant fainted away. The lion, in my opinion, has stretched the point too far. Yet, when to soften the flesh of male animals, we have by castration prevented the firmness their tendons and every fiber would have come to without it, I confess, I think it ought to move a human creature when he reflects upon the cruel care with which they are fattened for destruction. When a large and gentle bullock, after having resisted a 10 times greater force of blows than would have killed his murderer, falls stunned at last, and his armed head is fastened to the ground with cords. As soon as the wide wound is made, and the jugulars are cut asunder, what mortal can, without compassion, hear the painful bellowings intercepted by his blood, the bitter sighs that speak the sharpness of his anguish, and the deep-sounding groans, with loud anxiety, fetched from the bottom of his strong and palpitating heart? Look on the trembling and violent convulsions of his limbs. See, while his reeking gore streams from him, his eyes become dim and languid, and behold his strugglings, gasps, and last efforts for life, the certain signs of his approaching fate. When a creature has given such convincing and undeniable proofs of the terrors upon him, and the pains and agonies he feels, is there a follower of Descartes so inured to blood as not to refute, by his commiseration, the philosophy of that vain reasoner? End of section 17. Section 18 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. Line 307. For frugally they now lived on their salary. When people have small comings in, and are honest withal, it is then that the generality of them begin to be frugal, and not before. Frugality in ethics is called that virtue from the principle of which men abstain from superfluities, and, despising the operose contrivances of art to procure either ease or pleasure, content themselves with the natural simplicity of things, and are carefully temperate in the enjoyment of them, without any tincture of covetousness. Frugality thus limited is perhaps scarcer than many may imagine, but what is generally understood by it is a quality more often to be met with, and consists in a medium between profuseness and avarice, rather leaning to the latter. As this prudent economy, which some people call saving, is in private families the most certain method to increase an estate, so some imagine that whether a country be barren or fruitful, the same method, if generally pursued, which they think practicable, will have the same effect upon a whole nation, and that, for example, the English might be much richer than they are if they would be as frugal as some of their neighbors. This, I think, is an error, which to prove, I shall first refer the reader to what has been said upon this head in remark on line 180, and then go on thus. Experience teaches us first, that as people differ in their views and perceptions of things, so they vary in their inclinations. One man is given to covetousness, another to prodigality, and a third is only saving. Secondly, that men are never, or at least very seldom, reclaimed from their darling passions, either by reason or precept, and that if anything ever draws them from what they are naturally propense to, it must be a change in their circumstances or their fortunes. If we reflect upon these observations, we shall find that to render the generality of a nation lavish, the product of the country must be considerable, in proportion to the inhabitants, and what they are profuse of cheap. That, on the contrary, to make a nation generally frugal, the necessaries of life must be scarce, and consequently dear, and that, therefore, let the best politician do what he can, the profuseness or frugality of a people in general must always depend upon, and will, in spite of his teeth, be ever proportioned to the fruitfulness and product of the country, the number of inhabitants, and the taxes they are to bear. If anybody would refute what I have said, let them only prove from history that there ever was in any country a national frugality without a national necessity. Let us examine then what the things are requisite to aggrandize and enrich a nation. The first desirable blessings for any society of men are fertile soil and a happy climate, a mild government, and more land than people. These things will render men easy, loving, honest, and sincere. In this condition they may be as virtuous as they can, without the least injury to the public, and consequently as happy as they please themselves. But they shall have no arts or sciences, or be quiet longer than their neighbors will let them. They must be poor, ignorant, and almost wholly destitute of what we call the comforts of life, and all the cardinal virtues together would not so much as procure a tolerable coat or a porridge pot among them. For in this state of slothful ease and stupid innocence, as you need not fear great vices, so you must not expect any considerable virtues. Man never exerts himself but when he is roused by his desires. While they lie dormant, and there is nothing to raise them, his excellence and abilities will be forever undiscovered, and the lumpish machine, without the influence of his passions, may be justly compared to a huge windmill without a breath of air. Would you render a society of men strong and powerful, you must touch their passions. Divide the land, though there be never so much to spare, and their possessions will make them covetous. Rouse them, though but in jest, from their idleness with praises, and pride will set them to work in earnest. Teach them trades and handicrafts, and you will bring every emulation among them. To increase their numbers, set up a variety of manufactures, and leave no ground uncultivated. Let property be inviolably secured, and privileges equal to all men. Suffer nobody to act but what is lawful, and everybody to think what he pleases. For a country where everybody may be maintained that will be employed, and the other maxims are observed, must always be thronged, and can never want people, as long as there is any in the world. Would you have them bold and warlike, turn to military discipline, make good use of their fear, and flatter their vanity with art and assiduity? But would you, moreover, render them an opulent, knowing, and polite nation, teach them commerce with foreign countries, and, if possible, get into the sea, which to compass spare no labor for industry, and let no difficulty deter you from it, then promote navigation, cherish the merchant, and encourage trade in every branch of it, this will bring riches, and where they are, arts and sciences will soon follow. And by the help of what I have named and good management, it is that politicians can make a people potent, renowned, and flourishing. But would you have a frugal and honest society, the best policy is to preserve men in their native simplicity. Strive not to increase their numbers. Let them never be acquainted with strangers or superfluities, but remove and keep them from everything that might raise their desires, or improve their understanding. Great wealth and foreign treasure will ever scorn to come among men, unless you will admit their inseparable companions, avarice and luxury. Where trade is considerable, fraud will intrude. To be at once well-bred and sincere is no less than a contradiction, and, therefore, while man advances in knowledge, and his manners are polished, we must expect to see, at the same time, his desires enlarged, his appetites refined, and his vices increased. The Dutch may ascribe their present grandeur to the virtue and frugality of their ancestors as they please, but what made that contemptible spot of ground so considerable among the principal powers of Europe has been their political wisdom in postponing everything to merchandise and navigation, the unlimited liberty of conscience that is enjoyed among them, and the unwearied application with which they have always made use of the most effectual means to encourage and increase trade in general. They never were noted for frugality before Philip II of Spain began to rage over them with that unheard-of tyranny. Their laws were trampled upon, their rights and large immunities taken from them, and their constitution torn to pieces. Several of their chief nobles were condemned and executed without legal form of process. Complaints and remonstrances were punished as severely as resistance, and those that escaped being massacred were plundered by ravenous soldiers. As this was intolerable to a people that had always been used to the mildest of governments, and enjoyed greater privileges than any of the neighboring nations, so they chose rather to die in arms than perish by cruel executioners. If we consider the strength Spain had then, and the low circumstances those distressed states were in, there never was heard of a more unequal strife. Yet such was their fortitude and resolution, that only 7 of those provinces, uniting themselves together, maintained against the greatest and best disciplined nation in Europe the most tedious and bloody war that is to be met with in ancient or modern history. Rather than to become a victim to the Spanish fury, they were contented to live upon a third part of their revenues, and lay out far the greatest part of their income in defending themselves against their merciless enemies. These hardships and calamities of war within their bowels first put them upon that extraordinary frugality, and the continuance under the same difficulties for above 80 years could not but render it customary and habitual to them. But all their arts of saving, and penurious ways of living, could never have enabled them to make head against so potent an enemy, if their industry in promoting their fishery and navigation in general had not helped them to supply the natural wants and disadvantages they labored under. The country is so small and so populous that there is not land enough, though hardly an inch of it is unimproved, to feed the 10th part of the inhabitants. Holland itself is full of large rivers, and lies lower than the sea, which would run over it every tide and wash it away in one winter if it was not kept out by vast banks and huge walls. The repairs of those, as well as their sluices, quays, mills, and other necessaries they are forced to make use of to keep themselves from being drowned, are a great expense to them, one year with another, than could be raised by a general land tax of 4 shillings in the pound, if to be deducted from the neat produce of the landlord's revenue. Is it a wonder that people under such circumstances, and loaden with greater taxes besides than any other nation, should be obliged to be saving? But why must they be a pattern to others, who, besides that they are more happily situated, are much richer within themselves, and have, to the same number of people, above 10 times the extent of ground? The Dutch and we often buy and sell at the same markets, and so far our views may be said to be the same. Otherwise the interests and political reasons of the two nations, as to the private economy of either, are very different. It is their interest to be frugal and spend little, because they must have everything from abroad, except butter, cheese, and fish, and therefore of them, especially the latter, they consume 3 times the quantity which the same number of people do here. It is our interest to eat plenty of beef and mutton to maintain the farmer, and further improve our land, of which we have enough to feed ourselves, and as many more if it was better cultivated. The Dutch perhaps have more shipping and more ready money than we, but then those are only to be considered as the tools they work with. So a carrier may have more horses than a man of 10 times his worth, and a banker that has not above 15 or 1600 pounds in the world may have generally more ready cash by him than a gentleman of 2000 a year. He that keeps 3 or 4 stagecoaches to get his bread is to a gentleman that keeps a coach for his pleasure what the Dutch are in comparison to us. Having nothing of their own but fish, they are carriers and freighters to the rest of the world, while the basis of our trade chiefly depends upon our own product. Another instance that what makes the bulk of the people saving are heavy taxes, scarcity of land, and such things that occasion a dearth of provisions, may be given from what is observable among the Dutch themselves. In the province of Holland there is a vast trade, and an unconceivable treasure of money. The land is almost as rich as dung itself, and, as I have said once already, not an inch of it unimproved. In Gelderland and Overijssel there is hardly any trade, and very little money. The soil is very indifferent, and abundance of ground lies waste. Then what is the reason that the same Dutch in the 2 latter provinces, though poorer than the first, are yet less stingy and more hospitable? Nothing but that their taxes in most things are less extravagant, and in proportion to the number of people they have a great deal more ground. What they save in Holland they save out of their bellies. It is eatables, drinkables, and fuel that their heaviest taxes are upon, but they wear better clothes and have richer furniture than you will find in the other provinces. Those that are frugal by principle are so in everything, but in Holland the people are only sparing in such things as are daily wanted and soon consumed. In what is lasting they are quite otherwise. In pictures and marble they are profuse, in their buildings and gardens they are extravagant to folly. In other countries you may meet with stately courts and palaces of great extent that belong to princes, which nobody can expect in a commonwealth, where so much equality is observed as there is in this. But in all Europe you shall find no private building so sumptuously magnificent as a great many of the merchants' and other gentlemen's houses are in Amsterdam, and some other great cities of that small province. And the generality of those that build there lay out a greater proportion of their estates on houses they dwell in, than any people upon the earth. The nation I speak of was never in greater straits, nor their affairs in a more dismal posture since they were a republic, than in the year 1671, and the beginning of 1672. What we know of their economy and constitution with any certainty has been chiefly owing to Sir William Temple, whose observations upon their manners and government, it is evident from several passages in his memoirs, were made about that time. The Dutch, indeed, were then very frugal, but since those days, and that their calamities have not been so pressing, though the common people, on whom the principal burden of all excises and impositions lies, are perhaps much as they were, a great alteration has been made among the better sort of people in their equipages, entertainments, and whole manner of living. Those who would have it, that the frugality of that nation flows not so much from necessity as a general aversion to vice and luxury, will put us in mind of their public administration, and smallness of salaries, their prudence in bargaining for and buying stores and other necessaries, the great care they take not to be imposed upon by those that serve them, and their severity against them that break their contracts. But what they would ascribe to the virtue and honesty of ministers is wholly due to their strict regulations concerning the management of the public treasure, from which their admirable form of government will not suffer them to depart. And indeed one good man may take another's word, if they so agree, but a whole nation ought never to trust any honesty, but what is built upon necessity. For unhappy is the people, and their constitution will ever be precarious, whose welfare must depend upon the virtues and consciences of ministers and politicians. The Dutch generally endeavor to promote as much frugality among their subjects as it is possible, not because it is a virtue, but because it is, generally speaking, their interest, as I have shown before, for, as this latter changes, so they alter their maxims, as will be plain in the following instance. As soon as their East India ships come home, the company pays off the men, and many of them receive the greatest part of what they have been earning in 7 or 8 or some 15 or 16 years' time. These poor fellows are encouraged to spend their money with all profuseness imaginable, and considering that most of them, when they set out first, were reprobates, that under the tuition of a strict discipline and a miserable diet have been so long kept at hard labor without money in the midst of danger, it cannot be difficult to make them lavish, as soon as they have plenty. They squander away in wine, women, and music, as much as people of their taste and education are well capable of, and are suffered, so they but abstain from doing of mischief, to revel and riot with greater licentiousness than is customary to be allowed to others. You may in some cities see them accompanied with 3 or 4 lewd women, few of them sober, run roaring through the streets by broad daylight with a fiddler before them. And if the money, to their thinking, goes not fast enough these ways, they will find out others, and sometimes fling it among the mob by handfuls. This madness continues in most of them while they have anything left, which never lasts long, and for this reason, by a nickname, they are called Lords of 6 weeks, that being generally the time by which the company has other ships ready to depart, where these infatuated wretches, their money being gone, are forced to enter themselves again, and may have leisure to repent their folly. In this stratagem there is a double policy. First, if the sailors that have been inured to the hot climates and unwholesome air and diet should be frugal, and stay in their own country, the company would be continually obliged to employ fresh men, of which, besides that they are not so fit for their business, hardly 1 in 2 ever lives in some places of the East Indies, which often would prove great charge as well as disappointment to them. The second is, that the large sums so often distributed among these sailors are by this means made immediately to circulate throughout the country, from whence, by heavy excises and other impositions, the greatest part of it is soon drawn back into the public treasure. To convince the champions for national frugality by another argument, that what they urge is impracticable, we will suppose that I am mistaken in everything which in remark, line 180, I have said in behalf of luxury, and the necessity of it to maintain trade. After that, let us examine what a general frugality, if it was by art and management to be forced upon people whether they have occasion for it or not, would produce in a nation such as ours. We will grant, then, that all people in Great Britain shall consume but 4/5 of what they do now, and so lay by 1/5 part of their income. I shall not speak of what influence this would have upon almost every trade, as well as the farmer, the grazier, and the landlord, but favorably suppose, what is yet impossible, that the same work shall be done, and consequently the same handicrafts be employed as there are now. The consequence would be, that unless money should all at once fall prodigiously in value, and everything else, contrary to reason, grow very dear, at the 5 years' end all the working people, and the poorest of laborers, for I would not meddle with any of the rest, would be worth in ready cash as much as they now spend in a whole year, which, by the by, would be more money than ever the nation had at once. Let us now, overjoyed with this increase of wealth, take a view of the condition the working people would be in, and, reasoning from experience, and what we daily observe of them, judge what their behavior would be in such a case. Everybody knows that there is a vast number of journeymen weavers, tailors, cloth-workers, and 20 other handicrafts, who, if by 4 days' labor in a week they can maintain themselves, will hardly be persuaded to work the 5th, and that there are thousands of laboring men of all sorts, who will, though they can hardly subsist, put themselves to 50 inconveniences, disoblige their masters, pinch their bellies, and run in debt to make holidays. When men show such an extraordinary proclivity to idleness and pleasure, what reason have we to think that they would ever work, unless they were obliged to it by immediate necessity? When we see an artificer that cannot be drove to his work before Tuesday, because the Monday morning he has 2 shillings left of his last week's pay, why should we imagine he would go to it at all if he had 15 or 20 pounds in his pocket? What would, at this rate, become of our manufactures? If the merchant would send cloth abroad, he must make it himself, for the clothier cannot get 1 man out of 12 that used to work for him. If what I speak of was only to befall the journeyman shoemakers, and nobody else, in less than a 12-month, half of us would go barefoot. The chief and most pressing use there is for money in a nation is to pay the labor of the poor, and when there is a real scarcity of it, those who have a great many workmen to pay will always feel it first. Yet notwithstanding this great necessity of coin, it would be easier, where property was well secured, to live without money than without poor, for who would do the work? For this reason, the quantity of circulating coin in a country ought always to be proportioned to the number of hands that are employed, and the wages of laborers to the price of provisions, from whence it is demonstrable that whatever procures plenty makes laborers cheap, where the poor are well managed, who as they ought to be kept from starving, so they should receive nothing worth saving. If here and there one of the lowest class by uncommon industry, and pinching his belly, lifts himself above the condition he was brought up in, nobody ought to hinder him. Nay, it is undeniably the wisest course for every person in the society, and for every private family, to be frugal. But it is the interest of all rich nations that the greatest part of the poor should almost never be idle, and yet continually spend what they get. All men, as Sir William Temple observes very well, are more prone to ease and pleasure than they are to labor, when they are not prompted to it by pride and avarice, and those that get their living by their daily labor are seldom powerfully influenced by either, so that they have nothing to stir them up to be serviceable but their wants, which it is prudence to relieve, but folly to cure. The only thing, then, that can render the laboring man industrious is a moderate quantity of money, for as too little will, according to his temper, is either dispirit or make him desperate, so too much will make him insolent and lazy. A man would be laughed at by most people, who should maintain that too much money could undo a nation, yet this has been the fate of Spain. To this the learned Don Diego Saavedra ascribes the ruin of his country. The fruits of the earth in former ages had made Spain so rich that King Louis XI of France, being come to the court of Toledo, was astonished at its splendor, and said that he had never seen anything to be compared to it, either in Europe or Asia. He that in his travels to the Holy Land had run through every province of them. In the kingdom of Castile alone, if we may believe some writers, there were for the Holy War, from all parts of the world got together 100,000 foot, 10,000 horse, and 60,000 carriages for baggage, which Alonso III maintained at his own charge, and paid every day, as well soldiers as officers and princes, every one according to his rank and dignity, nay, down to the reign of Ferdinand and Isabella, who equipped Columbus, and some time after, Spain was a fertile country, where trade and manufactures flourished, and had a knowing, industrious people to boast of. But as soon as that mighty treasure, that was obtained with more hazard and cruelty than the world until then had known, and which to come at, by the Spaniards' own confession, had cost the lives of 20 millions of Indians, as soon, I say, as that ocean of treasure came rolling in upon them, it took away their senses, and their industry forsook them. The farmer left his plough, the mechanic his tools, the merchant his compting house, and everybody scorning to work, took his pleasure and turned gentleman. They thought they had reason to value themselves above all their neighbors, and now nothing but the conquest of the world would serve them. The consequence of this has been that other nations have supplied what their own sloth and pride denied them, and when everybody saw that notwithstanding all the prohibitions the government could make against the exportation of bullion, the Spaniard would part with his money, and bring it to you aboard himself at the hazard of his neck, all the world endeavored to work for Spain. Gold and silver, being by this means yearly divided and shared among all the trading countries, have made all things dear, and most nations of Europe industrious, except their owners, who, ever since their mighty acquisitions, sit with their arms across, and wait every year with impatience and anxiety the arrival of their revenues from abroad, to pay others for what they have spent already, and thus by too much money, the making of colonies and other mismanagements, of which it was the occasion, Spain is, from a fruitful and well-peopled country, with all its mighty titles and possessions, made a barren and empty thoroughfare through which gold and silver pass from America to the rest of the world, and the nation, from a rich, acute, diligent, and laborious, become a slow, idle, proud, and beggarly people. So much for Spain. The next country where money is called the product is Portugal, and the figure which that kingdom with all its gold makes in Europe, I think, is not much to be envied. The great art, then, to make a nation happy, and what we call flourishing, consists in giving everybody an opportunity of being employed, which to compass, let a government's first care be to promote as great a variety of manufactures, arts, and handicrafts as human wit can invent, and the second, to encourage agriculture and fishery in all their branches, that the whole earth may be forced to exert itself as well as man. For as the one is an infallible maxim to draw vast multitudes of people into a nation, so the other is the only method to maintain them. It is from this policy, and not the trifling regulations of lavishness and frugality, which will ever take their own course according to the circumstances of the people, that the greatness and felicity of nations must be expected. For let the value of gold and silver either rise or fall, the enjoyment of all societies will ever depend upon the fruits of the earth and the labor of the people, both which joined together are a more certain, a more inexhaustible, and a more real treasure than the gold of Brazil or the silver of Potosi. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Line 321. No honor now, etc. Honor, in its figurative sense, is a chimera without truth or being, an invention of moralists and politicians, and signifies a certain principle of virtue not related to religion, found in some men, that keeps them close to their duty and engagements, whatever they may be. As, for example, a man of honor enters into a conspiracy with others to murder a king. He is obliged to go through stitch with it, and if overcome by remorse or good nature, he startles at the enormity of his purpose, discovers the plot, and turns a witness against his accomplices. He then forfeits his honor, at least among the party he belonged to. The excellency of this principle is, that the vulgar are destitute of it, and it is only to be met with in people of the better sort, as some oranges have kernels, and others not, though the outside be the same. In great families it is like the gout, generally counted hereditary, and all the lord's children are born with it. In some that never felt anything of it, it is acquired by conversation and reading, especially of romances, in others by preferment. But there is nothing that encourages the growth of it more than a sword, and upon the first wearing of one, some people have felt considerable shoots of it in 24 hours. The chief and most important care a man of honor ought to have is the preservation of this principle, and rather than forfeit it, he must lose his employment and estate, nay, life itself, for which reason, whatever humility he may show by way of good breeding, he is allowed to put an inestimable value upon himself, as a possessor of this invisible ornament. The only method to preserve this principle is to live up to the rules of honor, which are laws he is to walk by. Himself is obliged always to be faithful to his trust, to prefer the public interest to his own, not to tell lies, nor defraud or wrong anybody, and from others to suffer no affront, which is a term of art for every action designedly done to undervalue him. The men of ancient honor, of which I reckon Don Quixote to have been the last upon record, were very nice observers of all these laws, and a great many more than I have named. But the moderns seem to be more remiss. They have a profound veneration for the last of them, but they pay not in equal obedience to any of the other. And whoever will but strictly comply with that I hint at, shall have abundance of trespasses against all the rest connived at. A man of honor is always counted impartial, and a man of sense, of course, for nobody ever heard of a man of honor that was a fool. For this reason, he has nothing to do with the law, and is always allowed to be a judge in his own case, and if the least injury be done either to himself or his friend, his relation, his servant, his dog, or anything which he is pleased to take under his honorable protection, satisfaction must be forthwith demanded. And if it proves an affront, and he that gave it likewise a man of honor, a battle must ensue. From all this it is evident that a man of honor must be possessed of courage, and that without it his other principle would be no more than a sword without a point. Let us therefore examine what courage consists in, and whether it be, as most people will have it, a real something that valiant men have in their nature distinct from all their other qualities, or not. There is nothing so universally sincere upon earth as the love which all creatures, that are capable of any, bear to themselves. And as there is no love but what implies a care to preserve the thing beloved, so there is nothing more sincere in any creature than his will, wishes, and endeavors to preserve himself. This is the law of nature, by which no creature is endued with any appetite or passion, but what either directly or indirectly tends to the preservation either of himself or his species. The means by which nature obliges every creature continually to stir in this business of self-preservation are grafted in him, and, in man, called desires, which either compel him to crave what he thinks will sustain or please him, or command him to avoid what he imagines might displease, hurt, or destroy him. These desires or passions have all their different symptoms by which they manifest themselves to those they disturb, and from that variety of disturbances they make within us, their various denominations have been given them, as has been shown already in pride and shame. The passion that is raised in us when we apprehend that mischief is approaching us is called fear. The disturbance it makes within us is always more or less violent in proportion, not of the danger, but our apprehension of the mischief dreaded, whether real or imaginary. Our fear then being always proportioned to the apprehension we have of the danger, it follows that while the apprehension lasts, a man can no more shake off his fear than he can a leg or an arm. In a fright, it is true, the apprehension of danger is so sudden, and attacks us so lively, as sometimes to take away reason and senses, that when it is over we often do not remember we had any apprehension at all. But from the event, it is plain we had it, for how could we have been frightened if we had not apprehended that some evil or other was coming upon us? Most people are of opinion that this apprehension is to be conquered by reason, but I confess I am not. Those that have been frightened will tell you that as soon as they could recollect themselves, that is, make use of their reason, their apprehension was conquered. But this is no conquest at all, for in a fright the danger was either altogether imaginary, or else it is past by that time they can make use of their reason, and therefore if they find there is no danger, it is no wonder that they should not apprehend any. But when the danger is permanent, let them then make use of their reason, and they will find that it may serve them to examine the greatness and reality of the danger, and that, if they find it less than they imagined, the apprehension will be lessened accordingly. But if the danger proves real, and the same in every circumstance as they took it to be at first, then their reason, instead of diminishing, will rather increase their apprehension. While this fear lasts, no creature can fight offensively, and yet we see brutes daily fight obstinately and worry one another to death, so that some other passion must be able to overcome this fear, and the most contrary to it is anger, which, to trace to the bottom, I must beg leave to make another digression. No creature can subsist without food, nor any species of them, I speak of the more perfect animals, continue long unless young ones are continually born as fast as the old ones die. Therefore the first and fiercest appetite that nature has given them is hunger. The next is lust, the one prompting them to procreate, as the other bids them eat. Now, if we observe that anger is the passion which is raised in us when we are crossed or disturbed in our desires, and that, as it sums up all the strength in creatures, so it was given them, that by it they might exert themselves more vigorously in endeavoring to remove, overcome, or destroy whatever obstructs them in the pursuit of self-preservation. We shall find that brutes, unless themselves or what they love, or the liberty of either are threatened or attacked, have nothing worth notice that can move them to anger, but hunger or lust. It is they that make them more fierce, for we must observe that the appetites of creatures are as actually crossed, while they want and cannot meet with what they desire, though perhaps with less violence, as when hindered from enjoying what they have in view. What I have said will appear more plainly, if we but mind what nobody can be ignorant of, which is this: all creatures upon earth live either upon the fruits and product of it, or else the flesh of other animals, their fellow creatures. The latter, which we call beasts of prey, nature has armed accordingly, and given them weapons and strength to overcome and tear asunder those whom she has designed for their food, and likewise a much keener appetite than to other animals that live upon herbs, etc. For, as to the first, if a cow loved mutton as well as she does grass, being made as she is, and having no claws or talons, and but one row of teeth before, that are all of an equal length, she would be starved even among a flock of sheep. Secondly, as to their voraciousness, if experience did not teach us, our reason might. In the first place, it is highly probable that the hunger which can make a creature fatigue, harass, and expose himself to danger for every bit he eats, is more piercing than that which only bids him eat what stands before him, and which he may have for stooping down. In the second, it is to be considered that as beasts of prey have an instinct by which they learn to crave, trace, and discover those creatures that are good food for them, so the others have likewise an instinct that teaches them to shun, conceal themselves, and run away from those that hunt after them. From hence it must follow that beasts of prey, though they could almost eat forever, go yet more often with empty bellies than other creatures, whose victuals neither fly from nor oppose them. This must perpetuate as well as increase their hunger, which hereby becomes a constant fuel to their anger. If you ask me what stirs up this anger in bulls and cocks that will fight to the death, and yet are neither animals of prey, nor very voracious, I answer, lust. Those creatures, whose rage proceeds from hunger, both male and female, attack everything they can master, and fight obstinately against all. But the animals, whose fury is provoked by a venereal ferment, being generally males, exert themselves chiefly against other males of the same species. They may do mischief by chance to other creatures, but the main objects of their hatred are their rivals, and it is against them only that their prowess and fortitude are shown. We see likewise in all those creatures, of which the male is able to satisfy a great number of females, a more considerable superiority in the male, expressed by nature in his make and features, as well as fierceness, than is observed in other creatures, where the male is contented with one or two females. Dogs, though become domestic animals, are ravenous to a proverb, and those of them that will fight being carnivorous would soon become beasts of prey, if not fed by us. What we may observe in them is an ample proof of what I have hitherto advanced. Those of a true fighting breed, being voracious creatures, both male and female, will fasten upon anything, and suffer themselves to be killed before they give over. As the female is rather more salacious than the male, so there is no difference in their make at all, what distinguishes the sexes excepted, and the female is rather the fiercest of the two. A bull is a terrible creature when he is kept up, but where he has 20 or more cows to range among, in a little time he will become as tame as any of them, and a dozen hens will spoil the best game cock in England. Harts and deers are counted chaste and timorous creatures, and so indeed they are almost all the year long, except in rutting time, and then on a sudden they become bold to admiration, and often make at the keepers themselves. That the influence of those two principal appetites, hunger and lust, upon the temper of animals, is not so whimsical as some may imagine, may be partly demonstrated from what is observable in ourselves. For, though our hunger is infinitely less violent than that of wolves and other ravenous creatures, yet we see that people who are in health, and have a tolerable stomach, are more fretful, and sooner put out of humour for trifles when they stay for their victuals beyond their usual hours, than at any other time. And again, Though lust in man is not so raging as it is in bulls and other salacious creatures, yet nothing provokes men and women both sooner and more violently to anger than what crosses their amours, when they are heartily in love. And the most fearful and tenderly educated of either sex have slighted the greatest dangers and set aside all other considerations to compass the destruction of a rival. Hitherto I have endeavored to demonstrate that no creature can fight offensively as long as his fear lasts, that fear cannot be conquered but by another passion, that the most contrary to it, and most effectual to overcome it, is anger, that the two principal appetites which, disappointed, can stir up this last-named passion are hunger and lust, and that, in all brute beasts, the proneness to anger and obstinacy in fighting generally depend upon the violence of either or both those appetites together, from whence it must follow that what we call prowess or natural courage in creatures is nothing but the effect of anger, and that all fierce animals must either be very ravenous or very lustful, if not both. Let us now examine what by this rule we ought to judge of our own species. From the tenderness of man's skin, and the great care that is required for years together to rear him, from the make of his jaws, the evenness of his teeth, the breadth of his nails, and the slightness of both, it is not probable that nature should have designed him for rapine. For this reason his hunger is not voracious as it is in beasts of prey, neither is he so salacious as other animals that are called so, and being besides very industrious to supply his wants, he can have no reigning appetite to perpetuate his anger, and must consequently be a timorous animal. What I have said last must only be understood of man in his savage state, for, if we examine him as a member of a society, and a taught animal, we shall find him quite another creature. As soon as his pride has room to play, and envy, avarice, and ambition begin to catch hold of him, he is roused from his natural innocence and stupidity. As his knowledge increases, his desires are enlarged, and consequently his wants and appetites are multiplied. Hence it must follow that he will often be crossed in the pursuit of them, and meet with abundance more disappointment to stir up his anger in this than his former condition. And man would in a little time become the most hurtful and obnoxious creature in the world, if let alone, whenever he could overpower his adversary, if he had no mischief to fear but from the person that angered him. The first care, therefore, of all governments is, by severe punishments, to curb his anger when it does hurt, and so, by increasing his fears, prevent the mischief it might produce. When various laws to restrain him from using force are strictly executed, self-preservation must teach him to be peaceable, and, as it is everybody's business to be as little disturbed as possible, his fears will be continually augmented and enlarged as he advances in experience, understanding, and foresight. The consequence of this must be, that as the provocations he will receive to anger will be infinite in the civilized state, so his fears to damp it will be the same. And thus, in a little time, he will be taught by his fears to destroy his anger, and by art to consult, in an opposite method, the same self-preservation for which nature before had furnished him with anger, as well as the rest of his passions. The only useful passion, then, that man is possessed of toward the peace and quiet of a society is his fear, and the more you work upon it, the more orderly and governable he will be, for how useful soever anger may be to man, as he is a single creature by himself, yet the society has no manner of occasion for it, but nature being always the same in the formation of animals, produces all creatures as like to those that beget and bear them, as the place she forms them in, and the various influences from without, will give her leave. And consequently all men, whether they are born in courts or forests, are susceptible of anger. When this passion overcomes, as among all degrees of people it sometimes does, the whole set of fears man has, he has true courage, and will fight as boldly as a lion or a tiger, and at no other time. And I shall endeavor to prove that whatever is called courage in man, when he is not angry, is spurious and artificial. It is possible by good government to keep a society always quiet in itself, but nobody can ensure peace from without forever. The society may have occasion to extend their limits further and enlarge their territories, or others may invade theirs, or something else will happen that man must be brought to fight. For how civilized soever men may be, they never forget that force goes beyond reason. The politician now must alter his measures, and take off some of man's fears. He must strive to persuade him that all what was told him before of the barbarity of killing men ceases, as soon as these men are enemies to the public, and that their adversaries are neither so good nor so strong as themselves. These things well managed will seldom fail of drawing the hardiest, the most quarrelsome, and the most mischievous into combat, but unless they are better qualified, I will not answer for their behavior there. If once you can make them undervalue their enemies, you may soon stir them up to anger, and while that lasts they will fight with greater obstinacy than any disciplined troops. But if anything happens that was unforeseen, and a sudden great noise, a tempest, or any strange or uncommon accident that seeks to threaten them, intervenes, fear seizes them, disarms their anger, and makes them run away to a man. This natural courage, therefore, as soon as people begin to have more wit, must be soon exploded. In the first place, those that have felt the smart of the enemy's blows will not always believe what is said to undervalue him, and are often not easily provoked to anger. Secondly, anger consisting in an ebullition of the spirits is a passing of no long continuance. Ira furor brevis est. And the enemies, if they withstand the first shock of these angry people, have commonly the better of it. Thirdly, as long as people are angry, all counsel and discipline are lost upon them, and they can never be brought to use their art or conduct in their battles. Anger, then, without which no creature has natural courage, being altogether useless in a war to be managed by stratagem, and brought into a regular art, the government must find out an equivalent for courage that will make men fight. Whoever would civilize men and establish them into a body politic must be thoroughly acquainted with all the passions and appetites, strengths and weaknesses of their frame, and understand how to turn their greatest frailties to the advantage of the public. In the Inquiry into the Origin of Moral Virtue, I have shown how easily men were induced to believe anything that is said in their praise. If, therefore, a lawgiver or politician, whom they have great veneration for, should tell them that the generality of men had within them a principle of valor distinct from anger, or any other passion, that made them to despise danger, and face death itself with intrepidity, and that they who had the most of it were the most valuable of their kind, it is very likely, considering what has been said, that most of them, though they felt nothing of this principle, would swallow it for truth, and that the proudest, feeling themselves moved at this piece of flattery, and not well versed in distinguishing the passions, might imagine that they felt it heaving in their breasts, by mistaking pride for courage. If but 1 in 10 can be persuaded openly to declare that he is possessed of this principle, and maintain it against all gainsayers, there will soon be 6 that shall assert the same. Whoever has once owned it is engaged. The politician has nothing to do but take all imaginable care to flatter the pride of those that brag of, and are willing to stand by it 1,000 different ways. The same pride that drew him in first will ever after oblige him to defend the assertion, till at last the fear of discovering the reality of his heart comes to be so great that it outdoes the fear of death itself. Do but increase a man's pride, and his fear of shame will ever be proportioned to it. For the greater value a man sets upon himself, the more pains he will take, and the greater hardships he will undergo, to avoid shame. The great art to make man courageous is first to make him own this principle of valor within, and afterwards to inspire him with as much horror against shame as nature has given him against death, and that there are things to which man has, or may have, a stronger aversion than he has to death, is evident from suicide. He that makes death his choice must look upon it as less terrible than what he shuns by it, for whether the evil dreaded be present or to come, real or imaginary, nobody would kill himself wilfully but to avoid something. Lucretia held out bravely against all the attacks of the ravisher, even when he threatened her life, which shows that she valued her virtue beyond it. But when he threatened her reputation with eternal infamy, she fairly surrendered, and then slew herself, a certain sign that she valued her virtue less than her glory, and her life less than either. The fear of death did not make her yield, for she resolved to die before she did it, and her compliance must only be considered as a bribe, to make Tarquin forbear sullying her reputation. so that life had neither the first nor second place in the esteem of Lucretia. The courage, then, which is only useful to the body politic, and that what is generally called true valor, is artificial, and consists in a superlative horror against shame, by flattery infused into men of exalted pride. As soon as the notions of honor and shame are received among a society, it is not difficult to make men fight. First, take care they are persuaded of the justice of their cause, for no man fights heartily that thinks himself in the wrong. Then show them that their altars, their possessions, wives, children, and everything that is near and dear to them, is concerned in the present quarrel, or at least may be influenced by it hereafter. Then put feathers in their caps, and distinguish them from others. Talk of public spiritedness, the love of their country, facing an enemy with intrepidity, despising death, the bed of honor, and such like high-sounding words, and every proud man will take up arms and fight himself to death before he will turn tail, if it be by daylight. One man in an army is a check upon another, and 100 of them, that single and without witness would all be cowards, are, for fear of incurring one another's contempt, made valiant by being together. To continue and heighten this artificial courage, all that run away ought to be punished with ignominy. Those that fought well, whether they did beat or were beaten, must be flattered and solemnly commended. Those that lost their limbs rewarded, and those that were killed ought, above all, to be taken notice of, artfully lamented, and to have extraordinary encomiums bestowed upon them, for to pay honors to the dead will ever be a sure method to make bubbles of the living. When I say that the courage made use of in the wars is artificial, I do not imagine that by the same art all men may be made equally valiant. As men have not an equal share of pride, and differ from one another in shape and inward structure, it is impossible they should all be equally fit for the same uses. Some men will never be able to learn music, and yet make good mathematicians. Others will play excellently well upon the violin, and yet be coxcombs as long as they live, let them converse with whom they please. But to show that there is no evasion, I shall prove that, setting aside what I said of artificial courage already, what the greatest hero differs in from the rankest coward is altogether corporeal, and depends upon the inward make of the man. What I mean is called constitution, by which it is understood the orderly or disorderly mixture of the fluids in our body. That constitution which favors courage consists in the natural strength, elasticity, and due contexture of the finer spirits, and upon them wholly depends what we call steadfastness, resolution, and obstinacy. It is the only ingredient that is common to natural and artificial bravery, and is to either what size is to white walls, which hinders them from coming off, and makes them lasting. That some people are very much, others very little frightened at things that are strange and sudden to them, is likewise altogether owing to the firmness or imbecility in the tone of the spirits. Pride is of no use in a fright, because while it lasts we cannot think, which, being counted a disgrace, is the reason people is always angry with anything that frightens them, as soon as the surprise is over. And when at the turn of a battle the conquerors give no quarter, and are very cruel, it is a sign their enemies fought well, and had put them first into great fears. That resolution depends upon this tone of the spirits appears likewise from the effects of strong liquors, the fiery particles whereof crowding into the brain strengthen the spirits. Their operation imitates that of anger, which I said before was an ebullition of the spirits. It is for this reason that most people when they are in drink are sooner touched and more prone to anger than at other times, and some raving mad without any provocation at all. It is likewise observed that brandy makes men more quarrelsome at the same pitch of drunkenness than wine, because the spirits of distilled waters have abundance of fiery particles mixed with them, which the other has not. The contexture of spirits is so weak in some, that though they have pride enough, no art can ever make them fight, or overcome their fears. But this is a defect in the principle of the fluids, as other deformities are faults of the solids. These pusillanimous people are never thoroughly provoked to anger where there is any danger, and drinking makes them bolder, but seldom so resolute as to attack any, unless they be women or children, or such who they know dare not resist. This constitution is often influenced by health and sickness, and impaired by great losses of blood. Sometimes it is corrected by diet, and it is this which the Duc de la Rochefoucauld means when he says, Vanity, shame, and above all constitution make up very often the courage of men and virtue of women. There is nothing that more improves the useful martial courage I treat of, and at the same time shows it to be artificial, than practice. For when men are disciplined, come to be acquainted with all the tools of death and engines of destruction, when the shouts, the outcries, the fire and smoke, the groans of wounded, and ghostly looks of dying men, with all the various scenes of mangled carcasses and bloody limbs tore off, begin to be familiar to them, their fear abates apace. Not that they are now less afraid to die than before, but being used so often to see the same dangers, they apprehend the reality of them less than they did. As they are deservedly valued for every siege they are at, and every battle they are in, it is impossible but the several actions they share in must continually become as many solid steps by which their pride mounts up, and thus their fear of shame, as I said before, will always be proportional to their pride, increasing as the apprehension of the danger decreases. It is no wonder that most of them learn to discover little or no fear, and some great generals are able to preserve a presence of mind, and counterfeit a calm serenity within the midst of all the noise, horror, and confusion that attend a battle. So silly a creature is man, as that, intoxicated with the fumes of vanity, he can feast on the thoughts of the praises that shall be paid his memory in future ages, with so much ecstasy as to neglect his present life, nay, court and covet death, if he but imagines that it will add to the glory he had acquired before. There is no pitch of self-denial that a man of pride and constitution cannot reach, nor any passion so violent but he will sacrifice it to another, which is superior to it. And here I cannot but admire the simplicity of some good men, who, when they hear of the joy and alacrity with which holy men in persecutions have suffered for their faith, imagine that such constancy must exceed all human force, unless it was supported by some miraculous assistance from heaven. As most people are willing to acknowledge all the frailties of their species, so they are unacquainted with the strength of our nature, and know not that some men of firm constitution may work themselves up into enthusiasm by no other help than the violence of their passions. Yet it is certain that there have been men who, only assisted with pride and constitution to maintain the worst of causes, have undergone death and torments with as much cheerfulness as the best of men, animated with piety and devotion, ever did for the true religion. To prove this assertion, I could produce many instances, but one or two will be sufficient. Jordanus Bruno of Nola, who wrote that silly piece of blasphemy called Spazio della Bestia Triomphante, and the infamous Vanini, were both executed for openly professing and teaching of atheism. The latter might have been pardoned the moment before his execution, if he would have retracted his doctrine, but rather than recant, he chose to be burnt to ashes. As he went to the stake, he was so far from showing any concern that he held his hand out to a physician whom he happened to know, desiring him to judge of the calmness of his mind by the regularity of his pulse, and from thence taking an opportunity of making an impious comparison, uttered a sentence too execrable to be mentioned. To these we may join one Mahomet Effendi, who, as Sir Paul Ricaut tells us, was put to death at Constantinople for having advanced some notions against the existence of a god. He likewise might have saved his life by confessing his error, and renouncing it for the future, but chose rather to persist in his blasphemies, saying, though he had no reward to expect, the love of truth constrained him to suffer martyrdom in its defense. I have made this digression chiefly to show the strength of human nature, and what mere man may perform by pride and constitution alone. Man may certainly be as violently roused by his vanity as a lion is by his anger, and not only this, avarice, revenge, ambition, and almost every passion, pity not excepted, when they are extraordinary, may, by overcoming fear, serve him instead of valor, and be mistaken for it even by himself, as daily experience must teach everybody that will examine and look into the motives from which some men act. But that we may more clearly perceive what this pretended principle is really built upon, let us look into the management of military affairs, and we shall find that pride is nowhere so openly encouraged as there. As for clothes, the very lowest of the commissioned officers have them richer, or at least more gay and splendid, than are generally wore by other people of 4 or 5 times their income. Most of them, and especially those that have families and can hardly subsist, would be very glad, all Europe over, to be less expensive that way, but it is a force put upon them to uphold their pride, which they do not think on. But the ways and means to rouse man's pride and catch him by it are nowhere more grossly conspicuous than in the treatment which the common soldiers receive, whose vanity is to be worked upon, because there must be so many, at the cheapest rate imaginable. Things we are accustomed to we do not mind, or else what mortal that had never seen a soldier could look without laughing upon a man accoutred with so much paltry gaudiness and affected finery? The coarsest manufacture that can be made of wool, dyed of a brick-dust color, goes down with him, because it is in imitation of scarlet or crimson cloth, and to make him think himself as like his officer as it is possible, with little or no cost, instead of silver or gold lace, his hat is trimmed with white or yellow worsted, which in others would deserve bedlam, yet these fine allurements, and the noise made upon a calf's skin, have drawn in, and been the destruction of more men in reality than all the killing eyes and bewitching voices of women ever slew in jest. Today the swineherd puts on his red coat, and believes everybody in earnest that calls him gentleman, and 2 days after Sergeant Kite gives him a swinging rap with his cane for holding his musket an inch higher than he should do. As to the real dignity of the employment, in the last 2 wars, officers, when recruits were wanted, were allowed to list fellows that were convicted of burglary and other capital crimes, which shows that to be made a soldier is deemed to be a preferment next to hanging. A trooper is yet worse than a foot soldier, for when he is most at ease, he has the mortification of being groomed to a horse that spends more money than himself. When a man reflects on all this, the uses they generally receive from their officers, their pay, and the care that is taken of them when they are not wanted, must he not wonder how wretches can be so silly as to be proud of being called gentlemen soldiers? Yet if there were not, no art, discipline, or money would be capable of making them so brave as thousands of them are. If we will mind what effects man's bravery, without any other qualifications to sweeten him, would have out of an army, we shall find that it would be very pernicious to the civil society, for if man could conquer all his fears, you would hear of nothing but rapes, murders, and violences of all sorts, and valiant men would be like giants in romances. Politics, therefore, discovered in men a mixed metal principle, which was a compound of justice, honesty, and all the moral virtues joined to courage, and all that were possessed of it turned knights errant, of course. They did abundance of good throughout the world, by taming monsters, delivering the distressed, and killing the oppressors, but the wings of all the dragons being clipped, the giants destroyed, and the damsels everywhere set at liberty, except some few in Spain and Italy, who remain still captivated by their monsters, the order of chivalry, to whom the standard of ancient honor belonged, has been laid aside some time. It was like their armors very massy and heavy. The many virtues about it made it very troublesome, and as ages grew wiser and wiser, the principle of honor in the beginning of the last century was melted over again and brought to a new standard. They put in the same weight of courage, half the quantity of honesty, and a very little justice, but not a scrap of any other virtue, which has made it very easy and portable to what it was. However, such as it is, there would be no living without it in a large nation. It is the tie of society, and though we are beholden to our frailties for the chief ingredient of it, there is no virtue, at least that I am acquainted with, that has been half so instrumental to the civilizing of mankind, who in great societies would soon degenerate into cruel villains and treacherous slaves, were honor to be removed from among them. As to the dueling part which belongs to it, I pity the unfortunate whose lot it is, but to say that those who are guilty of it go by false rules, or mistake the notions of honor, is ridiculous, for either there is no honor at all, or it teaches men to resent injuries and accept of challenges. You may as well deny that it is the fashion what you see everybody wear, as to say that demanding and giving satisfaction is against the laws of true honor. Those that rail at dueling do not consider the benefit the society receives from that fashion. If every ill-bred fellow might use what language he pleased, without being called to account for it, all conversation would be spoiled. Some grave people tell us that the Greeks and Romans were such valiant men, and yet knew nothing of dueling but in their country's quarrel. This is very true, but, for that reason, the kings and princes in Homer gave one another worse language than our porters and hackney coachmen would be able to bear without resentment. Would you hinder dueling? Pardon nobody that offends that way, and make the laws as severe as you can, but do not take away the thing itself, the custom of it. This will not only prevent the frequency of it, but likewise, by rendering the most resolute and most powerful cautious and circumspect in their behavior, polish and brighten society in general. Nothing civilizes a man equally as his fear, and if not all, as my Lord Rochester said, at least most men would be cowards if they durst. The dread of being called to an account keeps abundance in awe, and there are thousands of mannerly and well-accomplished gentlemen in Europe who would have been insolent and insupportable coxcombs without it. Besides, if it was out of fashion to ask satisfaction for injuries which the law cannot take hold of, there would be 20 times the mischief done there is now, or else you must have 20 times the constables and other officers to keep the peace. I confess that though it happens but seldom, it is a calamity to the people, and generally the families it falls upon. But there can be no perfect happiness in this world, and all felicity has an allay. The act itself is uncharitable, but when above 30 in a nation destroy themselves in 1 year, and not half that number are killed by others, I do not think the people can be said to love their neighbors worse than themselves. It is strange that a nation should grudge to see, perhaps, half a dozen men sacrificed in a 12-month to obtain so valuable a blessing as the politeness of manners, the pleasure of conversation, and the happiness of company in general, that is often so willing to expose and sometimes loses as many thousands in a few hours, without knowing whether it will do any good or not. I would have nobody that reflects on the mean original of honor complain of being gulled and made a property by cunning politicians, but desire everybody to be satisfied that the governors of all societies, and those in high stations, are greater bubbles to pride than any of the rest. If some great men had not a superlative pride, and everybody understood the enjoyment of life, who would be a Lord Chancellor of England, a Prime Minister of State in France, or what gives more fatigue, and not a 6th part of the profit of either, a Grand Pensionary of Holland? The reciprocal services which all men pay to one another are the foundation of the society. The great ones are not flattered with their high birth for nothing. It is to rouse their pride and excite them to glorious actions that we extol their race, whether it deserves it or not. And some men have been complimented with the greatness of their family and the merit of their ancestors, when in the whole generation you could not find 2 but what were uxorious fools, silly bigots, noted poltroons, or debauched whoremasters. The established pride that is inseparable from those that are possessed of titles already makes them often strive as much not to seem unworthy of them as the working ambition of others that are yet without renders them industrious and indefatigable to deserve them. When a gentleman is made a baron or an earl, it is a great check upon him in many respects, as a gown and cassock are to a young student that has been newly taken into orders. The only thing of weight that can be said against modern honor is, that it is directly opposite to religion. The one bids you bear injuries with patience, the other tells you if you do not resent them, you are not fit to live. Religion commands you to leave all revenge to God. Honor bids you to trust your revenge to nobody but yourself, even where law would do it for you. Religion plainly forbids murder. Honor openly justifies it. Religion bids you not shed blood upon any account whatever. Honor bids you fight for the least trifle. Religion is built on humility, and honor upon pride. How to reconcile them must be left to wiser heads than mine. The reason why there are so few men of real virtue, and so many of real honor is, because all the recompense a man has of a virtuous action is the pleasure of doing it, which most people reckon but poor pay, but the self-denial a man of honor submits to in one appetite is immediately rewarded by the satisfaction he receives from another, and what he abates of his avarice or any other passion is doubly repaid to his pride. Besides, honor gives large grains of allowance, and virtue none. A man of honor must not cheat or tell a lie. he must punctually repay what he borrows at play, though the creditor has nothing to show for it. But he may drink and swear and owe money to all the tradesmen in town without taking notice of their dunning. A man of honor must be true to his prince and country while he is in their service, but if he thinks himself not well used, he may quit it, and do them all the mischief he can. A man of honor must never change his religion for interest, but he may be as debauched as he pleases, and never practice any. He must make no attempts upon his friend's wife, daughter, sister, or anybody that is trusted to his care, but he may lie with all the world besides. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Line 353. No limner for his art is famed. Stonecutters, carvers are not named. It is without doubt that among the consequences of a national honesty and frugality, it would be one not to build any new houses, or else use new materials as long as there were old ones enough to serve. By this 3 parts in 4 of masons, carpenters, bricklayers, etc. would want employment, and the building trade being once destroyed, what would become of limning, carving, and other arts that are ministering to luxury, and have been carefully forbid by those lawgivers that preferred a good and honest to a great and wealthy society, and endeavored to render their subjects rather virtuous than rich. By a law of Lycurgus it was enacted that the ceilings of the Spartan houses should only be wrought by the axe, and their gates and doors only smoothed by the saw. And this, says Plutarch, was not without mystery. For if Epaminondas could say with so good a grace, inviting some of his friends to his table, "Come, gentlemen, be secure, treason would never come to such a poor dinner as this," why might not this great lawgiver, in all probability, have thought that such ill-favored houses would never be capable of receiving luxury and superfluity? It is reported, as the same author tells us, that Leotychidas, the first of that name, was so little used to the sight of carved work, that being entertained at Corinth in a stately room, he was much surprised to see the timber and ceiling so finely wrought, and asked his host whether the trees grew so in his country. The same want of employment would reach innumerable callings, and among the rest, that of the weavers that joined rich silk with plate, and all the trades subordinate, as the fable has it, would be one of the first that should have reason to complain, for the price of land and houses being, by the removal of the vast numbers that had left the hive, sunk very low on the one side, and everybody abhorring all other ways of gain, but such as were strictly honest on the other, it is not probable that many without pride or prodigality should be able to wear cloth of gold and silver, or rich brocades, the consequence of which would be, that not only the weaver, but likewise the silver spinner, the flatter, the wire drawer, the barman, and the refiner, would in a little time be affected with this frugality. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Line 367. To live great had made her husband rob the state. What our common rogues, when they are going to be hanged, chiefly complain of, as the cause of their untimely end, is, next to neglect of the Sabbath, their having kept company with ill women, meaning whores, and I do not question but that among the lesser villains many venture their necks to indulge and satisfy their low amours. But the words that have given occasion to this remark may serve to hint to us that among the great ones men are often put upon such dangerous projects and forced into such pernicious measures by their wives as the most subtle mistress never could have persuaded them to. I have shown already that the worst of women and the most profligate of the sex did contribute to the consumption of superfluities, as well as the necessaries of life, and consequently were beneficial to many peaceable drudges, that work hard to maintain their families, and have no worse design than an honest livelihood. Let them be banished notwithstanding, says a good man. When every strumpet is gone, and the land wholly freed from lewdness, God Almighty will pour such blessings upon it as will vastly exceed the profits that are now got by harlots. This perhaps would be true, but I can make it evident that, with or without prostitutes, nothing could make amends for the detriment trade would sustain if all those of that sex who enjoy the happy state of matrimony should act and behave themselves as a sober wise man could wish them. The variety of work that is performed, and the number of hands employed to gratify the fickleness and luxury of women is prodigious, and if only the married ones should hearken to reason and just remonstrances, think themselves sufficiently answered with the first refusal, and never ask a second time what had been once denied them. If, I say, married women would do this, and then lay out no money but what their husbands knew, and freely allowed of, the consumption of 1,000 things they now make use of would be lessened by at least a fourth part. Let us go from house to house, and observe the way of the world only among the middling people, creditable shopkeepers, that spend 200 or 300 a year, and we shall find the women, when they have 50 suits of clothes, 2 or 3 of them not the worse for wearing, will think it is a sufficient plea for new ones, if they can say that they have never a gown or petticoat, but what they have been often seen in, and are known by, especially at church. I do not now speak of profuse extravagant women, but such as are counted prudent and moderate in their desires. If by this pattern we should in proportion judge of the highest ranks, where the richest clothes are but a trifle to their other expenses, and not forget the furniture of all sorts, equipages, jewels, and buildings of persons of quality, we should find the fourth part I speak of a vast article in trade, and that the loss of it would be a greater calamity to such a nation as ours than it is possible to conceive any other, a raging pestilence not excepted, for the death of 500,000 people could not cause a 10th part of the disturbance to the kingdom than the same number of poor unemployed would certainly create, if at once they were to be added to those that already, one way or other, are a burden to the society. Some few men have a real passion for their wives, and are fond of them without reserve. Others that do not care, and have little occasion for women, are yet seemingly uxorious, and love out of vanity. They take delight in a handsome wife, as a coxcomb does in a fine horse, not for the use he makes of it, but because it is his. The pleasure lies in the consciousness of an uncontrollable possession, and what follows from it, the reflection on the mighty thoughts he imagines others to have of his happiness. The men of either sort may be very lavish to their wives, and often preventing their wishes, crowd new clothes and other finery upon them faster than they can ask it. But the greatest part are wiser than to indulge the extravagances of their wives so far as to give them immediately everything they are pleased to fancy. It is incredible what vast quantity of trinkets as well as apparel are purchased and used by women, which they could never have come at by any other means than pinching their families, marketing, and other ways of cheating and pilfering from their husbands. Others, by ever teasing their spouses, tire them into compliance, and conquer even obstinate churls by perseverance, and their assiduity of asking. A third sort are outrageous at a denial, and by downright noise and scolding, bully their tame fools out of anything they have a mind to, while thousands, by the force of wheedling, know how to overcome the best weighed reasons, and the most positive reiterated refusals. The young and beautiful especially laugh at all remonstrances and denials, and few of them scruple to employ the most tender minutes of wedlock to promote a sordid interest. Here, had I time, I could inveigh with warmth against those base, those wicked women, who calmly play their arts and false deluding charms against our strength and prudence, and act the harlots with their husbands. Nay, she is worse than a whore, who impiously profanes and prostitutes the sacred rites of love to vile ignoble ends, that first excites to passion, and invites to joy with seeming ardor, then racks our fondness for no other purpose than to extort a gift, while full of guile and counterfeited transports, she watches for the moment when men can least deny. I beg pardon for this start out of my way, and desire the experienced reader duly to weigh what has been said as to the main purpose, and after that call to mind the temporal blessings which men daily hear not only toasted and wished for when people are merry and doing of nothing, but likewise gravely and solemnly prayed for in churches and other religious assemblies by clergymen of all sorts and sizes. And as soon as he shall have laid these things together, and, from what he has observed in the common affairs of life, reasoned upon them consequentially without prejudice, I dare flatter myself that he will be obliged to own that a considerable portion of what the prosperity of London and trade in general, and consequently the honor, strength, safety, and all the worldly interest of the nation consist in, depend entirely on the deceit and vile stratagems of women, and that humility, content, meekness, obedience to reasonable husbands, frugality, and all the virtues together, if they were possessed of them in the most eminent degree, could not possibly be 1,000th part so serviceable to make an opulent, powerful, and what we call a flourishing kingdom, than their most hateful qualities. I do not question but many of my readers will be startled at this assertion when they look on the consequences that may be drawn from it, and I shall be asked, whether people may not as well be virtuous in a populous, rich, wide, extended kingdom, as in a small, indigent state or principality that is poorly inhabited, and if that be impossible, whether it is not the duty of all sovereigns to reduce their subjects, as to wealth and numbers, as much as they can. If I allow they may, I own myself in the wrong, and if I affirm the other, my tenets will justly be called impious, or at least dangerous to all large societies. As it is not in this place of the book only, but a great many others, that such queries might be made even by a well-meaning reader, I shall here explain myself, and endeavor to solve these difficulties, which several passages might have raised in him, in order to demonstrate the consistency of my opinion to reason, and the strictest morality. I lay down as a first principle, that in all societies, great or small, it is the duty of every member of it to be good, that virtue ought to be encouraged, vice discountenanced, the laws obeyed, and the transgressors punished. After this I affirm that if we consult history, both ancient and modern, and take a view of what has passed in the world, we shall find that human nature, since the fall of Adam, has always been the same, and that the strength and frailties of it have ever been conspicuous in one part of the globe or other, without any regard to ages, climates, or religion. I never said nor imagined that man could not be virtuous as well in a rich and mighty kingdom as in the most pitiful commonwealth, but I own it is my sense that no society can be raised into such a rich and mighty kingdom, or so raised, subsist in their wealth and power for any considerable time, without the vices of man. This, I imagine, is sufficiently proved throughout the book, and as human nature still continues the same, as it has always been for so many thousand years, we have no great reason to suspect a future change in it while the world endures. Now, I cannot see what immorality there is in showing a man the origin and power of those passions, which so often, even unknowingly to himself, hurry him away from his reason, or that there is any impiety in putting him upon his guard against himself, and the secret stratagems of self-love, and teaching him the difference between such actions as proceed from a victory over the passions, and those that are only the result of a conquest which one passion obtains over another, that is, between real and counterfeited virtue. It is an admirable saying of a worthy divine, that though many discoveries have been made in the world of self-love, yet there is abundance of terra incognita left behind. What hurt do I do to man, if I make him more known to himself than he was before? But we are all so desperately in love with flattery, that we can never relish a truth that is mortifying, and I do not believe that the immortality of the soul, a truth broached long before Christianity, would have ever found such a general reception in human capacities as it has, had it not been a pleasing one, that extolled, and was a compliment to the whole species, the meanest and most miserable not excepted. Everyone loves to hear the thing well spoke of that he has a share in. Even bailiffs, jail keepers, and the hangman himself would have you think well of their functions. Nay, thieves and housebreakers have a greater regard to those of their fraternity than they have for honest people. And I sincerely believe that it is chiefly self-love that has gained this little treatise, as it were before the last impression, so many enemies. Everyone looks upon it as an affront done to himself, because it detracts from the dignity and lessens the fine notions he has conceived of mankind, the most worshipful company he belongs to. When I say that societies cannot be raised to wealth and power, and the top of earthly glory, without vices, I do not think that, by so saying, I bid the men be vicious, any more than I bid them be quarrelsome or covetous, when I affirm that the profession of the law could not be maintained in such numbers and splendor, if there was not abundance of too selfish and litigious people. But as nothing would more clearly demonstrate the falsity of my notions than that the generality of the people should fall in with them, so I do not expect the approbation of the multitude. I write not to many, nor seek for any well-wishers, but among the few that can think abstractly, and have their minds elevated above the vulgar. If I have shown the way to worldly greatness, I have always, without hesitation, preferred the road that leads to virtue. Would you banish fraud and luxury, prevent profaneness and irreligion, and make the generality of the people charitable, good, and virtuous, break down the printing press, melt the founds, and burn all the books in the island, except those at the universities, where they remain unmolested, and suffer no volume in private hands but a Bible, knock down foreign trade, prohibit all commerce with strangers, and permit no ships to go to sea, that ever will return beyond fisher boats. Restore to the clergy, the king, and the barons their ancient privileges, prerogatives, and professions. Build new churches, and convert all the coin you can come at into sacred utensils. Erect monasteries and almshouses in abundance, and let no parish be without a charity school. Enact sumptuary laws, and let your youth be inured to hardship. Inspire them with all the nice and most refined notions of honor and shame, of friendship and of heroism, and introduce among them a great variety of imaginary rewards. Then let the clergy preach abstinence and self-denial to others, and take what liberty they please for themselves. Let them bear the greatest sway in the management of state affairs, and no man be made Lord Treasurer, but a bishop. But by such pious endeavors and wholesome regulations, the scene would soon be altered. The greatest part of the covetous, the discontented, the restless and ambitious villains would leave the land. Vast swarms of cheating knaves would abandon the city, and be dispersed throughout the country. Artificers would learn to hold the plough, merchants turn farmers, and the sinful overgrown Jerusalem, without famine, war, pestilence, or compulsion, be emptied in the most easy manner, and ever after cease to be dreadful to her sovereigns. The happy reformed kingdom would by this means be crowded in no part of it, and everything necessary for the sustenance of man be cheap and abound. On the contrary, the root of so many thousand evils, money, would be very scarce, and as little wanted, where every man should enjoy the fruits of his own labor, and our own dear manufacture unmixed, be promiscuously wore by the lord and the peasant. It is impossible that such a change of circumstances should not influence the manners of a nation, and render them temperate, honest, and sincere. And from the next generation we might reasonably expect a more healthy and robust offspring than the present, an harmless, innocent, and well-meaning people, that would never dispute the doctrine of passive obedience, nor any other orthodox principles, but be submissive to superiors, and unanimous in religious worship. Here I fancy myself interrupted by an epicure, who, not to want a restorative diet in case of necessity, is never without live ortolans, and I am told that goodness and probity are to be had at a cheaper rate than the ruin of a nation, and the destruction of all the comforts of life, that liberty and property may be maintained without wickedness or fraud, and men be good subjects without being slaves, and religious though they refuse to be priest-rid. that to be frugal and saving is a duty incumbent only on those whose circumstances require it, but that a man of a good estate does his country a service by living up to the income of it, that as to himself, he is so much master of his appetites that he can abstain from anything upon occasion, that where the true hermitage was not to be had, he could content himself with plain Bordeaux, if it had a good body, that many a morning, instead of St. Lawrence, he has made a shift with Frontignac, and after dinner given Cyprus wine, and even Madeira, when he has had a large company, and thought it extravagant to treat with Tokay. But that all voluntary mortifications are superstitious, only belonging to blind zealots and enthusiasts. He will quote my Lord Shaftesbury against me, and tell me that people may be virtuous and sociable without self-denial, that it is an affront to virtue to make it inaccessible, that I make a bugbear of it to frighten men from it as a thing impracticable, but that for his part he can praise God, and at the same time enjoy his creatures with a good conscience. Neither will he forget anything to his purpose of what I have said, page 66. He will ask me at last, whether the legislature, the wisdom of the nation itself, while they endeavor as much as possible to discourage profaneness and immorality, and promote the glory of God, do not openly profess, at the same time, to have nothing more at heart than the ease and welfare of the subject, the wealth, strength, honor, and what else is called the true interest of the country? And, moreover, whether the most devout and most learned of our prelates, in their greatest concern for our conversion, when they beseech the deity to turn their own as well as our hearts from the world and all carnal desires, do not in the same prayer as loudly solicit him to pour all earthly blessings and temporal felicity on the kingdom they belong to? These are the apologies, the excuses, and common pleas, not only of those who are notoriously vicious, but the generality of mankind, when you touch the copyhold of their inclinations, and trying the real value they have for spirituals, would actually strip them of what their minds are wholly bent upon. Ashamed of the many frailties they feel within, all men endeavor to hide themselves, their ugly nakedness, from each other, and wrapping up the true motives of their hearts in the specious cloak of sociableness, and their concern for the public good, they are in hopes of concealing their filthy appetites, and the deformity of their desires, while they are conscious within of the fondness for their darling lusts, and their incapacity, barefaced, to tread the arduous, rugged path of virtue. As to the last two questions, I own they are very puzzling. To what the epicure asks, I am obliged to answer in the affirmative, and unless I would, which God forbid, arraign the sincerity of kings, bishops, and the whole legislative power, the objection stands good against me. All I can say for myself is, that in the connection of the facts, there is a mystery past human understanding. And to convince the reader that this is no evasion, I shall illustrate the incomprehensibility of it in the following parable. In old heathen times, there was, they say, a whimsical country, where the people talked much of religion, and the greatest part, as to outward appearance, seemed really devout. The chief moral evil among them was thirst, and to quench it a damnable sin. Yet they unanimously agreed that everyone was born thirsty, more or less. Small beer in moderation was allowed to all, and he was counted an hypocrite, a cynic, or a madman who pretended that one could live altogether without it. Yet those who owned they loved it and drank to excess were counted wicked. All this, while the beer itself was reckoned a blessing from heaven, and there was no harm in the use of it. All the enormity lay in the abuse, the motive of the heart that made them drink it. He that took the least drop of it to quench his thirst committed a heinous crime, while others drank large quantities without any guilt. So they did it indifferently, and for no other reason than to mend their complexion. They brewed for other countries as well as their own, and for the small beer they sent abroad, they received large returns of Westphalia hams, neat's tongues, hung beef, and Bologna sausages, red herrings, pickled sturgeon, caviar, anchovies, and everything that was proper to make their liquor go down with pleasure. Those who kept great stores of small beer by them without making use of it were generally envied, and at the same time very odious to the public, and nobody was easy that had not enough of it come to his own share. The greatest calamity they thought could befall them was to keep their hops and barley upon their hands, and the more they yearly consumed of them, the more they reckoned the country to flourish. The government had many very wise regulations concerning the returns that were made for their exports, encouraged very much the importation of salt and pepper, and laid heavy duties on everything that was not well seasoned, and might anyways obstruct the sale of their own hops and barley. Those at the helm, when they acted in public, showed themselves on all accounts exempt and wholly divested from thirst, made several laws to prevent the growth of it, and punished the wicked who openly dared to quench it. If you examine them in their private persons, and pried narrowly into their lives and conversations, they seemed to be more fond, or at least drank larger draughts of small beer than others, but always under pretense that the mending of complexions required greater quantities of liquor in them than it did those they ruled over, and that what they had chiefly at heart, without any regard to themselves, was to procure great plenty of small beer among the subjects in general, and a great demand for their hops and barley. As nobody was debarred from small beer, the clergy made use of it as well as the laity, and some of them very plentifully. Yet all of them desired to be thought less thirsty by their function than others, and never would own that they drank any but to mend their complexions. In their religious assemblies they were more sincere, for as soon as they came there, they all openly confessed, the clergy as well as the laity, from the highest to the lowest, that they were thirsty, that mending their complexions was what they minded the least, and that all their hearts were set upon small beer and quenching their thirst, whatever they might pretend to the contrary. What was remarkable is, that to have laid hold of those truths to anyone's prejudice, and made use of those confessions afterwards out of their temples, would be counted very impertinent, and everybody thought it an heinous affront to be called thirsty, though you had seen him drink small beer by whole gallons. The chief topics of their preachers was the great evil of thirst, and the folly there was in quenching it. They exhorted their hearers to resist the temptations of it, inveighed against small beer, and often told them it was poison, if they drank it with pleasure, or any other design than to mend their complexions. In their acknowledgments to the gods, they thanked them for the plenty of comfortable small beer they had received from them, notwithstanding they had so little deserved it, and continually quenched their thirst with it, whereas they were so thoroughly satisfied that it was given them for a better use. Having begged pardon for those offenses, they desired the gods to lessen their thirst, and give them strength to resist the importunities of it. Yet, in the midst of their sorest repentance and most humble supplications, they never forgot small beer, and prayed that they might continue to have it in great plenty, with the solemn promise that how neglectful soever they might hitherto have been in this point, they would for the future not drink a drop of it with any other design than to mend their complexions. These were standing petitions put together to last, and having continued to be made use of without any alterations for several hundred years together, it was thought by some that the gods, who understood futurity, and knew that the same promise they heard in June would be made to them the January following, did not rely much more on those vows than we do on those waggish inscriptions by which men offer us their goods, today for money and tomorrow for nothing. They often began their prayers very mystically, and spoke many things in a spiritual sense, yet they were never so abstract from the world in them as to end one without beseeching the gods to bless and prosper the brewing trade in all its branches, and for the good of the whole, more and more to increase the consumption of hops and barley. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Line 388. Content, the bane of industry. I have been told by many that the bane of industry is laziness, and not content. Therefore, to prove my assertion, which seems a paradox to some, I shall treat of laziness and content separately, and afterwards speak of industry, that the reader may judge which it is of the two former that is opposite to the latter. Laziness is an aversion to busyness, generally attended with an unreasonable desire of remaining inactive, and everybody is lazy who, without being hindered by any other warrantable employment, refuses or puts off any business which he ought to do for himself or others. We seldom call anybody lazy, but such as we reckon inferior to us, and of whom we expect some service. Children do not think their parents lazy, nor servants their masters. And if a gentleman indulges his ease and sloth so abominably that he will not put on his own shoes, though he is young and slender, nobody shall call him lazy for it, if he can keep but a footman, or somebody else to do it for him. Mr. Dryden has given us a very good idea of superlative slothfulness in the person of a luxurious king of Egypt. His Majesty, having bestowed some considerable gifts on several of his favorites, is attended by some of his chief ministers with a parchment, which he was to sign to confirm those grants. First, he walks a few turns to and fro, with a heavy uneasiness in his looks, then sets himself down like a man that is tired, and, at last, with abundance of reluctancy to what he was going about, he takes up the pen, and falls a-complaining very seriously of the length of the word Ptolemy, and expresses a great deal of concern that he had not some short monosyllable for his name, which he thought would save him a world of trouble. We often reproach others with laziness, because we are guilty of it ourselves. Some days ago, as two young women sat nodding together, says one to the other, "There comes a wicked cold through that door. You are the nearest to it, sister, pray shut it." The other, who was the youngest, vouchsafed indeed to cast an eye towards the door, but sat still and said nothing. The eldest spoke again 2 or 3 times, and at last the other making her no answer, nor offering to stir, she got up in a pet, and shut the door herself. Coming back to sit down again, she gave the younger a very hard look, and said, "Lord, Sister Betty, I would not be so lazy as you are for all the world," which she spoke so earnestly that it brought a colour in her face. The youngest should have risen, I own, but if the eldest had not overvalued her labour, she would have shut the door herself, as soon as the cold was offensive to her, without making any words of it. She was not above a step farther from the door than her sister, and as to age, there was not 11 months' difference between them, and they were both under 20. I thought it a hard matter to determine which was the laziest of the two. There are 1,000 wretches that are always working the marrow out of their bones for next to nothing, because they are unthinking and ignorant of what the pains they take are worth, while others who are cunning and understand the true value of their work refuse to be employed at under rates, not because they are of an unactive temper, but because they will not beat down the price of their labor. A country gentleman sees at the backside of the exchange a porter walking to and fro with his hands in his pockets. "Pray," says he, "friend, will you step for me with this letter as far as Bow Church, and I will give you a penny?" "I will go with all my heart," says the other, "but I must have 2pence, master," which the gentleman refusing to give, the fellow turned his back, and told him he would rather play for nothing than work for nothing. The gentleman thought it an unaccountable piece of laziness in a porter, rather to saunter up and down for nothing, than to be earning a penny with as little trouble. Some hours after he happened to be with some friends at a tavern in Threadneedle Street, where one of them calling to mind that he had forgot to send for a bill of exchange that was to go away with the post that night, was in great perplexity, and immediately wanted somebody to go for him to Hackney with all the speed imaginable. It was after 10 in the middle of winter, a very rainy night, and all the porters thereabouts were gone to bed. The gentleman grew very uneasy, and said, whatever it cost him, that somebody he must send. At last one of the drawers, seeing him so very pressing, told him that he knew a porter who would rise if it was a job worth his while. "Worth his while," said the gentleman very eagerly. "Do not doubt of that, good lad. If you know of anybody, let him make what haste he can, and I will give him a crown if he be back by 12 o'clock. Upon this the drawer took the errand, left the room, and in less than a quarter of an hour came back with the welcome news that the message would be dispatched with all expedition. The company in the meantime diverted themselves as they had done before, But when it began to be towards 12, the watches were pulled out, and the porter's return was all the discourse. Some were of opinion he might yet come before the clock had struck, others thought it impossible, and now it wanted but 3 minutes of 12, when in comes the nimble messenger smoking hot, with his clothes as wet as dung with the rain, and his head all over in a bath of sweat. He had nothing dry about him but the inside of his pocket-book, out of which he took the bill he had been for, and by the drawer's direction presented it to the gentleman it belonged to, who, being very well pleased with the dispatch he had made, gave him the crown he had promised, while another filled him a bumper, and the whole company commended his diligence. As the fellow came nearer the light, to take up the wine, the country gentleman I mentioned at first, to his great admiration, knew him to be the same porter that had refused to earn his penny, and whom he thought the laziest mortal alive. The story teaches us that we ought not to confound those who remain unemployed for want of an opportunity of exerting themselves to the best advantage, with such as for want of spirit hug themselves in their sloth, and will rather starve than stir. Without this caution, we must pronounce all the world more or less lazy, according to their estimation of the reward they are to purchase with their labor, and then the most industrious may be called lazy. Content I call that calm serenity of the mind, which men enjoy while they think themselves happy, and rest satisfied with the station they are in. It implies a favorable construction of our present circumstances, and a peaceful tranquillity, which men are strangers to as long as they are solicitous about mending their condition. This is a virtue of which the applause is very precarious and uncertain, for, according as men's circumstances vary, they will either be blamed or commended for being possessed of it. A single man that works hard at a laborious trade has 100 a year left him by a relation. This change of fortune makes him soon weary of working, and not having industry enough to put himself forward in the world, he resolves to do nothing at all, and live upon his income. As long as he lives within compass, pays for what he has, and offends nobody, he shall be called an honest, quiet man. The victualler, his landlady, the tailor, and others divide what he has between them, and the society is every year the better for his revenue. Whereas, if he should follow his own or any other trade, he must hinder others, and somebody would have the less for what he should get, and therefore, though he should be the idlest fellow in the world, lie abed 15 hours in 24, and do nothing but sauntering up and down all the rest of the time, nobody would discommend him, and his unactive spirit is honored with the name of content. But if the same man marries, gets 3 or 4 children, and still continues of the same easy temper, rests satisfied with what he has, and without endeavoring to get a penny, indulges his former sloth, first his relations, afterwards all his acquaintance, will be alarmed at his negligence. They foresee that his income will not be sufficient to bring up so many children handsomely, and are afraid some of them may, if not a burden, become a disgrace to them. When these fears have been for some time whispered about from one to another, his uncle Gripe takes him to task, and accosts him in the following cant. "What, nephew, no business yet? Fie upon it! I cannot imagine how you do spend your time. If you will not work at your own trade, there are 50 ways that a man may pick up a penny by. You have 100 a year, it is true, but your charges increase every year, and what must you do when your children are grown up? I have a better estate than you myself, and yet you do not see me leave off my business. Nay, I declare it, might I have the world, I could not lead the life you do. It is no business of mine, I own, but everybody cries, it is a shame for a young man as you are, that has his limbs and his health, should not turn his hands to something or other." If these admonitions do not reform him in a little time, and he continues half a year longer without employment, he will become a discourse to the whole neighborhood, and for the same qualifications that once got him the name of a quiet, contented man, he shall be called the worst of husbands, and the laziest fellow upon earth, from whence it is manifest that when we pronounce actions good or evil, we only regard the hurt or benefit the society receives from them, and not the person who commits them. See page 17. Diligence and industry are often used promiscuously to signify the same thing, but there is a great difference between them. A poor wretch may want neither diligence nor ingenuity, be a saving, painstaking man, and yet without striving to mend his circumstances, remain contented with the station he lives in. But industry implies, besides the other qualities, a thirst after gain, and an indefatigable desire of meliorating our condition. When men think either the customary profits of their calling, or else the share of business they have too small, they have two ways to deserve the name of industrious, and they must be either ingenious enough to find out uncommon and yet warrantable methods to increase their business or their profit, or else supply that defect by a multiplicity of occupations. If a tradesman takes care to provide his shop, and gives due attendance to those that come to it, he is a diligent man in his business. But if, besides that, he takes particular pains to sell, to the same advantage, a better commodity than the rest of his neighbors, or if, by his obsequiousness, or some other good quality, getting into a large acquaintance, he uses all possible endeavors of drawing customers to his house, he then may be called industrious. A cobbler, though he has not employed half of his time, if he neglects no business, and makes dispatch when he has any, is a diligent man. But if he runs of errands when he has no work, or makes but shoe pins, and serves as a watchman o' nights, he deserves the name of industrious. If what has been said in this remark be duly weighed, we shall find either that laziness and content are very near akin, or if there be a great difference between them, that the latter is more contrary to industry than the former. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Line 410. To make a great and honest hive. This perhaps might be done where people are contented to be poor and hardy, but if they would likewise enjoy their ease and the comforts of the world, and to be at once an opulent, potent, and flourishing as well as a warlike nation, it is utterly impossible. I have heard people speak of the mighty figure the Spartans made above all the commonwealths of Greece, notwithstanding their uncommon frugality and other exemplary virtues. But certainly there never was a nation whose greatness was more empty than theirs. The splendor they lived in was inferior to that of a theater, and the only thing they could be proud of was that they enjoyed nothing. They were indeed both feared and esteemed abroad. They were so famed for valor and skill in martial affairs that their neighbors did not only court their friendship and assistance in their wars, but were satisfied and thought themselves sure of victory if they could but get a Spartan general to command their armies. But then their discipline was so rigid, and their manner of living so austere and void of all comfort, that the most temperate man among us would refuse to submit to the harshness of such uncouth laws. There was a perfect equality among them. Gold and silver coin were cried down. Their current money was made of iron, to render it of a great bulk and little worth. To lay up 20 or 30 pounds required a pretty large chamber, and to remove it, nothing less than a yoke of oxen. Another remedy they had against luxury was, that they were obliged to eat in common of the same meat, and they so little allowed anybody to dine or sup by himself at home, that Agis, one of their kings, having vanquished the Athenians, and sending for his commons at his return home, because he desired privately to eat with his queen, was refused by the Polemarchi. In training up their youth, their chief care, says Plutarch, was to make them good subjects, to fit them to endure the fatigues of long and tedious marches, and never to return without victory from the field. When they were 12 years old, they lodged in little bands, upon beds made of the rushes, which grew by the banks of the river Eurotas, and because their points were sharp, they were to break them off with their hands without a knife. If it were a hard winter, they mingled some thistledown with their rushes to keep them warm. See Plutarch in the Life of Lycurgus. From all these circumstances it is plain that no nation on earth was less effeminate, but being debarred from all the comforts of life, they could have nothing for their pains but the glory of being a warlike people, inured to toils and hardships, which was a happiness that few people would have cared for upon the same terms, and, though they had been masters of the world, as long as they enjoyed no more of it, Englishmen would hardly have envied them their greatness. What men want nowadays has sufficiently been shown in remark on line 200, where I have treated of real pleasures. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Line 411. To enjoy the world's conveniencies. That the words decency and conveniency were very ambiguous and not to be understood unless we were acquainted with the quality and circumstances of the persons that made use of them, has been hinted already in remark on line 177. The goldsmith, mercer, or any other of the most creditable shopkeepers that has 3,000 or 4,000 pounds to set up with must have 2 dishes of meat every day and something extraordinary for Sundays. His wife must have a damask bed against her lying in, and 2 or 3 rooms very well furnished. The following summer she must have a house, or at least very good lodgings in the country. A man that has a being out of town must have a horse. His footman must have another. If he has a tolerable trade, he expects in 8 or 10 years' time to keep his coach, which, notwithstanding, he hopes, that after he has slaved, as he calls it, for 2 or 23 years, he shall be worth at least 100,000 a year for his eldest son to inherit, and 2,000 or 3,000 pounds for each of his other children to begin the world with. And when men of such circumstances pray for their daily bread, and mean nothing more extravagant by it, they are counted pretty modest people. Call this pride, luxury, superfluity, or what you please, it is nothing but what ought to be in the capital of a flourishing nation. Those of inferior condition must content themselves with less costly conveniencies, as others of higher rank will be sure to make theirs more expensive. Some people call it but decency to be served in plate, and reckon a coach and 6 among the necessary comforts of life, and if a peer has not above 3,000 or 4,000 a year, his lordship is counted poor. Since the first edition of this book, several have attacked me with demonstrations of the certain ruin which excessive luxury must bring upon all nations, who yet were soon answered, when I showed them the limits within which I had confined it, and therefore, that no reader for the future may misconstrue me on this head, I shall point at the cautions I have given, and the provisos I have made in the former, as well as this present impression, and which, if not overlooked, must prevent all rational censure, and obviate several objections that otherwise might be made against me. I have laid down as maxims never to be departed from, that the poor should be kept strictly to work, and that it was prudence to relieve their wants, but folly to cure them, that agriculture and fishery should be promoted in all their branches, in order to render provisions, and consequently labor cheap. I have named ignorance as a necessary ingredient in the mixture of society, from all which it is manifest that I could never have imagined that luxury was to be made general through every part of a kingdom. I have likewise required that property should be well secured, justice impartially administered, and in everything the interest of the nation taken care of. But what I have insisted on the most, and repeated more than once, is the great regard that is to be had to the balance of trade, and the care the legislature ought to take that the yearly imports never exceed the exports, and where this is observed, and the other things I spoke of are not neglected, I still continue to assert that no foreign luxury can undo a country. The height of it is never seen but in nations that are vastly populous, and there only in the upper part of it, and the greater, that is, the larger still in proportion must be the lowest, the basis that supports all, the multitude of working poor. Those who would too nearly imitate others of superior fortune must thank themselves if they are ruined. This is nothing against luxury, for whoever can subsist and lives above his income is a fool. Some persons of quality may keep 3 or 4 coaches and 6, and at the same time lay up money for their children, while a young shopkeeper is undone for keeping 1 sorry horse. It is impossible there should be a rich nation without prodigals, yet I never knew a city so full of spendthrifts, but there were covetous people enough to answer their number. As an old merchant breaks for having been extravagant or careless a great while, So a young beginner falling into the same business gets an estate by being saving or more industrious before he is 40 years old. Besides, that the frailties of men often work by contraries. Some narrow souls can never thrive because they are too stingy, while longer heads amass great wealth by spending their money freely and seeming to despise it. But the vicissitudes of fortune are necessary, and the most lamentable are no more detrimental to society than the death of the individual members of it. Christenings are a proper balance to burials. Those who immediately lose by the misfortune of others are very sorry, complain, and make a noise. But the others who get by them, as there always are such, hold their tongues, because it is odious to be thought the better for the losses and calamities of our neighbor. The various ups and downs compose a wheel, that always turning round gives motion to the whole machine. Philosophers, that dare extend their thoughts beyond the narrow compass of what is immediately before them, look on the alternate exchanges in the civil society no otherwise than they do on the risings and fallings of the lungs, the latter of which are much a part of respiration in the most perfect animals as the first. So that the fickle breath of never stable fortune is to the body politic the same as floating air is to a living creature. Avarice, then, and prodigality are equally necessary to the society. That in some countries men are most generally lavish than in others proceeds from the difference in circumstances that dispose to either vice, and arise from the condition of the social body, as well as the temperament of the natural. I beg pardon of the attentive reader if here, in behalf of short memories, I repeat some things, the substance of which they have already seen in remark, line 307. More money than land, heavy taxes and scarcity of provisions, industry, laboriousness, and active and stirring spirit, ill nature, and saturnine temper, old age, wisdom, trade, riches, acquired by our own labor, and liberty and property well secured, are all things that dispose to avarice. On the contrary, indolence, content, good nature, a jovial temper, youth, folly, arbitrary power, money easily got, plenty of provisions, and the uncertainty of possessions are circumstances that render men prone to prodigality. Where there is the most of the first, the prevailing vice will be avarice, and prodigality where the other turns the scale. But a national frugality there never was, nor never will be without a national necessity. Sumptuary laws may be of use to an indigent country, after great calamities of war, pestilence, or famine, when work has stood still, and the labor of the poor been interrupted. But to introduce them into an opulent kingdom is the wrong way to consult the interest of it. I shall end my remarks on the Grumbling Hive with assuring the champions of national frugality that it would be impossible for the Persians and other Eastern people to purchase the vast quantities of fine English cloth they consume, should we load our women with less cargoes of Asiatic silks. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Fable of the Bees by Bernard Mandeville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An essay on charity and charity schools. Part 1. Charity is that virtue by which part of that sincere love we have for ourselves is transferred pure and unmixed to others, not tied to us by the bonds of friendship or consanguinity, and even mere strangers, whom we have no obligation to, nor hope or expect anything from. If we lessen any ways the rigor of this definition, part of the virtue must be lost. What we do for our friends and kindred, we do partly for ourselves. When a man acts in behalf of nephews or nieces, and says, "They are my brother's children, I do it out of charity," he deceives you. For if he is capable, it is expected from him, and he does it partly for his own sake. If he values the esteem of the world, and is nice as to honor and reputation, he is obliged to have a greater regard to them than for strangers, or else he must suffer in his character. The exercise of this virtue relates either to opinion or to action, and is manifested in what we think of others or what we do for them. To be charitable, then, in the first place, we ought to put the best construction on all that others do or say that things are capable of. If a man builds a fine house, though he has not one symptom of humility, furnishes it richly, and lays out a good estate in plate and pictures, we ought not to think that he does it out of vanity, but to encourage artists, employ hands, and set the poor to work for the good of his country. And if a man sleeps at church, so he does not snore, we ought to think he shuts his eyes to increase his attention. The reason is, because in our turn we desire that our utmost avarice should pass for frugality, and that for religion, which we know to be hypocrisy. Secondly, that virtue is conspicuous in us, when we bestow our time and labor for nothing, or employ our credit with others in behalf of those who stand in need of it, and yet could not expect such an assistance from our friendship or nearness of blood. The last branch of charity consists in giving away, while we are alive, what we value ourselves, to such as I have already named, being contented rather to have and enjoy less than not relieve those who want, and shall be the objects of our choice. This virtue is often counterfeited by a passion of ours called pity or compassion, which consists in a fellow feeling and condolence for the misfortunes and calamities of others. All mankind are more or less affected with it, but the weakest minds generally the most. It is raised in us when the sufferings and misery of other creatures make so forcible an impression upon us as to make us uneasy. It comes in either at the eye or ear or both, and the nearer and more violently the object of compassion strikes those senses, the greater disturbance it causes in us, often to such a degree as to occasion great pain and anxiety. Should any of us be locked up in a ground room, where in a yard joining to it there was a thriving, good-humored child at play of 2 or 3 years old, so near us that through the grates of the window we could almost touch it with our hand, and if while we took delight in the harmless diversion and imperfect prittle-prattle of the innocent babe, a nasty overgrown sow should come upon the child, set it at a screaming, and frighten it out of its wits, it is natural to think that this would make us uneasy, and that with crying out and making all the menacing noises we could, we should endeavor to drive the sow away. But if this should happen to be an half-starved creature that, mad with hunger, went roaming about in quest of food, and we should behold the ravenous brute, in spite of our cries, and all the threatening gestures we could think of, actually lay hold of the helpless infant, destroy and devour it, to see her widely open her destructive jaws, and the poor lamb beat down with greedy haste, to look on the defenseless posture of tender limbs first trampled on, then tore asunder, to see the filthy snout digging in the yet living entrails, suck up the smoking blood, and now and then to hear the crackling of the bones, and the cruel animal with savage pleasure grunt over the horrid banquet. To hear and see all this, what tortures would it give the soul beyond expression? Let me see the most shining virtue the moralists have to boast of, so manifest either to the person possessed of it or those who behold his actions. Let me see courage or the love of one's country so apparent without any mixture, cleared and distinct, the first from pride and anger, the other from the love of glory, and every shadow of self-interest, as this pity would be cleared and distinct from all other passions. There would be no need of virtue or self-denial to be moved at such a scene, and not only a man of humanity, of good morals and commiseration, but likewise an highwayman, an housebreaker, or a murderer could feel anxieties on such an occasion. How calamitous soever a man's circumstances might be, he would forget his misfortunes for the time, and the most troublesome passion would give way to pity. And not one of the species has a heart so obdurate or engaged that it would not ache at such a sight, as no language has an epithet to fit it. Many will wonder at what I have said of pity, that it comes in at the eye or ear, But the truth of this will be known when we consider that the nearer the object is, the more we suffer, and the more remote it is, the less we are troubled with it. To see people executed for crimes, if it is a great way off, moves us but little, in comparison to what it does when we are near enough to see the motion of the soul in their eyes, observe their fears and agonies, and are able to read the pangs in every feature of the face. When the object is quite removed from our senses, the relation of the calamities or the reading of them can never raise in us the passion called pity. We may be concerned at bad news, the loss and misfortunes of friends and those whose cause we espouse, but that is not pity, but grief or sorrow, the same as we feel for the death of those we love, or the destruction of what we value. When we hear that 3,000 or 4,000 men, all strangers to us, are killed with the sword, or forced into some river where they are drowned, we say, and perhaps believe, that we pity them. It is humanity bids us have compassion with the sufferings of others, and reason tells us that whether a thing be far off or done in our sight, our sentiments concerning it ought to be the same, and we should be ashamed to own that we felt no commiseration in us when anything requires it. He is a cruel man, he has no bowels of compassion. All these things are the effects of reason and humanity, but nature makes no compliments. When the object does not strike, the body does not feel it, and when men talk of pitying people out of sight, they are to be believed in the same manner as when they say that they are our humble servants. In paying the usual civilities at first meeting, those who do not see one another every day are often very glad and very sorry alternately, for 5 or 6 times together, in less than 2 minutes, and yet at parting carry away not a jot more of grief or joy than they met with. The same it is with pity, and it is a choice no more than fear or anger. Those who have a strong and lively imagination, and can make representations of things in their minds, as they would be if they were actually before them, may work themselves up into something that resembles compassion, but this is done by art, and often the help of a little enthusiasm, and is only an imitation of pity. The heart feels little of it, and it is as faint as what we suffer at the acting of a tragedy, where our judgment leaves part of the mind uninformed, and to indulge a lazy wantonness suffers it to be led into error, which is necessary to have a passion raised, the slight strokes of which are not unpleasant to us, when the soul is in an idle, unactive humor. As pity is often by ourselves and in our own cases mistaken for charity, so it assumes the shape and borrows the very name of it. A beggar asks you to exert that virtue for Jesus Christ's sake, but all the while his great design is to raise your pity. He represents to your view the first side of his ailments and bodily infirmities. In chosen words he gives you an epitome of his calamities, real or fictitious, and while he seems to pray to God that he will open your heart, he is actually at work upon your ears. The greatest profligate of them flies to religion for aid, and assists his cant with a doleful tone, and a studied dismay of gestures. But he trusts not to one passion only, he flatters your pride with titles and names of honor and distinction. Your avarice he soothes with often repeating to you the smallness of the gift he sues for, and conditional promises of future returns, with an interest extravagant beyond the statute of usury, though out of the reach of it. People not used to great cities, being thus attacked on all sides, are commonly forced to yield, and cannot help giving something, though they can hardly spare it themselves. How oddly are we managed by self-love! It is ever watching in our defense, and yet, to soothe a predominant passion, obliges us to act against our interest. For when pity seizes us, if we can but imagine that we contribute to the relief of him we have compassion with, and are instrumental to the lessening of his sorrows, it eases us, and therefore pitiful people often give an alms when they really feel that they would rather not. When sores are very bare, or seem otherwise afflicting in an extraordinary manner, and the beggar can bear to have them exposed to the cold air, it is very shocking to some people. It is a shame, they cry, such sights should be suffered. The main reason is, it touches their pity feelingly, and at the same time they are resolved, either because they are covetous, or count it an idle expense, to give nothing, which makes them more uneasy. They turn their eyes, and where the cries are dismal, some would willingly stop their ears if they were not ashamed. What they can do is to mend their pace, and be very angry in their hearts that beggars should be about the streets. But it is with pity as it is with fear. The more we are conversant with objects that excite either passion, the less we are disturbed by them, and those to whom all these scenes and tones are by custom made familiar, they make little impression upon. The only thing the industrious beggar has left to conquer those fortified hearts, if he can walk either with or without crutches, is to follow close, and with uninterrupted noise tease and importune them, to try if he can make them buy their peace. Thus thousands give money to beggars from the same motive as they pay their corn-cutter, to walk easy. And many a halfpenny is given to impudent and designedly persecuting rascals whom, if it could be done handsomely, a man would cane with much greater satisfaction. Yet all this, by the courtesy of the country, is called charity. The reverse of pity is malice. I have spoke of it where I treat of envy. Those who know what it is to examine themselves will soon own that it is very difficult to trace the root and origin of this passion. It is one of those we are most ashamed of, and therefore the hurtful part of it is easily subdued and corrected by a judicious education. When anybody near us stumbles, it is natural even before reflection to stretch out our hands to hinder, or at least break the fall, which shows that while we are calm, we are rather bent to pity. But though malice by itself is little to be feared, yet assisted with pride it is often mischievous, and becomes most terrible when egged on and heightened by anger. There is nothing that more readily or more effectually extinguishes pity than this mixture, which is called cruelty. From whence we may learn that to perform a meritorious action, it is not sufficient barely to conquer a passion, unless it likewise be done from a laudable principle, and consequently how necessary that clause was in the definition of virtue, that our endeavors were to proceed from a rational ambition of being good. Pity, as I have said somewhere else, is the most amiable of all our passions, and there are not many occasions on which we ought to conquer or curb it. A surgeon may be as compassionate as he pleases, so it does not make him omit or forbear to perform what he ought to do. Judges likewise and juries may be influenced with pity, if they take care that plain laws and justice itself are not infringed, and do not suffer by it. No pity does more mischief in the world than what is excited by the tenderness of parents, and hinders them from managing their children, as their rational love to them would require, and themselves could wish it. The sway likewise which this passion bears in the affections of women is more considerable than is commonly imagined, and they daily commit faults that are altogether ascribed to lust, and yet are in a great measure owing to pity. What I named last is not the only passion that mocks and resembles charity. Pride and vanity have built more hospitals than all the virtues together. Men are so tenacious of their possessions, and selfishness is so riveted in our nature, that whoever can but anyways conquer it shall have the applause of the public, and all the encouragement imaginable to conceal his frailty, and sooth any other appetite he shall have a mind to indulge. The man that supplies with his private fortune what the whole must otherwise have provided for, obliges every member of the society, and, therefore, all the world are ready to pay him their acknowledgment, and think themselves in duty bound to pronounce all such actions virtuous, without examining or so much as looking into the motives from which they were performed. Nothing is more destructive to virtue or religion itself than to make men believe that giving money to the poor, though they should not part with it till after death, will make a full atonement in the next world for the sins they have committed in this. A villain who has been guilty of a barbarous murder may, by the help of false witnesses, escape the punishment he deserved. He prospers, we will say, heaps up great wealth, and, by the advice of his father confessor, leaves all his estate to a monastery, and his children beggars. What fine amends has this good Christian made for his crime? And what an honest man was the priest who directed his conscience? He who parts with all he has in his lifetime, whatever principle he acts from, only gives away what was his own. But the rich miser who refuses to assist his nearest relations while he is alive, though they never designedly disobliged him, and disposes of his money for what we call charitable uses after his death, may imagine of his goodness what he pleases, but he robs his posterity. I am now thinking of a late instance of charity, a prodigious gift that has made a great noise in the world. I have a mind to set it in the light I think it deserves, and beg leave, for once, to please pedants, to treat it somewhat rhetorically. That a man with small skill in physic and hardly any learning should, by vile arts, get into practice and lay up great wealth, is no mighty wonder. But that he should so deeply work himself into the good opinion of the world as to gain the general esteem of a nation, and establish a reputation beyond all his contemporaries, with no other qualities but a perfect knowledge of mankind, and a capacity of making the most of it, is something extraordinary. If a man arrived to such a height of glory should be almost distracted with pride, sometime give his attendance on a servant or any mean person for nothing, and at the same time neglect a nobleman that gives exorbitant fees, at other times refuse to leave his bottle for his business, without any regard to the quality of the persons that sent for him, or the danger they are in. If he should be surly and morose, affect to be an humorist, treat his patients like dogs, though people of distinction, and value no man but what would deify him, and never call into question the certainty of his oracles, if he should insult all the world, affront the first nobility, and extend his insolence even to the royal family, if, to maintain as well as to increase the fame of his sufficiency, he should scorn to consult with his betters on what emergency soever, look down with contempt on the most deserving of his profession, and never confer with any other physician but what will pay homage to his superior genius, creep to his humor, and never approach him but with all the slavish obsequiousness a court flatterer can treat a prince with. If a man in his lifetime should discover, on the one hand, such manifest symptoms of superlative pride, and an insatiable greediness after wealth at the same time, and, on the other, no regard to religion or affection to his kindred, no compassion to the poor, and hardly any humanity to his fellow creatures, if he gave no proofs that he loved his country, had a public spirit, or was a lover of arts, of books, or of literature, what must we judge of his motive, the principle he acted from, when, after his death, we find that he has left a trifle among his relations who stood in need of it, and an immense treasure to an university that did not want it? Let a man be as charitable as is possible for him to be without forfeiting his reason or good sense. Can he think otherwise but that this famous physician did, in the making of his will, as in everything else, indulge his darling passion, entertaining his vanity with the happiness of the contrivance, when he thought on the monuments and inscriptions, with all the sacrifices of praise that would be made to him, and, above all, the yearly tribute of thanks, of reverence, and veneration that would be paid to his memory, with so much pomp and solemnity, when he considered how in all these performances wit and invention would be racked, art and eloquence ransacked to find out encomiums suitable to the public spirit, the munificence and the dignity of the benefactor, and the artful gratitude of the receivers. When he thought on, I say, and considered these things, it must have thrown his ambitious soul into vast ecstasies of pleasure, especially when he ruminated on the duration of his glory, and the perpetuity he would by this means procure to his name. Charitable opinions are often stupidly false. When men are dead and gone, we ought to judge of their actions as we do of books, and neither wrong their understanding nor our own. The British Asclepius was undeniably a man of sense, and if he had been influenced by charity, a public spirit, or the love of learning, and had aimed at the good of mankind in general, or that of his own profession in particular, and acted from any of these principles, he could never have made such a will, because so much wealth might have been better managed, and a man of much less capacity would have found out several better ways of laying out the money. But if we consider that he was undeniably a man of vast pride, as he was a man of sense, and give ourselves leave only to surmise that this extraordinary gift might have proceeded from such a motive, we shall presently discover the excellency of his parts, and his consummate knowledge of the world. For, if a man would render himself immortal, be ever praised and deified after his death, and have all the acknowledgment, the honors, and compliments paid to his memory that vain glory herself could wish for, I do not think it in human skill to invent a more effectual method. Had he followed arms, behaved himself in 25 sieges, and as many battles, with the bravery of an Alexander, and exposed his life and limbs to all the fatigues and dangers of war 50 campaigns together, or devoting himself to the Muses, sacrificed his pleasure, his rest, and his health to literature, and spent all his days in a laborious study and the toils of learning, or else, abandoning all worldly interest, excelled in probity, temperance, and austerity of life, and ever trod in the strictest path of virtue, he would not so effectually have provided for the eternity of his name, as after a voluptuous life, and the luxurious gratification of his passions, he has now done without any trouble or self-denial, only by the choice and the disposal of his money when he was forced to leave it. A rich miser who is thoroughly selfish and would receive the interest of his money even after his death has nothing else to do than to defraud his relations and leave his estate to some famous university. They are the best markets to buy immortality at with little merit. In them knowledge, wit, and penetration are the growth, I had almost said the manufacture of the place. There men are profoundly skilled in human nature, and know what it is their benefactors want, and their extraordinary bounty shall always meet with an extraordinary recompense, and the measure of the gift is ever the standard of their praises, whether the donor be a physician or a tinker, when once the living witnesses that might laugh at them are extinct. I can never think on the anniversary of the Thanksgiving Day decreed to a great man, but it puts me in mind of the miraculous cures and other surprising things that will be said of him 100 years hence, and I dare prognosticate that before the end of the present century he will have stories forged in his favor, for rhetoricians are never upon oath, that shall be as fabulous, at least, as any legends of the saints. Of all this our subtle benefactor was not ignorant. He understood universities, their genius, and their politics, and from thence foresaw and knew that the incense to be offered to him would not cease with the present or few succeeding generations, and that it would not only for the trifling space of 300 or 400 years, but that it would continue to be paid to him through all changes and revolutions of government and religion, as long as the nation subsists, and the island itself remains. It is deplorable that the proud should have such temptations to wrong their lawful heirs, for when a man in ease and affluence, brimful of vainglory, and humoured in his pride by the greatest of a polite nation, has such an infallible security in petto for an everlasting homage and adoration to his manes, to be paid in such an extraordinary manner, He is like a hero in battle, who, in feasting of his own imagination, tastes all the felicity of enthusiasm. It buys him up in sickness, relieves him in pain, and either guards him against, or keeps from his view all the terrors of death, and the most dismal apprehensions of futurity. Should it be said, that to be thus censorious, and to look into matters, and men's consciences with that nicety, will discourage people from laying out their money this way, and that, let the money and the motive of the donor be what they will, he that receives the benefit is the gainer, I would not disown the charge, but am of opinion that this is no injury to the public, should one prevent men from crowding too much treasure into the dead stock of the kingdom. There ought to be a vast disproportion between the active and unactive part of the society to make it happy, and where this is not regarded, the multitude of gifts and endowments may soon be excessive and detrimental to a nation. Charity, where it is too extensive, seldom fails of promoting sloth and idleness, and is good for little in the commonwealth but to breed drones and destroy industry. The more colleges and almhouses you build, the more you may. The first founders and benefactors may have just and good intentions, and would perhaps, for their own reputations, seem to labor for the most laudable purposes, but the executors of those wills, the governors that come after him, have quite other views, and we seldom see charities long applied as it was first intended they should be. I have no design that is cruel, nor the least aim that savors of inhumanity. To have sufficient hospitals for sick and wounded, I look upon as an indispensable duty both in peace and war. Young children without parents, old age without support, and all that are disabled from working, ought to be taken care of with tenderness and alacrity. But as, on the one hand, I would have none neglected that are helpless, and really necessitous without being wanting to themselves, so, on the other, I would not encourage beggary or laziness in the poor. All should be set to work that are anywise able, and scrutinies should be made even among the infirm. Employments might be found out for most of our lame, and many that are unfit for hard labor, as well as the blind, as long as their health and strength would allow of it. What I have now under consideration leads me naturally to that kind of distraction the nation has labored under for some time, the enthusiastic passion for charity schools. The generality are so bewildered with the usefulness and excellency of them, that whoever dares openly to oppose them is in danger of being stoned by the rabble. Children that are taught the principles of religion, and can read the word of God, have a greater opportunity to improve in virtue and good morality, and must certainly be more civilized than others, that are suffered to run at random, and have nobody to look after them. How perverse must be the judgment of those who would not rather see children decently dressed, with clean linen at least once a week, that, in an orderly manner, follow their master to church, than in every open place meet with a company of blackguards without shirts or anything whole about them, that, insensible of their misery, are continually increasing it with oaths and imprecations. Can anyone doubt but these are the great nursery of thieves and pickpockets? What numbers of felons and other criminals have we tried and convicted every sessions? This will be prevented by charity schools, and when the children of the poor receive a better education, the society will, in a few years, reap the benefit of it, and the nation be cleared of so many miscreants as now this great city and all the country about it are filled with. This is the general cry, and he that speaks the least word against it, an uncharitable, hard-hearted, and inhuman, if not a wicked, profane, and atheistical wretch. As to the comeliness of the sight, nobody disputes it, but I would not have any nation pay too dear for so transient a pleasure, and if we might set aside the finery of the show, everything that is material in this popular oration might soon be answered. As to religion, the most knowing and polite part of a nation have everywhere the least of it. Craft has a greater hand in making rogues than stupidity, and vice, in general, is nowhere more predominant than where arts and sciences flourish. Ignorance is, to a proverb, counted to be the mother of devotion, and it is certain that we shall find innocence and honesty nowhere more general than among the most illiterate, the poor silly country people. The next to be considered are the manners and civility that by charity schools are to be grafted into the poor of the nation. I confess that, in my opinion, to be in any degree possessed of what I named is a frivolous, if not a hurtful quality. At least nothing is less requisite in the laborious poor. It is not compliments we want of them, but their work and assiduity. But I give up this article with all my heart. Good manners, we will say, are necessary to all people, but which way will they be furnished with them in a charity school? Boys there may be taught to pull off their caps promiscuously to all they meet, unless it be a beggar. But that they should acquire in it any civility beyond that, I cannot conceive. The master is not greatly qualified, as may be guessed by his salary, and if he could teach them manners, he has not time for it. While they are at school, they are either learning or saying their lessons to him, or employed in writing or arithmetic, and as soon as school is done, they are as much at liberty as other poor people's children. It is precept, and the example of parents, and those they eat, drink, and converse with, that have an influence upon the minds of children. Reprobate parents, that take ill courses, and are regardless to their children, will not have a mannerly civilized offspring, though they went to a charity school till they were married. The honest, painstaking people, be they never so poor, if they have any notion of goodness and decency themselves, will keep their children in awe, and never suffer them to rake about the streets, and lie out o' nights. Those who will work themselves, and have any command over their children, will make them do something or other that turns to profit as soon as they are able, be it never so little. And such are so ungovernable, that neither words nor blows can work upon them. No charity school will mend. Nay, experience teaches us that among the charity boys there are abundance of bad ones that swear and curse about, and, bar the clothes, are as much blackguard as ever Tower Hill or St. James produced. I am now come to the enormous crimes and vast multitude of malefactors that are all laid upon the want of this notable education. That abundance of thefts and robberies are daily committed in and about the city, and great numbers yearly suffer death for those crimes, is undeniable. But because this is ever hooked in, when the usefulness of charity schools is called in question, as if there was no dispute, but they would in a great measure remedy, and in time prevent those disorders, I intend to examine into the real causes of those mischiefs so justly complained of, and doubt not but to make it appear that charity schools, and everything else that promotes idleness and keeps the poor from working, are more accessory to the growth of villainy than the want of reading and writing, or even the grossest ignorance and stupidity. Here I must interrupt myself to obviate the clamors of some impatient people, who, upon reading of what I said last, will cry out that far from encouraging idleness, they bring up their charity children to handicrafts, as well as trades, and all manner of honest labor. I promise them that I shall take notice of that hereafter, and answer it without stifling the least thing that can be said in their behalf. In a populous city, it is not difficult for a young rascal that has pushed himself into a crowd, with a small hand and nimble fingers, to whip away a handkerchief or snuff-box from a man who is thinking on business and regardless of his pocket. Success in small crimes seldom fails of ushering in greater, and he that picks pockets with impunity at 12 is likely to be a housebreaker at 16, and a thorough-paced villain long before he is 20. Those who are cautious as well as bold, and no drunkards, may do a world of mischief before they are discovered, and this is one of the greatest inconveniencies of such vast overgrown cities as London or Paris, that they harbor rogues and villains as granaries do vermin. They afford a perpetual shelter to the worst of people, and are places of safety to thousands of criminals who daily commit thefts and burglaries, and yet, by often changing their places of abode, may conceal themselves for many years, and will perhaps forever escape the hands of justice, unless by chance they are apprehended in a fact. And when they are taken, the evidences perhaps want clearness, or are otherwise insufficient. The depositions are not strong enough. Juries and often judges are touched with compassion, Prosecutors, though vigorous at first, often relent before the time of trial comes on. Few men prefer the public safety to their own ease. A man of good nature is not easily reconciled with taking away of another man's life, though he has deserved the gallows. To be the cause of anyone's death, though justice requires it, is what most people is startled at, especially men of conscience and probity, when they want judgment or resolution. As this is the reason that thousands escape that deserve to be capitally punished, so it is likewise the cause that there are so many offenders, who boldly venture, in hopes that if they are taken they shall have the same good fortune of getting off. But if men did imagine, and were fully persuaded, that as surely as they committed a fact that deserved hanging, so surely they would be hanged, executions would be very rare, and the most desperate felon would almost as soon hang himself as he would break open a house. To be stupid and ignorant is seldom the character of a thief. Robberies on the highway and other bold crimes are generally perpetrated by rogues of spirit and a genius, and villains of any fame are commonly subtle, cunning fellows that are well versed in the method of trials, and acquainted with every quirk in the law that can be of use to them, that overlook not the smallest flaw in an indictment, and know how to make an advantage at the least slip of an evidence, and everything else that can serve their turn to bring them off. It is a mighty saying, that it is better that 500 guilty people should escape, than that one innocent person should suffer. This maxim is only true as to futurity, and in relation to another world, but it is very false in regard to the temporal welfare of society. It is a terrible thing a man should be put to death for a crime he is not guilty of. Yet so oddly circumstances may meet in the infinite variety of accidents, that it is possible it should come to pass, all the wisdom that judges, and consciousness that juries may be possessed of, notwithstanding. But where men endeavor to avoid this, with all the care and precaution human prudence is able to take, should such a misfortune happen perhaps once or twice in 60 years, on condition that all that time justice should be administered with all the strictness and severity, and not one guilty person suffered to escape with impunity, it would be a vast advantage to a nation, not only as to the securing of everyone's property and the peace of the society in general, but would likewise save the lives of hundreds, if not thousands, of necessitous wretches that are daily hanged for trifles, and who would never have attempted anything against the law, or at least have ventured on capital crimes, if the hopes of getting off, should they be taken, had not been one of the motives that animated their resolution. Therefore, where the laws are plain and severe, all the remissness in the execution of them, lenity of juries, and frequency of pardons, are in the main a much greater cruelty to a populous state or kingdom than the use of racks and the most exquisite torments. Another great cause of those evils is to be looked for in the want of precaution in those that are robbed, and the many temptations that are given. Abundance of families are very remiss in looking after the safety of their houses. Some are robbed by the carelessness of servants, others for having grudged the price of bars and shutters. Brass and pewter are ready money, and they are everywhere about the house. Plate, perhaps, and money are better secured, but an ordinary lock is soon opened when once a rogue is got in. It is manifest, then, that many different causes concur, and several scarce avoidable evils contribute to the misfortune of being pestered with pilferers, thieves, and robbers, which all countries ever were, and ever will be, more or less, in and near considerable towns, more especially vast and overgrown cities. It is opportunity makes the thief, carelessness and neglect in fastening doors and windows, the excessive tenderness of juries and prosecutors, the small difficulty of getting a reprieve and frequency of pardons, but above all, the many examples of those who are known to be guilty, and destitute both of friends and money, and yet by imposing on the jury, baffling the witnesses, or other tricks and stratagems, find out means to escape the gallows. These are all strong temptations that conspire to draw in the necessitous, who want principle and education. To these you may add as auxiliaries to mischief, an habit of sloth and idleness, and strong aversion to labor and assiduity, which all young people will contract that are not brought up to downright working, or at least kept employed most days in the week, and the greatest part of the day. All children that are idle, even the best of either sex, are bad company to one another whenever they meet. It is not, then, the want of reading and writing, but the concurrence and complication of more substantial evils, that are the perpetual nursery of abandoned profligates in great and opulent nations, and whoever would accuse ignorance, stupidity, and dastardness as the first, and what the physicians call the procatratic cause, let him examine into the lives, and narrowly inspect the conversations and actions of ordinary rogues and our common felons, and he will find the reverse to be true, and that the blame ought rather to be laid on the excessive cunning and subtlety, and too much knowledge in general, which the worst of miscreants and the scum of the nation are possessed of. End of section 25.